What did you do when you got to her house?
She showed me basically what had happened, or described to me what had happened, and what windows were involved.
At some point, did you walk into her backyard?
Yes, she did. We both went outside, and I was looking at the windows, and I happened to look down and see the pry bar.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Hedlund, I'm showing you what's been received into evidence as Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
That's a pry bar.
Is this the same pry bar that you saw down in the windowsill?
I believe it is.
Mr. Hedlund, if you recall, what did you or Miss Mitchell do next?
I don't recall if she called the police again, but within a few minutes somebody was there and I pointed out the pry bar to them.
When you say somebody, who are you referring to?
Oh, somebody from the Detroit Lakes Police Department.
Okay. Were you there when the officer retrieved that pry bar?
Yes, I let them get down in the window well to pick it up. I didn't touch it.
Your Honor, could I publish Exhibit 47?
You may.
Mr. Hedlund, I'm showing you Exhibit 47, which has already been received into evidence. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
Can you tell us what this is?
this is the egress window.
Is this where the pry bar was located?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, after that was removed, did you do something to this area, this window?
Would you repeat that?
After the pry bar was recovered, did you do something to this window, this area?
I didn't touch any of it.
You didn't clean out the leaves?
Oh,
Okay. Did either you or Carol Mitchell at any point touch that pry bar?
neither one of us did.
Okay. Had you ever seen that pry bar prior to that morning?
Oh, I did not.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hedlund. I have no questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Hedlund.
Good morning.
What years did you serve in the Navy?
I'm sorry?
What years did you serve in the Navy, sir?
1968 to 1972, active duty, Vietnam, and then after, I got to think about the year. I think it was 1988 to 91. No, I got to think. I was in the Naval Air Reserve for a spell as well, serving in Iceland.
I will make sure that I speak up loud enough. I understand hearing loss comes with being in the military.
Thank you.
Mr. Hedlund, it's my understanding that Rod Mitchell died in March of 2023. Is that your memory?
That is my memory.
It's my understanding that he died shortly after the two of you got back from an ice fishing trip. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Once Rod passed, were you able to go with Carol to any of her doctor's appointments?
No.
Once Rod passed, were you in a position to sort of help her as far as paying bills or doing any paperwork of that type?
No.
I want to ask about the crowbar. You had just testified that you found or you saw the crowbar, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Had anybody else told you that they saw it before you did?
No,
So as far as you know, you were the first person to see it?
that is correct.
And what did you do? Did you immediately call law enforcement or did you tell Carol about it?
I told Carol about it.
Okay, so you were the first.
Yes.
What time was that, Mr. Headland? Just roughly?
Probably 7 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Mr. Headland, before that 7 a.m. when you saw it, you had been over at Carol Mitchell's house when some law enforcement was there, is that correct? And if I'm wrong, I don't want to put that in your memory. Were you there? When did you first get there and how long were you there? Maybe that's a better question.
I got there shortly before 7, and I asked Carol about more details,
Okay.
and she pointed out the egress window, and she pointed out a window on the other side of the entryway that the bag or some bag with some items were pushed out that window.
Right. Do you remember having a discussion with law enforcement inside of Carol's home, maybe in the kitchen area?
No, not in the kitchen area.
Do you remember any conversations with law enforcement inside the house? Maybe that's a fair question.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I don't think you had a chance to watch the body camera videos of that, but do you recall a conversation that you and Carol had talking about how Carol said Nicole never came to the house and you disputed that? Do you recall that?
Would you repeat that?
Well, I need to ask a cleaner question. That's my fault. Do you remember Carol saying that Nicole never came to the house and you responded, no, actually, Nicole did come to the house a couple of times?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm not putting anything in your mind that's not there. I guess the first question would be, when law enforcement was there, and we're talking about this whole situation, did you ever tell police that you had seen Nicole at Carol's house in the past?
That conversation never came up.
Okay. And so if there's a question about whether that conversation happened, we'd want to maybe look at a video if a video exists.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Do you remember how Carol Mitchell secured the doors or kept the doors locked or safe back at that time?
Normal lock.
Okay. She didn't have like a security bar or a safety bar jammed against those doors?
Not until after the incident.
Okay. So it only happened after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as you know, we wouldn't have seen any evidence of those bars before the incident?
That day was the earliest I had ever been at Carol's house, so I wouldn't know if she puts bars on the door, on the locks or not. That's,
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that clarity. Did you get to, I want to move forward after Rod's death. There was a funeral, but then there was a later internment. Were you able to attend the internment?
yes, I was.
Okay. And in your memory, who was there at the internment?
One of Rod's sisters, Carol and I, I think one of either Carol's sister or Carol's niece. There weren't too many of us. There were 4 or 5 of us. That was it.
Okay. But certainly you remember attending it, so Carol wasn't there by herself, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
She was very distraught. I drove her.
You did drive her there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hedlund. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Sir, do you remember the date of the internment?
No.
Could it have been exactly 1 year to the date of Rod's passing?
It could have been 1 month to the date of Rod's passing.
1 month?
I didn't write it down.
Sure. Do you remember the year by chance?
Yeah, it's 23.
Well, Mr. Mitchell passed away in 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you recall if his ashes were buried that year or the following spring?
Might have been the following spring now that I think about it.
Is it possible that it was exactly 1 year to the date of his passing?
Very possible.
Thank you, Mr. Hedlund. I have no further questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hedlund, you may step down. Thank you. Watch your step.
All right, ask that Mr. Hedlund be released from his subpoena.
Mr. Ringstrom.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hedlund then is released from his subpoena. Your next witness, Mr. McDonald?
Your Honor, the state would call Doug Vickmark.
So, Ms. Mark, if you'd come forward, please, and be sworn.
Sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give here will be true? If so, say I do.
I do.
All right, please take a seat in the witness stand and watch your step on the way out. Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Will you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Officer Douglas Vickmark. Last name spelling V as in Victor, I-C-K-M-A-R-K.
Sir, what is your current job title?
Currently, I'm a police officer with the Detroit Lakes Police Department.
How long have you been with the Detroit Lakes Police Department?
Since September 2014.
When was your first law enforcement job?
My first law enforcement job, I was with the West Fargo, North Dakota Police Department. Started there in March 2012.
Can you outline your educational background?
I have an associate's degree in law enforcement from Alexandria Technical College.
Mr. Vickmark, are you a veteran?
I am.
Okay. Are you still active?
Yes, I am in the Army National Guard.
What did you do, or what is your position within the National Guard?
Currently, I'm an operations non-commissioned officer, a sergeant first class, with a brigade headquarters company. So basically my job, I kind of assist in a team overseeing everything on the battlefield in front of us.
Do you have some training as an MP?
I do.
Mr. Vickmark, what was your title with the DLPD in April of 2024?
At that time, I was a special agent with the West Central Minnesota Drug and Violent Crime Task Force. It's a kind of a special investigatory position within the police department.
Is it sometimes also referred to as investigator within your agency?
Yes.
As an investigator at that time, were you aware of the arrest of defendant Nicole Mitchell?
I was, yes.
Were you asked to assist with some follow-up investigation?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to April 25th, 2024. Can you tell us how that day started?
That day started, I was made aware by Sergeant Chad Glander that Carol Mitchell was on her way in to speak to an officer, as she still had some concerns from the incident that happened a couple of days prior at her residence.
And you sat down with Ms. Mitchell at that time?
Yes.
How would you describe her demeanor?
I would say she was still pretty scared of the incident that happened. If I could best describe it, I would say when a person gets scared and they still have a lot of adrenaline going through their system, she hadn't had quite that adrenaline dump yet, so she was still really agitated, still really worked up.
What sort of things did Ms. Mitchell tell you?
She told Sergeant Glander and I a little bit about her past relationship with Nicole. Talked about the passing of her late husband, Roderick.
Did she indicate at that time how long it had been since the defendant had been at her house?
Time-wise, I don't recall if she had actually described an actual time, but communication-wise, she said it had been months since Nicole had reached out to Carol.
Did Ms. Mitchell express any other concerns to you at that time?
She did. She was very concerned that Nicole's purpose wasn't there to necessarily get items. She was more concerned possibly that Nicole might be trying to end Carol's life.
So, Officer Vickmark, after you spoke with Ms. Mitchell, what did you do next?
Sergeant Glander, Chief Steve Todd, and I went to Carol's residence to attempt to look for further evidence at her residence.
What would it be fair to say that one of your other, well, what were some of your other objectives at that time?
Determine her actual point, or determine Nicole's actual point of entry inside the residence.
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to interrupt and ask the attorneys to approach.
Which was an egress window on the southwest side of the house. I went to that window from the inside and began taking photographs of it and started finding dirt and debris around the windowsill.
That was going to be my next question. What did you observe when you, processed or looked in through that room?
As I was in the room, I noticed on the windowsill around the window, there's what appeared to be dirt and debris, plant-like material, small rocks, pebbles, sand type of things that appeared to have come from the outside to the inside.
Did it appear to be more than just common dust?
Yes.
Did you take some photographs at that time?
I did.
What would you describe the area that you photographed as?
A windowsill with a desk directly underneath the windowsill, and to the right of the desk was kind of like a white plastic storage.
Officer Vickmark, I'm going to show you a number of photographs numbered exhibits 50 through 65.
Mr. McDonald, did you say 50 through 65?
50 through 65, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please bear with me, sir. All right, Investigator Vickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 50. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it a true and accurate depiction of what you took that day?
Yes.
Next, with 51.
Yes.
Yes, it's true and accurate.
Yes, it is.
52.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 53.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 54.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 55.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 56.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 57.
Yes, it is.
Can I just have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
You may.
Sorry about that, sir. If I didn't ask yet, Exhibit 58.
Yes, it is.
And did I ask you if 57 was true and accurate?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Exhibit 59.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 60.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 61.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 62.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 63.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 64.
Yes, it is.
And finally, Exhibit 65.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer 50 through 65 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 50 through 65 are received.
I would ask to publish in sequential order at this time, Your Honor.
You may.
All right. Officer Vickmark, I'm going to start with Exhibit 50, and I'm just wondering, as I identify each exhibit, if you can tell us why it was significant to you.
The first picture here is of the egress window that I had talked about. It's just kind of giving an overall picture of what it appeared to be.
And turning to Exhibit 51.
That's a more lighted photograph of the same window with the desk underneath it.
And to Exhibit 52.
This is starting to get closer to the windowsill, kind of as I was depicting me walking towards the windowsill when I first observed the dirt on the windowsill.
Exhibit 53.
This is the same windowsill, except it's showing the right side instead of the left side of the windowsill.
Exhibit 54.
This is a photograph depicting the same windowsill except in the middle. It's also showing that the screen had a bow in the middle of it.
Exhibit 55.
This is getting closer to the windowsill, showing more of the plant and debris.
And excuse me, but Exhibit 56.
Same windowsill, just is on the left side of the windowsill, again showing plant and debris.
Exhibit 57.
Closer to the center, showing plant and debris material again, and showing a little bit of the bow on the screen.
Exhibit 58.
And the right side of the windowsill showing plant and debris material.
Exhibit 59.
This is that white storage container device, filing cabinet on top of the desk, showing plant and dirt material on top of it.
Exhibit 60.
A little bit closer of a picture of the same filing cabinet.
Exhibit 61.
Another piece of plant material on top of the same filing cabinet.
Exhibit 62.
This is moving down onto the desk, showing more plant and debris material on top of the desk.
Exhibit 63.
And another piece of plant material that appeared to be a small piece of wood of some sort or stem.
64.
Probably the best close-up that I could get of the stem.
And finally, the Exhibit 65.
A small rock that was inside on top of the desk.
So what did you do next after you had assessed this room individually or on your own?
Once I called in Sergeant Glander and I pointed out what I had located to Sergeant Glander. Chief Steve Todd came in shortly after that, and I showed him. From there, I went outside to examine the window from the outside.
And what did you learn at that time, sir?
Found that the window was open, and the window wasn't locked, and it was easily able to just be freely opened from the outside.
And did you continue, I suppose, hypothesizing with your colleagues?
Yes.
Okay. What did you discover next?
Through examining the window and the windowsill and the screen, I was able to find what appeared to be tool marks on the screen itself and on the windowsill from the outside.
Can you tell us what a tool mark is in your profession?
A tool mark would be something where you use a tool, and in this case, the tool scraped against a surface and caused scratches, something that wouldn't normally be caused by something else.
Officer Vickmark, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 68, 69, and 70. First, starting with image 68, is that a true and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
69
Yes, it is.
and 70.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd offer 68 through 70.
No objection, Your Honor.
Just to publish briefly.
68, 69, and 70 are received, and you may publish.
Right. Officer, I got a little ahead of myself here, but I'm backing up and showing you what's been received as Exhibit 68. Can you tell us what this is?
It's the first picture showing the egress window from the outside of the residence.
And Exhibit 69?
Walking closer to the egress window, showing just the condition of the window.
Exhibit 70.
And this photograph I took because in the original photographs there were leaf material in the window area, and I took that photograph to show that the leaf material had been removed.
Are you, if you know, and if you don't, if you know, do you know who cleaned that out?
I do not know.
Okay. Right. So you had examined the window and discovered pry marks, is that correct?
Yes.
Or tool marks, I believe was your testimony?
Yes.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 71 through 84. And I might need a moment.
Yeah, it's fine. No, it's easy.
Investigator Vickmark, you had an opportunity to review all the photographs you took prior to today, is that correct?
Yes.
And if I told you the photographs of the alleged tool marks were 71 through 8, marked as 71 through 84, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No, I wouldn't.
And again, they were true and accurate depictions of that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to offer 71 through 84.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
71 through 84 are received.
In a moment, Investigator Vickmark, I'm going to ask to publish each of these exhibits and have you again explain their significance. Apologize for that, sir. All right, I am starting. Your Honor, I'd ask to publish, if I didn't already ask, to publish Exhibits 71 through 84.
You may.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 71. Can you speak to this photograph?
From this photograph, I had entered into the egress window area, and I observed the left side of the window as you're facing it, looking into the window. I noticed that there was a piece of wood that was kind of sticking out directly below the window, and it appeared like it had possibly been, somebody possibly had put a tool there to pry down on it, causing the wood to kind of pull out.
Next, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 72.
Same window, same location, just a closer photograph of the same area.
'73.
This photograph is showing, it's kind of hard to see it unless you zoom into it. I apologize, I'm used to seeing the photograph horizontal instead of a vertical way here.
If I change the orientation, would it assist you?
Yes. I guess it's still vertical, but there we go. From the, it's hard to see it in this photograph here, but From the right side, you see two marks on the wood right as it bends down. From there to the right of it, a little ways, and to the left of it, there are marks in the wood, kind of scratches in the wood going from the angle of it and up toward the screen.
Next, I'm showing you Exhibit 74.
It's a photograph of the same area, again on the bottom right of the screen, not the screen, the ledge where it bends. There's two marks in the paint with scratch marks that lead up towards, there we go. Scratch marks that lead up to where the screen would be at.
Investigator Vickmark, do you have the ability to annotate or circle on your screen, I believe?
I hope so.
Could you, I'm not sure what happened here. Could you attempt to show us or better explain what you're speaking to with this?
Yes. There are marks there, and then marks there. Very fine scratch marks moving from bottom right to top left toward the screen area.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to clear your screen?
Possibly. I guess I don't know how.
And can the record reflect the witness has circled various photographs on the exhibit, Your Honor?
The record will so reflect.
Well, if I move to another exhibit, it might be a moot point.
Apologize.
Here we go. Oh, I guess not. There we go. Okay. Okay. Investigator Vickmark, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 75. Can you speak to this photograph?
This is my hand in gloves. I am holding my hands kind of, I guess, like the NDSU horn symbol, I guess, pointing out the distance between the left side of where the marks were originated from to the right side, just to kind of give a better view of where the scratches were actually at.
Exhibit 76.
We had removed the screen, and as I was removing it, and it was handed to me on the outside, I noticed that there is a large scratch mark on the bottom of the screen in that same area where the scratch marks were at on the windowsill.
Exhibit 77.
This is a photograph showing where the scratch marks were at. It's kind of hard to see here where the scratch marks are at, but they're from approximately the 10-inch mark to the 12-inch mark.
Exhibit 78.
Same picture, same area, I guess not same picture, but the same area, showing again the scratch marks extending from roughly that 10-inch mark to the 12-inch mark.
Exhibit 79.
The screen, as it would have been on the window, was taken off and it was laid down, and it was showing the scratch marks on the windowsill. They're extending from approximately the 9 a 1/4 inch area to about the 11 1/4 inch area.
Let me ask you this, investigator, did the scratch marks on the screen appear to line up with the scratch marks on the windowsill?
They did.
Next, I'm showing you Exhibit 80.
It's the same picture, possibly a little bit clearer, of the screen where the scratch marks were at. In the picture, you can see the deep scratch mark is right about that 9 1/4 or 9 1/8, I guess, mark. And on the top part of the screen where it bends, there's silver markings that appeared like a tool had been sliding across it at that area.
Exhibit 81.
This one I'm not exactly sure about what the photograph is depicting. I can't remember anyways.
So nothing useful there.
No.
Exhibit 82.
This is that bend that I was just telling about of the scratch marks. You can see that there's also scratch marks on the outside of the screen, right below I guess the netting area of the screen on the metal, leading up to the area where the marks were actually at.
And Exhibit 83.
This is roughly the same area. I noticed that little black smudge mark that was right there, possibly from a footprint or just a mark of the dirt being lifted and put on there as somebody may have come in through the window.
And finally, Exhibit 84.
And my fingers on my my left hand showing approximately the same location of the dirt marks coming in.
So Investigator Vickmark, were you advised of, strike that. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
And were you made aware of this evidentiary item?
I was.
Based on your observations of the window and your knowledge of that pry bar, what did you do next?
Based on the scratches and the marks that were on the screen, it made sense that the pry bar had been used to lift the screen up from the bottom, causing the bow in the screen to gain access to the room.
At some point, did you examine the pry bar closer?
I did. We took the pry bar out of evidence just to take photographs of it.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm going to show you next Exhibits 85 through 88. First of all, did you photograph that pry bar out of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and were those true and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 85 through 88.
I'm sorry, which ones?
85 through 88. Or I can just do them individually if that's easier.
Would you
Yeah,
please, thank you.
no worries. Investigator, well, I'll withdraw the offering at this time, Your Honor, for momentarily. Investigator Vickmark, first I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 85. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate photograph?
Yes, it is.
Offer 85.
No objection.
85 is received.
Next, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 86. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
Offer 86.
No objection, Your Honor.
86 is received.
Next, showing you Exhibit 87. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is it true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Offer 87.
No objection, Your Honor.
87 is received.
Finally, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 88. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Offer 88.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 88 is received.
Would request to publish 85 through 88, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Officer Vickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 85. Can you tell us about this photograph?
This photograph is showing the one of the ends of the pry bar. It shows that paint had been removed from it possibly being used.
Next, 86.
Just kind of an overview photograph of the pry bar itself.
87.
This is the picture of the bent portion of the pry bar showing some marks on the end of it.
And finally, Exhibit 88.
And this is a picture of the middle of the handle of the pry bar where it had been missing some paint that had been flaking off of it.
So you were at the residence, first doing the window thing, but you were also there to speak to Miss Mitchell again?
Myself, I was more of just the photographer at that time. Chief Todd and Sergeant Glander were the ones that were mostly talking to Carol.
They may have been in a separate part of the residence while you were taking photographs?
Largely, yes. I was searching in various parts of the house that they were at, such as where Nicole Mitchell was found in the bathroom. I did look around the bathroom to see if maybe Nicole Mitchell had left anything inside there that other officers had missed, and just kind of looked through the residence.
Fair to say nothing additional was located?
No.
Were you present when the flannel shirt was shown?
Yes.
Okay. And how was that identified to you?
I believe it was Carol Mitchell that actually pointed it out. I'm not 100% sure on it. The location was you go downstairs, down the steps, you turn right, and there was a lot of Roderick's old clothes hanging up.
Roderick Mitchell's?
Roderick Mitchell's, yes.
Mr. Vickmark, were you present when Carol Mitchell described being awoken that morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did she demonstrate for your team what had occurred?
Yes, she did.
Were you involved in this investigation after that date?
No, I was not.
Thank you, Investigator Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Vickmark.
Good morning, sir.
Officer Vickmark, you, having been on a drug task force, I presume you have applied for and secured a number of search warrants?
I have before, yes.
Okay. And when you were acting in that capacity and acting as a special agent, did you have any separate or advanced training as it related to investigations?
Several related to drug and narcotics, yes. Just small continuing ed, 1 day, 2 day courses here and there.
Okay. Officer Vickmark, I want to sort of jump to maybe a question that I would normally ask at the end, but you've testified to what you did in this case. Besides what you have testified to, did you do any forensic testing or request any forensic testing to be conducted in this matter?
I didn't relate it to pretty much all the evidence. The only thing that I asked was MOCIC, which is an investigatory, I guess, agency that covers many different states around the Midwest, to kind of help me out with Nicole Mitchell's cell phone. And then I also had sent out a administrative subpoena to Verizon to try to get Nicole Mitchell's information, who she had called, who she had texted, just that information, for about a month and a half prior to the incident, leading up to the incident.
So the forensic investigation you had done would have been through the Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center?
Yes.
Okay. Did you conduct or see any other member of law enforcement conduct any attempt to secure fingerprints?
No.
Did you conduct or see any other officer conduct any attempt to secure DNA or other residue of that nature?
No.
Did you ever apply for a search warrant or a subpoena for Carol Mitchell's medical records?
No, I did not.
Now, at the beginning of your testimony, you talked a great deal about the windows in question. You weren't involved in the initial investigation, or you certainly weren't on the call. Had you had a chance before you came to Carol Mitchell's residence to talk to any of the law enforcement officers who were involved in the initial call?
I did, yes.
Had you developed an impression that Nicole Mitchell may have represented that she actually came in through that smaller window?
I did hear from the other officers that Nicole Mitchell had said that she had come through the window where her backpack was located at.
Okay. And those pictures are now in evidence, and we talked about those at great length, correct?
Yes.
And while stranger things have happened, there's really no realistic way an adult human of normal proportions would be able to fit through that window. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Okay. The egress window itself, you testified as to the damage. Would you characterize that window as destroyed or functionally destroyed?
Functionally destroyed? I wouldn't say it's functionally destroyed. Just the frame had been starting to kind of rot away. That's how I'd describe it.
Okay. And so whatever the person with the pry bar did, there was some rot and there was some decay in the frame itself that was separate from the pry bar activity. Is that accurate?
Yes.
This sounds like a very obvious question. It's not meant to be a trick. Why did you wear gloves in your investigation?
It's just, from my training experience, just what we do. Just to keep our DNA off of things and keep from contaminating a scene.
And similarly, why did you use, or why did someone use in these pictures what appears to be a very highly calibrated ruler to take some measurements?
I can't remember exactly where the ruler came from, if it was Chief Todd's or Sergeant Glander's. We keep rulers to show how big things are.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to touch the pry bar in question when it wasn't in an evidence bag?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you have been wearing gloves had you done so?
Probably, yes, sir.
The evidence that you gathered and the testimony that you provided about that egress window, is it a fair statement that that evidence really concerns only whether someone got through that window and how they got through that window and not what happened inside the house?
Yes.
And I think your mic cut out there.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay. But you did at some point go inside to the residence and look around and investigate?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to, from the inside of the house, determine, did you get to see sort of the areas around both of the windows inside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that, did you see piles of things or mementos that appeared to be staged to be removed from the house?
I guess I wasn't paying that close attention to it. The room with the egress window had a lot of like artistic type stuff inside of it. I don't know if it was being ready to be removed from the house or anything like that.
Okay. You were asked about a flannel shirt. Was that flannel shirt sort of placed close to one of the windows? Was it hanging up? What was your experience of viewing that?
It was located in, as I described, it was, you walk down the stairs, you turn right, it comes into a bigger room.
Yeah.
To the right was the small window. Straight forward would have been the bathroom Miss Nicole Mitchell was located in. And to the left was another wider open area that had a lot of items stored. Some of that area was a rack of clothes that was in that area. And his Roderick Mitchell's flannel shirt was located on that rack.
It was on the rack.
Yep.
Okay. And that was in an area that was not like immediately adjacent to one of those windows?
No.
Okay. Officer Vickmark, I want to go back to the interview that you participated in with Carol Mitchell, and that was at the police station, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had testified that Carol Mitchell expressed a belief at that time that Nicole Mitchell wanted to take her life. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did Carol Mitchell express a belief that Nicole Mitchell wanted to get her firearm or get her gun?
How she described it is when Carol Mitchell was awoken in the night and she had rotated her body off and then found that's where Nicole Mitchell was at on the ground. In that area, in a dresser near where Nicole Mitchell was at, is where Roderick Mitchell's gun was kept. So Carol Mitchell speculated that possibly Nicole Mitchell was attempting to find that gun.
During your interview at the police station with Carol Mitchell, did Carol Mitchell express repeated concern that Nicole Mitchell was also after money?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. McDonald.
Officer Vickmark, when you spoke with Carol Mitchell, did she allow you to look through her cell phone?
She did, yes.
Okay, and what did you discover at that time?
I was looking for any text messages or cell phone logs that she had received from Nicole Mitchell.
Did you locate any?
I did not.
Were you able to determine the date that Carol Mitchell had added the defendant's number to her phone?
I was able to locate, yes. And
Sorry, go ahead.
it was March 10th, 2024, the date that Carol Mitchell had added Nicole Mitchell's phone number to her cell phone.
And you manually had looked through the phone at that time?
Yes.
And you couldn't locate any texts or calls between the defendant and Carol Mitchell?
No.
Did you note any, did you note other contacts that she had conversations with?
Yes, she did have several text message conversations that had been saved in the phone. One of them had been dated all the way back to July 2023.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Engstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Vickmark, you understand what a forensic examination of a cell phone is?
Yes.
You understand a cell phone can be subject to what's known as a logical extraction?
Yes.
You understand that a cell phone can be subject to what's known as a physical extraction?
Yes.
You understand what the word metadata means?
Yes.
Metadata is data that reflects other things that happened on a digital device like a cell phone.
Yes.
You understand that metadata most of the time can only be looked at not directly through the interface of the phone, but typically through a different device like a Cellbrite, for example, correct?
Yes.
And a Cellbrite is a special machine that law enforcement uses to examine cell phones.
Yes.
And if you had had an opportunity to conduct a forensic examination of Carol Mitchell's phone, you would be able to see the metadata of when texts were read, texts were sent, texts were deleted, and things like that, correct?
Yes.
You would be able to see when contacts were added or removed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you subject Carol Mitchell's phone to a forensic examination?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know if anyone in law enforcement subjected her cell phone to a forensic examination?
I believe somebody did. I do not know which officer or investigator did, though.
Okay. Well, then we'll find out. Officer Vickmark, are you the case agent in this case?
No.
During the pendency of this case, have you contacted me at all?
I have not.
Thank you, Officer Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Officer Vickmark, did you see any obvious signs that Carol Mitchell had deleted things in her phone?
I did not.
No further questions.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Then, officer, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Verifying the testimony you give here will be true? If so, say I do. I do.
All right. Please take a seat in the witness stand. Watch your step on the way up. There's a slight incline there. Mr. McDonald.
Good morning. Will you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Pamela Colleen Muxfeld. Last name is capital M-U-X, F as in Frank, E-L-D-T.
Ms. Muxfield, where do you live?
Fergus Falls.
Are you from there?
I was born in St. Paul, but moved to Fergus Falls when I was like in first grade.
Ms. Muxfeld, how do you know Carol Mitchell?
Carol is my aunt on my mom's side of the family.
Your mother's sister?
Yes.
And what is your mother's name?
Dolores
Muxfeld?
Lindholm.
Lindholm. Are you aware how many siblings are in Carol Mitchell's family?
Yes, there's 6. Or there was 6.
Is Carol Mitchell also your godmother?
She is.
How long have you known Carol Mitchell?
Since I was born.
I'm not going to ask you your age. Ms. Muxfeld, at some point, were you asked to take on a role for Carol Mitchell?
I was asked to become her power of attorney like in May of 23.
You were obviously present and aware when Rod Mitchell passed away?
Yes, I wasn't present, but I was notified right away.
I'm sorry, but you were aware of the grieving and such?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain, if you know, what led to Carol Mitchell asking you to become power of attorney?
After Rod's passing, Rod's sisters and Nicole were helping her to put the affairs in order. And so she just felt that it was being deceitful and they were trying to find out more than they wanted to do. And she wanted somebody else to take over that role. So she had reached out to my mother and asked her, and she told her that she was too old to take on that part and that I would be a good fit for that. So Carol reached out to me and asked me if I would be willing to help her. And I said I would do whatever I needed to do to make her feel comfortable and to put things in order.
And so that appointment as power of attorney was formalized?
Yes, and I believe it was like in early June that year in 23.
Can you tell us the sorts of things that you've assisted with since taking on that role?
We did some different things at our bank, just to making sure that things are being tracked and looked at properly. Helped her advise her on a couple of different things when she was moving out of the house. She had some questions, and just some basic answers, kind of as a sounding board for her when, she's been stressed or, things are complicated, or asking different questions of what she should do.
Is it accurate that Carol Mitchell communicates with you by text message?
Yes, quite often.
Okay. Has Carol Mitchell ever expressed concerns to you about the defendant, Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
Through many messages, and I know that they were submitted also, that after either talking to her or they had conversations through text messages, Carol would feel uncomfortable, she felt threatened, she was scared, and different things of that sort, so she would reach out.
Are you aware of the probate court process that Carol Mitchell went through?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware, did she ever express concerns about the defendant through that process?
She had concerns about it because she wasn't all aware of what the probate process would be. So she was, having concerns as to how it was all going to fall into place, why it was happening, and things of that sort. And I understood it that a lot of the probate stuff took place is because there wasn't a will in place, or on a couple of the insurance things that the beneficiary wasn't listed.
Ms. Muxfeld, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 98 and 99. Oh, we need to,
Your Honor.
can we delete? There we go.
right, let's just back up and try again, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, no. I'm removing the...
Are you asking to,
Well, I was
Show the
asking to
exhibit.
show the witness, Your Honor, but I don't want to publish it if it's not been received.
correct, and so, but I think you need to give direction then, once you're making that request to show the witness one more time. No. All right.
I removed my device because I didn't want anything improperly displayed.
All right, why don't you clear yours then, sir? All right, let's back up one step, and we can start with that. Again, the process one more time.
All right. Nope.
All right. We're going to have to work through this technology issue. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just have you excused until we correct it. And so, Ms. Muxfeld, I'll ask you to step down from the witness stand at this time. We can have the witness escorted back out to the waiting area. And again, watch your step on the way up. And Ms. Muxfeld, I'll remind you that you're still under oath.
Okay.
Mr. McDonald, you may inquire.
Ms. Muxfeld, I'm going to back up a few steps here. Do you know Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
How long have you known Ms. Mitchell?
I first met her when Carol and Rod first met, before they were married. And so we knew of her. I mean, she was around for some holidays or if they came to town and things like that, very family events.
So you've known her quite a while.
Yes.
In the months leading up to April 2024, did Ms. Nicole Mitchell ever reach out or communicate with you?
She reached out to me in, I believe it was like in May or early June of 23 after her father had passed.
Would that have been your last conversation with her of substance?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you're not particularly close with Nicole Mitchell?
We are not close now.
Moving forward to 2024, did Nicole Mitchell have any contact with you about concerns over Carol Mitchell's health?
Not in 24. When she reached out to me in May of 23, she did.
May or June,
May or June timeline.
but nothing in 2024.
Not that I recall.
Ms. Muxfeld, did Carol Mitchell reach out to you after her home was broken into?
Yes, the morning of.
Ms. Muxfeld, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibits 98 and 99. Sorry. Do you recognize Exhibit 98?
Yes.
Can you tell us what Exhibit 98 is without reading anything specific?
It was just a text message to me from Carol with some concerns again that she had after having contact with Nicole.
And Exhibit 99?
Yeah, that would be the last part of it.
Is it accurate to say this is two photographs of a lengthier text message?
Yes,
And is this a true and accurate photograph of that message as it existed on that day?
yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 98 and 99.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 98 and 99 are received.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish 98 and 99 at this time.
You may.
Ms. Muxfeld, first of all, can you tell us the date that you received this?
Sunday, June 25th.
Do you know the year?
It was probably 2023.
This would have been
Hang on a second, Mr. McDonald. Ms. Muxfeld, if you could speak up and just a little bit closer, you don't need to be right into the mic, but if you could speak up, you're coming across a little soft-spoken.
Okay. It would have been in 2023.
There's no doubt in your mind this message was before Carol Mitchell's home was broken into.
Correct.
So we're talking about the summer of 2023.
Yes.
Could you read this message? And if you need me to zoom in, please let me know.
Hi, Pam. I am so worried. Nicole is determined to take me to the cleaners, I think. That hearing on July 5th is supposed to be virtual, but I'm going to call my lawyer tomorrow to see if maybe I and you, if you can, be in the lawyer's office to watch it. I don't care if she gets that CD of Rod's, and there are 2 checks from Rod's sister's Lori that passed away from her estate. Nick can have them, but the house and everything else is mine, and she will have to.
And next, I'm asking to publish Exhibit 99.
You may.
Okay. Can you please resume the remainder of the message that's shown on this text?
Everything else is mine, and she will have to wait till I die for anything from that, but I am scared. She has gotten so greedy.
So, Ms. Muxfeld, would it be accurate to say that as far back as June 2023, Carol Mitchell was concerned about Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Muxfeld, did Carol Mitchell ever relay any conversations to you about her biological son, Jonathan, and possible inheritance?
Yes.
Can you describe that conversation?
When I first met with Carol to go to her attorney's office to become her power of attorney, the will and everything was already taken care of, and it was just more so the finalizing it and signing it and getting those matters into place. And at that time, she had in her will, everything would be left half to Jonathan and half to Nicole.
Did Carol Mitchell ever relay to you any conversations that she had with Nicole Mitchell about that arrangement?
She voiced some frustrations that it was commented that since Jonathan wasn't her biological, or since he was her biological son that she had given up for adoption, that he shouldn't get anything.
Those were Nicole Mitchell's statements as relayed to you by Carol Mitchell?
Yes. And it was mentioned on numerous times.
And fast forwarding to mid-April 2024, again, just to be clear, did Nicole Mitchell ever contact you or inform you that she was coming to check on Carol Mitchell?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Muxfeld. I have no further questions.
Mr. Rinster.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Muxfeld.
Good morning.
Ms. Muxfeld, when did Carol Mitchell get her own will?
I believe those proceedings started right after Rod had passed. That they had made up the new one. Whether she had one before that, I was not aware.
Okay. And let's draw a distinction, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. There were proceedings related to Rod's estate. Are you saying there was a separate legal procedure at Carol Mitchell's attorney's office to create a will?
I just know that one was being created to update the will so that Rod's name wasn't on it. I don't know if there was one prior to that with both of them on there. I never saw any of that.
Okay.
I was just with her when the new one was getting done.
Okay. And that was after you became Carol Mitchell's power of attorney?
Correct. I think that was in early June when I was up there the first time.
Okay.
23.
But it's your testimony that Carol Mitchell does have a will,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Roderick Mitchell, however, did die without a will. That's your understanding?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And I'm not asking you lawyer questions. You can answer only what you know.
Yep.
But is it your understanding that Roderick Mitchell and Carol Mitchell were legally married?
Yes.
And so when Roderick Mitchell died without a will, I mean, she was the widow. She was the surviving spouse, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never saw a document, whether a will or even a handwritten note from Roderick Mitchell about the idea that anybody but Carol Mitchell would get his money when he was gone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so whatever was going to happen with Roderick Mitchell's estate without a will was kind of going to be up to the court process or the court system. Is that your understanding?
I guess I always understood that if they were married and something happened with him, it would automatically become the spouse, which in this case would have been Carol.
Of course. Very good. Ms. Muxfeld, I want to ask you about the window of time from March of 2023 until April of 2024. And so really we're talking about when Rod Mitchell passes to the incident in April 2024, okay?
Okay.
During that window of time, did you escort or attend any of Carol Mitchell's medical appointments?
I did not.
I understand you are Carol Mitchell's power of attorney and have been since May of 2023. Did you ever become involved in paying Carol Mitchell's bills?
No. She takes care of that.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in what charities she supported or what money she may have sent to anybody else?
No. But
And you had testified that you helped Carol Mitchell move out of the house, but that would have happened after April of 2024, correct?
correct. It was in May.
Okay. And just so we're 100% clear, that happened after the incident that we're talking about here?
Yes.
All right. Your mother is Dolores Lindholm, is that true?
Correct.
And normally, and you correct me if I'm wrong, she would go by D or people would call her D? Okay. Ms. Muxfeld, did you ever suggest to Nicole Mitchell or to anyone else that when Carol Mitchell was not able to take care of herself, that she could live with your mother D?
Yes.
And your mother D is in fact older than Carol Mitchell, correct?
Yes.
Would it be a fair statement that at least at some points in their lives, your mother D and Carol Mitchell were not always close?
They've gone back and forth with different things. Yes.
And in May of 2023, I believe it was your testimony that it was determined your mother, Dolores Lindholm, was actually probably too old to be Carol Mitchell's power of attorney.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what she had told Carol.
Okay. So it's your understanding that your mother actually told Carol Mitchell that your mother was too old. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right. The impression that you got from Carol Mitchell leading up to your becoming power of attorney was that Nicole Mitchell and her aunts on her side were being deceitful. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that perceived or actual deceitfulness was about like money and things of that nature?
I think that Carol felt like they weren't being honest with her, and she felt like things were being taken out of the house when Rod passed, and they were there to help with things and questions, and she just felt like everyone was doing everything behind her back and not letting her make decisions or do things that she was capable of doing.
Okay. Had you been present for any of the conversations between Nicole Mitchell and Carol Mitchell?
No.
And you talked about how Carol Mitchell became uncomfortable with, I think it was the text messages and phone calls that she got from Nicole Mitchell. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was she talking about the text messages and phone calls she got from Nicole Mitchell in the context of feeling that was deceitful?
I think she always felt threatened, and she was scared because it was always asking things, or like she was trying to take over things, wanted her to come down there and live with her, and she wasn't ready to make those moves, and she just felt like she was not being able to make her own decisions for what she wanted to do.
Yeah. Now, this is my word, not yours, and not Carol's. Was it your perception that she felt badgered by Nicole Mitchell about this stuff?
Yes.
Like it was a lot coming from Nicole
Yes.
Mitchell? Okay. You recall your last exchange with Nicole Mitchell was it sometime in the summer of 2023?
I believe it was in May of 23.
Okay.
Ballparkish. I know it was after Rod's passing, and so she had called me one day and had some concerns about Carol and her health.
And that's a long time ago, but how long do you think that phone call was?
I'd probably say 10, 15 minutes,
Okay.
maybe.
After Nicole Mitchell made that call,
Of me, I have found it hard to gain and keep employment, and I have had to relocate out of the state of
is today. She has been traumatized to the point she can't even be a mother to her own children. She's been in counseling since this incident and suffers post-traumatic stress disorder because of the violence and deceit that he and his mom delivered. These individuals withheld food while they were selling these young ladies on the internet to these Johns. And they would keep every dollar too. That's how they made their money. They didn't make it by music. They simply used the music platform to lure these women in. Please consider that my daughter was an honor student who graduated high school in 2012 with almost an associate's degree in biology, and she was attending college for dental in 2015 when he made his broken promises and forced her into prostitution. We filed a missing person report. We contacted the Atlanta police. When no one listened, I called him, and guess what? I told him, like the movie Taken, I was coming and getting my own. Now, for the defense, who states, well, why didn't you just leave? Because these clowns were everywhere and literally at the side of my car.
Ms. Wiewatowski, I want you to focus your statement as an impact statement, and I want you to direct your comments to me, okay?
Okay, well, she made a point to get us as close as possible. My point is, within minutes of we getting our daughter, that Mama Cash and another woman were in the side of our car, and we barely escaped. To say that children could just walk off, they couldn't. These people were everywhere. Please give all the victims their day by throwing the book at these folks. Remember the parents that traveled and drove from their home to his door to do a well check for their daughter. Remember how we put ourselves in danger to save our daughter. And finally, remember and resonate with the fact that even though we restored her body, we have been unsuccessful in saving and healing the person because of the trauma that these animals delivered. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm done.
All right.
The next statement is from Diamond Irvin.
Okay.
My past dealing with Cash Out and Tyrone Taylor has impacted my life in a major way. Because of these people, I know they are. Because of the people I know they are, I am in consistent fear of my life and for the well-being of my family. I know what they are capable of, and I know how far they can extend. So for the rest of my life, I will fear that they will kill me. I will never forget the times that he threatened to kill me with a gun, even firing gunshots indoor wherever we were. All because he was mad that I didn't want to go out and do what he wanted me to do. They know where members of my family live, and I will rest easier knowing that these two individuals are locked up for their crimes. I suffer severe depression from my past experience with these two individuals, as well as persistent anxiety. I have been in and out of the emergency room for at least 6 times to receive treatment for symptoms such as high blood pressure and rapid heart rate because of the trauma that Cash Out and Tyrone Taylor put me through. I have been prescribed several medications to help me deal with these symptoms. As a result of their manipulation of me, I have found it hard to gain and keep employment, and I have had to relocate out of the state of Georgia just to get away from them. I hope the court takes my experience into strong consideration when sentencing Cash Out and Tyrone Taylor, so that me and my family and others would seek to do harm to be safer and protected. The next statement is from Janae Wright. I have gone back and forth writing this just to soothe my soul and allow my spirit to rest it deserves by being satisfied with vindication felt from facing one of my demons responsible for the most traumatic experience I've ever lived through by testifying. However, the God I serve knows me, and that same God prompted me to release this burden from my heart and speak one last time. So here it goes. In 2015, I was robbed and raped at gunpoint by two men while in a hotel with my best friend. In 2015, I was 20 years old, young, free, open-hearted, optimistic, and had an insatiable lust for life. However, after the event in 2015, I became anxiety and depression-stricken, filled with paranoia and severely distrustful of everything and everyone. That was cowardly, and inwardly I felt alone, afraid, disgusting, unloved, and unlovable because I was tainted by an experience that altered my personality so much that I couldn't even recognize myself. Repulsed by the thought that I would be forced to explain to anyone who attempted to bond with me, and fearful of being too much to deal with, because why would anyone love a victim of such a heinous and fearful of a heinous thing, or fearful of being questioned because my story didn't make sense, and I would not be seen as the victim I really was. Pushing away anyone close to me before they could leave me first, but worst of all, I felt like I didn't deserve to live anymore. As I sit in my tears remembering how this one event spiraled into the darkest moments of my entire existence, I remember the gut-wrenching feeling of having to explain to my friends and family that cared about me what happened, and the feeling of being judged, just as I did the day that the police were called and ignored me as well. I wanted to die. I tried to die. And had it not been for me hearing my grandmother's voice while I drifted into what I thought would be a peaceful death after swallowing what I thought was enough Tylenol PM to end my life, I never would have had the strength to turn on my stomach and make myself vomit until it hurt. But at that time, I was miserable, desperate, alone, and afraid of the entire world, and even myself. It's been 10 years of hell, healing, and hope that one day I would be able to tell my story, and it would finally bring justice. So when I was contacted in 2022, I knew I had to tell it. For my then 4-year-old, now 8-year-old daughter that I vowed to protect with my entire being. For Frederica, the most loyal friend I've ever had. For the women and victims I learned about along the way, but most importantly, for myself. Dear John Michael Hakeem Gibson, you don't deserve prison. Prison would be too good of a place for you. But since the death penalty is not an option, I pray that you never know peace, and that your soul will never return to this realm after it leaves. You are a disgrace and an abomination, and true definition of a monster. I hope that the judge finds it in her heart to make sure that you will never know freedom as long as you live.
Good morning. I will be reading the statement on behalf of Talicia Newberry. It states, good morning. Reliving the events surrounding this trafficking case has affected me both mentally and physically. Since the investigation and my testimony, I've struggled with severe nightmares and flashbacks that disturb my sleep and concentration. The memories of what I witnessed and endured continue to resurface unexpectedly, leaving me feeling anxious and emotionally overwhelmed. This trauma has begun to affect my relationship with my loved ones. Where I was once present and engaged, now I feel myself withdrawing, easily agitated, and unable to fully connect. My performance at work has also been compromised. Tasks that once felt routine now don't feel the same, as my ability to focus deteriorates under emotional distress. I share this not as a complaint, but to give a voice to the invisible weight that many survivors carry. I'm committed to healing, and I'm grateful for the resources available, but I hope this statement provides a deeper insight into the toll this case continues to take on my life. Thank you for listening and for advocating on behalf of those who are still navigating the aftermath. Sincerely, Talicia Newberry. And I have a statement on behalf of Jasmine Brown, which states, I wish him nothing but hell. And now I'll be reading this statement on behalf of Kiera Adams.
And Your Honor, we state for the record, we spoke with Kiera Adams' attorney, Jacoby Hudson. He's given us permission to read the statement.
Thank you.
I'm writing this to respectfully provide insight into the profound impact that being coerced into sex work has had on my life and my family. I want you to know the severe emotional, psychological, physical, and social consequences that I have endured. Many days I want to give up, but I keep fighting. No one truly understands the pain that I have experienced and continue to struggle with in my life. I've been wearing an ankle monitor for over 2 years, which means I'm unable to take a simple bath, find clothes to cover it so people don't freak out, nor judge me. Daily stress of making sure it's charged, adding weight to my leg, and has severely scarred my ankle. Being forced into sex work was not a choice, but a situation driven by bad consequences or just getting involved with the wrong guy. This experience has left me deep scars in every aspect of my life. The constant fear for my safety and that of my family is overwhelming. As faced with explicit threats of harm if I attempted to leave, the threats created a sense of terror that continues to haunt me and my family daily, making it difficult to feel secure even now. The psychological toll has been devastating, and I have struggled with severe depression, anxiety, suicidal thoughts, numbness, emptiness, and feeling like I am constantly being judged or punished. These mental health challenges sometimes caused me to break down, which left me unable to function normally or maintain stability in my life. The stigma attached to my past has compounded these struggles as I face relentless judgment from others in my community, workplaces, family, and friends. This judgment has made it incredibly hard in my life to secure stable, well-paying employment, as employers often dismiss me upon learning my history regardless of my qualifications or effort. My family has also been profoundly affected. The shame and stigma associated with my coerced involvement into sex work has strained our relationships, caused them significant emotional distress. I'm no longer close with many of my family members, and they no longer talk to me or want to be around me. They too live in fear of retaliation from those who once controlled me and threaten to cause harm to me and my family, such as shoot up my mom's house. Each day I'm faced with the task of trying to escape the cycle of fear, judgment, and economic hardships, which is very exhausting and challenging. I respectfully ask that you consider the immense challenges I have faced as a result of being coerced into sex work. Challenges that include ongoing mental health struggles, social ostracism, economic instability, and thoughts of living under consistent threats. These circumstances have shaped my life in ways I never could have anticipated, and I am working relentlessly to rebuild and move forward. I now have stable employment and previously enrolled in an online college for animation. I humbly request your compassion and understanding into your consideration of my case. Thank you for taking the time to read this letter and for considering my circumstances. I am grateful for the opportunity to share my story. Respectfully, Kiera Adams. And Judge, we have one more statement by Jordan Adams. She would like to read it for herself.
Sure. All right, Ms. Adams, if you'll come right up here, please direct all your comments to me, okay? All right.
I wound up in the company of these strangers during a dark time in my life,
Swing the mic over to her, please. Thank you.
where they violated me, assaulted me, and attempted to market and sell me for the purposes of prostitution. Can you believe that after hours of rape and assault, I consider myself lucky? Because had they been successful, had my family not tracked me down, had Officer Yamyans and his degree of skill and experience witnessing victims of human trafficking not recognized my distress and rescued me, I would have been further victimized on a regular basis for God knows how long. In my vulnerable state, I simply wasn't strong enough to save myself or even found value in saving myself. These defendants not only saw this and preyed on this, they further violated, assaulted, and victimized me and attempted to profit off of this vulnerability as if my body was a wholesale product they sought to make revenue from. I need you to know how much these events not only affected me in my life, but even the lives of those I love. These crimes go much further beyond just us women in this case, but the loved ones in our life as well. In the past 6.5 years, I've had nightmares on average 1 to 2 times a week. My own daughter has woken me up from these nightmares, my girlfriend, family members. I've been told I sound petrified, probably because I am. In these nightmares, it's always the same. I'm held down, I cannot move, and their voices are laughing at me, telling me they're gonna do whatever they want to me. I can't breathe and I gasp and I wake up crying. Like my mother and brother mentioned when they picked me up, I was utterly broken with a 1,000-yard stare. That didn't go away for about nearly 2 years after this event. I was catatonic, I couldn't be near or close to men. It was difficult to hold down a job. The flashbacks would often come crashing into my brain, solicited or not, to the point I'd have panic attacks and even cover my ears in an attempt to quiet their haunting voices in my head. The day these defendants chose to commit these crimes against me, they gave me a life sentence, and there was no mercy or consideration. And while I worked my butt off to successfully complete probation, win custody of my daughter, and work at nearly every major gun store and firing range in the state of Georgia to become a qualified firearm instructor in the areas of self-defense, I can tell you today that none of it has fully healed me from this violence and trauma. I don't know if there will ever be enough time. On an everyday basis, I wear 4 to 5 blades, a stun gun, pepper spray, a full-size weapon, and 80 rounds of law enforcement grade HST. And my clients often ask me, is that necessary? And Your Honor, I say absolutely. Because I know what it feels like to nearly lose your life, and as a woman lose a piece of your soul and that you can never get back, to witness and encounter evil where there's no hesitation to harm you. I've seen it and survived it. I know today that I'm equipped and qualified to defend my life for others and to share this knowledge with others. But not only do I owe it to help others and their healing and to serve my community, I owe it to the girl that I used to be. The girl that couldn't save herself. But perhaps this step right here will offer me the healing I and these women in the community need from the offenses the court has recognized these people committed. Regarding sentencing, I'd like to reiterate that my nightmares and flashbacks and my sentence is only one of many. There were many, many other women who went unnamed during this trial. John Michael Gibson and his mother affected so many women, Your Honor. For God's sake, he pipped his own mother out. It's no less impact on the community. What their sentences should be, I know that's your decision, but this is, I'm sorry, excuse me. They were in a criminal organization of prostitution and human trafficking, victimizing other women. They're all old enough to understand and know better. Your Honor, I want to thank you, the court, the jurors, and the state and its law enforcement officers for saving me when I couldn't save myself, for holding all the defendants accountable, and for rendering a decision today regarding penalty in this case. I especially want to thank Officer Yamians and Investigator Dillard for going above and beyond throughout these years, and ADA Winfrey for tirelessly working on this case since day one. They're the heroes all of us ladies needed. After today, I keep hearing that I may be able to put this behind me. But Your Honor, it's never behind me. It's always with me, even in my sleep and my subconscious. I wish I could better describe to you what it feels like to be a broken human being, to be broken by witnessing and enduring true malevolence. It changes you, it shakes you to the core, and the reverberations are like a ripple effect from a pebble in a pond that ebb and flow for eons. The defendants showed no mercy when sentencing me, and I ask you today that you take that into consideration when sentencing them. Thank you again.
Your Honor, with that being said, the state would like to now put on the record our recommendation for the court's consideration. All right. Slow, please. Absolutely. As to John Michael Hakeem Gibson, count 1, RICO, 20 years to serve. Count 10, rape, life. Count 12, aggravated sodomy, life. Count 22, trafficking a person for sexual servitude, 20 years to serve. Count 23, trafficking a person for sexual servitude, 20 years to serve. Count 24 and count 30, merge, 12 months to serve. Count 25, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, 5 years consecutive to the sentence. Count 26, pimping, 12 months to serve. Count 28, keeping a place of prostitution, 12 months to serve. Count 29, willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, 12 months to serve. And count 45, prohibited items by an inmate, 5 years to serve. We'd ask the court, as special conditions, should the court give any probated time, that a $100,000 fine be allowed pursuant to OCGA section 16-5-46. Defendant is to register as a sex offender. Defendant Gibson is to stay away and have no direct or indirect contact with all named victims in the indictment, to include Diamond Irvin, who was not named in the indictment but testified at trial, and he's to stay away from their families. He is to not hold any fiduciary positions or positions of trust, and cannot possess any other person's identifying information. He's to have no social media or no dating applications, and he is to stay away from all adult entertainment establishments. He is not to engage, of course, in the commercial sex business. He is to stay away from 737 Alfred Road, Northwest in Atlanta. He is to stay away from the Mezzo apartments located at 2171 Peachtree Road in Atlanta. He is to stay away from the Fulton Industrial Boulevard corridor. He's also to stay away from 9340 St. Georgian Commons in Johns Creek. The defendant may not form a limited liability corporation or other corporation without prior knowledge and consent of his probation officer. And he must submit a financial statement every 6 to 12 months, including tax returns, to his probation officer. The global sentence as it relates to defendant Gibson would be 2 life sentences plus 65 years, 60 months.
Hold on 1 second, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
2 life sentences plus 65 years. Go ahead.
60 months and 5 years consecutive.
Okay.
Yes, all the sentences to run consecutive. As it relates to Linda Smith, also known as Marinka Vinny, count 1, RICO, 20 years to serve. And count 37, trafficking a person for sexual servitude, 20 years to serve. We are also asking for the same special conditions as enumerated as to defendant John Gibson. That's a global of 40 years to serve. As it relates to Tyrone Taylor, he is an A recidivist, and the sentence we would ask is as follows. Count 1, RICO, 20 years to serve. Count 9, rape, life. Count 11, aggravated sodomy, life. Count 13, trafficking a person for sexual servitude, 20 years to serve. Count 15, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 20 years to serve. Count 16, false imprisonment, 10 years to serve. Count 17, pandering by compulsion, 10 years to serve. Count 18, possession of cocaine, 3 years to serve. Count 19, tampering with evidence, 12 months to serve. And count 20, willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, because this is his second offense, 10 years to serve. We'd ask the following special conditions would apply. He is also to have a $100,000 fine. He is to register as a sex offender. He is to stay away and have no direct or indirect contact with any of the named victims, to include Diamond Irving and their families. No social media or dating applications. He must stay away from all adult entertainment establishments. And he's also to stay away from the Fulton Industrial Boulevard corridor. We are also asking that defendant Taylor submit to alcohol, drug, and treatment evaluation and any recommended treatment and random screens. That is a global sentence of 2 life sentences plus 93 years and 12 months. In closing, Your Honor, we'd ask, the state would ask that the punishment fit the ends of justice and bring sufficient closure to these victims in our community, our city, and our state. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Williams.
Good morning to this honorable court. Carrington Matthews, Senior and Junior, on behalf of Mr. John Michael Gibson. In all things, we will give thanks. In all things, under all circumstances, good or bad. Your Honor, Code Section 16-6-1 is the rape statute. A person convicted of the offense of rape shall be punished. These are the options in our statute. It says death, by imprisonment for life without parole, by imprisonment for life, or by split sentence. That is a term of imprisonment for not less than 25 years and not exceeding life imprisonment, followed by probation for life. Code Section 16-6-2, Your Honor, governs the aggravated sodomy count. A person convicted of the offense of aggravated sodomy shall be punished by imprisonment for life or by split sentence. That is a term of imprisonment for not less than 25 years and not exceeding life imprisonment, followed by probation for life. Under 16-14-5, the RICO count, a person convicted of engaging in a RICO violation shall be guilty of a felony and shall be punished by not less than 10 nor more than 20 years in prison, or the fine specified in subsection B of this code section, or both. Under 16-5-46, trafficking of a person for sexual servitude, any person who commits the offense of trafficking an individual for labor, servitude, or sexual servitude shall be guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof shall be punished by imprisonment for not less than 10 nor more than 20 years, and a fine not to exceed $100,000. Your Honor, when we are handling sentencing hearings, Code Section 17-10-2 governs that process. In the hearing, the judge shall hear additional evidence in extenuation, mitigation, and aggravation of punishment, including the record of any prior criminal convictions and pleas of guilty or nolo contendere, or of the accused, or the absence of any prior conviction and pleas. Punishment for serious violent offenders based on the verdict, rape and aggravated sodomy fall within this category. The sentence of any person convicted of the serious violent felony of rape or aggravated sodomy shall, unless sentenced to life imprisonment, be a split sentence, which shall include a mandatory minimum term of imprisonment of 25 years, followed by probation for life, and no portion of the mandatory minimum sentence imposed shall be suspended, stayed, probated, deferred, or withheld by the sentencing court. Your Honor, under 17-10-10, concurrent sentences, where at one term of court a person is convicted on more than one indictment or accusation, or on more than one count thereof, and sentenced to imprisonment, the sentences shall be served concurrently unless otherwise expressly provided therein. Under 17-10-11, granting of credit generally. Upon conviction for an offense, a person shall be given full credit for each day spent in confinement in any penal institution or facility, and in any institution or facility for treatment or examination for disability, including pretrial confinement for any reason since the date of arrest for the offense which is the subject of the sentence. This code section shall apply to sentences for all crimes, whether classified as violations, misdemeanors, or felonies, and to all courts having criminal jurisdiction located within the boundaries of the state. Your Honor, under 17-10-12, the custodian of the defendant shall be required to make an affidavit specifying the number of days which the defendant has spent in confinement in his custody, and furnish the affidavit to the clerk of the court within 5 days after sentence is imposed if the defendant is convicted. The affidavit of the custodian of the defendant shall be made a part of the official record of the trial, and that particular affidavit will be submitted to the Department of Corrections when the defendant has been sentenced to the custody of the department. The Department of Corrections shall give the defendant credit for the number of days spent in confinement prior to conviction and sentence, as reflected in the custodian's affidavit before forwarding the record to the State Board of Pardons and Parole. Your Honor, our legislature has set forth in these types of crimes where there's been a conviction the contemplation of various aspects of sentencing. One that can include a minimum sentence of 25 years followed by life on probation. I will note for the record, Your Honor, that prior to trial, the state of Georgia recommended to Mr. Gibson a sentence of 25 years on the rape. Now, our system of justice, Your Honor, frowns upon a trial penalty, a trial tax, sentencing people harsher because they elected to exercise their Sixth Amendment right to a trial and handing and imposing a much harsher sentence goes against the grain of justice, because what it does is it has a tendency to snuff out the Sixth Amendment if a person is in fear of going to trial because of the trial penalty or the trial tax. So we're asking this court to exercise the good judgment that it has and has done throughout this trial and throughout its tenure on the bench to level a sentence that is fair, one that is just, and one that contemplates the purposes of sentencing. The purpose of sentencing, Your Honor, addresses three things. It addresses retribution, it addresses deterrence, and it addresses rehabilitation. These victims that have come forward to this podium have expressed to this court what they want the court to do. And if you've been a victim of anything, there's various cycles of thoughts and emotions that go through being a victim. You could be a victim of a sex crime, you could be a victim of a theft, you could be a victim of a heinous lie, you could be a victim of anything, and one of the things is going to be anger, one of the things is going to be trauma, one of the things could be forgiveness. There could be a lot of emotions that come out of being a victim. You have perfect victims and you have imperfect victims, but nonetheless you have victims. You can agree or disagree with the trial verdict, but we are standing here today because we are now at this sentencing phase. And we're asking this court to, when it looks at sentencing, that it also considers not just the retribution part of the sentencing, not just that, the deterrence, that's a scenario where the sentence will hopefully deter others who are in society from engaging in certain conduct, because it says, hey, listen, this is what could happen. So it's supposed to be a deterrence. There are many articles, many statistics and things of that nature that say that harsh punishments don't really deter. Maybe it does. We don't really know. Then there's an aspect of sentencing that deals with rehabilitation. Things that send a message that says, hey, look, we believe that there can be rehabilitation in a sentence that's appropriate, that allows for punishment, deterrence, and for rehabilitation. Now, Mr. Gibson is 34 years old. He has 3 children. He has a 17-year-old, a 16-year-old, and a 9-year-old. The state enumerated that he has 24 cycles. However, he has no prior felony convictions on his record. None. The open cases involve a drug charge from 2021 and possession of cell phones inside the jail. And we understand that the state brought forth a RICO indictment, and they put in its indictment a period from 2013 down through 21, 22. They did say that there are countless unknown victims. That's what they said in their representation to the court. Countless unknown victims. We are here to deal with what was heard inside this trial and what is known about 1710-2 as it relates to my client's criminal history. They also indicated that there were, quote, attempts to contact Kiera Adams weeks before trial. That is the absolute first time today that I've ever heard that representation being made. No information concerning that was brought forth to this court pre-trial. None of that information was brought forth from that witness stand during the testimony of Kiera Adams. So that's a first for me to hear that information. Each of these young ladies that have come forward, and we know who did testify in this trial, and we know who did not testify in this trial. And we don't know why individuals did not testify in this trial. We were not provided that necessary information. The court was not, nor did we. Now, this court has heard from each of the pieces of evidence in this case. This court has heard from the witnesses in this case that did testify. This court heard cross-examinations of each of these particular witnesses. And the court heard the jury's verdict. Today, the state asks for 2 life sentences, and they ask for 60 years. They ask for consecutive time. They ask for a very stacked, harsh penalty, a trial tax, a trial penalty. Now, sometimes courts say, well, Mr. Matthews, you know, the court can say, well, I was in the trial and I heard from these victims and I heard the evidence. And the court did. The court heard this entire trial. And I know this court to be a fair court. And I know that a sentence that is proper is one that takes into consideration all of the things that are outlined in 1710-2 and the victim impact statements combined, and the fact that my client has no prior felony convictions, and the purposes of sentencing. And the court will fashion a sentence. Now, if a person is granted a life sentence, Your Honor, the statute says that that person will become eligible for parole after serving 30 years in custody. That's what the statute says. And that's what I understand the law to be. I'm not asking this court to give Mr. Gibson a life sentence in this case. I'm not asking the court to give this court Mr. Gibson 2 life sentences. I'm asking for concurrent time. I'm asking this court, before the trial, the recommendation was 25 years. He did not accept that because Mr. Gibson wanted his day in court, and he got that. He received his day in court, Your Honor. He wanted the constitutional right to have his Sixth Amendment trial, and he received that. He received a fair trial from this honorable court. So we're asking that he receive a fair sentence as well. It doesn't stop at sentencing. The fairness continues from jury selection all the way through the end of the case. And we believe that that's what will happen this morning. We're asking this court, Your Honor, my client would like to address the court.
Okay.
So before I ask the court for what I'd like to ask the court to do, can I have my client address the court?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Good morning today, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I want to start out by thanking you for giving us a fair trial. I want to thank the jurors for the amount of time that they put in to judge this trial. This time being on this trial, I was able to see how the jurors are put in a tough position to, sit there and judge someone's life, and, it's a hard decision, and I felt like they made the wrong judgment. I've done things in my life, I'm not perfect, but the things I've been accused of, I know that I haven't done those things. I know it's typical for a person to come up here and, show remorse to, crimes that they have done, but I can only show remorse to the people that I know that was in this trial, which is Kiara Adams, Deanna Sanders, and Jasmine Brown. Not remorse on behalf of like I did anything to them, because if you know me, and people who really know me know that I wouldn't force anybody to do anything. I met women, I dated women who were doing escort or whatever, however people want to look at it from a moral standpoint, but who was doing these things as a grown woman. I've only dealt with grown women. Nothing was forced. Nothing was coerced or anything of that nature. If you notice before this trial, no woman can say anything about me before this trial. If you notice before this indictment, no woman can say anything about me before this indictment. I get the situations that people are put in when they're faced with a certain type of crime or a certain type of time, and they're bullied into this situation to put the blame on someone, or to put the blame on Cash Out, or to put the blame on someone who's at the top. That's why I didn't really fault them for their decision. I didn't fault Deanna Sanders for making her decision during a proffer. She just had a child. Mind you, she was just on video call with me while being incarcerated. I don't fault Kiara Adams for doing the things she did with her proffer, because mind you, she was facing a certain amount of time handling her probation in different cases that she's on. I don't fault people for making accusations, because I'm a man that typically let women leave on their own behalf. Never held them in prison or held them in slavery or said, you can't leave me or you can't do this. Every woman you seen come on this stand showed you that they left and came back willingly on their own. What I mean by that, they left on their own and they came back willingly on their own. During this trial, I was able to see, you know, how valuable life is and how valuable the people that you hang around or the people that you even date or the people that you even know, how valuable it is to judge their character. Sometimes I let people stay around who I knew was going to affect a situation that I had going on. So I don't, and for the people who came to this trial that I never met a day in my life, never had any contact with them, never had a text message with them, never had an interaction with them, don't even know where most of these stories came from, it's baffling. Never forced a woman to commit a sexual act. Never, I've been traveling all around the world from here to Dubai, and you would never hear a woman say that I forced them to do anything sexual or commit a rape with anybody. I don't hang around people that do things of that nature. I feel like, and somebody asked me this the other day, it was like, every time I see your head high and you always smiling, because when you have that confidence, it takes me back to the Bible. When you have that confidence and you know you can be falsely accused of things, Jesus was falsely accused, a lot of the prophets were falsely accused. You don't have that emotion like you've done something. You know, so if you've seen me with my head high or if you've seen me smiling, it's because I know at the end of the day, through Jesus Christ, the Most High will always give you the actual judgment. So I really thank you for providing us a fair trial. Just me getting to know you during trial, I was like, you know, she's just the judge. But when you sit 12 people in that panel and you know, have them, you know, judge our lives and, you know, put them in a position to judge our lives, you know, it takes you back to, once again, the Bible, when people had to judge these prophets' lives. And I say, if you know me, you actually know me. There's plenty of people that know me in this world. There's plenty of people that know me in this jail. There's plenty of people that know me where I'm from. Like I say, once again, I'm not perfect. I come from certain areas. I come from, you know, certain environments. I come from doing things in my past life before the music. But I'm here to tell you that if you sat in this trial and you paid attention to this trial, before these dates, no woman could ever say, I done those things to them. Before these dates, you can go on my Instagram and see these women enjoying themselves, having their own things, living their own life. Before these dates, I could say you had these women that never had anything to say about me before this indictment, before the RICO. You had these women actually talking to me while I was incarcerated. I've been incarcerated for 4 years, and these women are interacting with me. These women who took the stand and supposedly scared of me or monsters or I'm a monster or took these proffers. This wasn't the case before they was indicted. So from my perspective, I feel like some people can get bullied into a situation that they really don't really want to do. And I'm sitting here just holding my head high and just, you know, feeling that one day the truth will come out. One day the truth will come out on my situation. One day the truth will come out on this rape allegation, that these things never happened. And when you see a person get up on that stand and put their hand on the Bible and swear to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, that means you have to be perfect like you're Jesus. You have to be perfect on that stand. You can't show a flaw. And that's a tough one. It's a tough one for me because I had flaws in my life. So you have to tell the complete truth on that stand. And I got up there and see people put their hand on that Bible and not tell the complete truth. And that's baffling. But at the end of the day, I put my trust in the Most High. I put my trust in the universe to bring out the truth, to bring out the truth of these people who made these allegations. To me, it's like you have no heart. You have no heart. And I know people want me to stay in line or walk a toe, but when you speaking something truthfully and you speaking from the heart and you know that this is not your character, something must be said. And I just wanted to address the court and give my perspective on the things that I felt during this trial and the judgment that I felt that the jurors gave us was not the correct judgment. And it will show. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Matthews?
Your Honor, thank you for allowing Mr. Gibson to speak to this honorable court. So, Your Honor, I'm asking this court to measure what was offered before trial and what the court believes is fair after this trial, and that there not be a trial penalty imposed. I'm asking the court to consider a 30-year sentence with all of the charges run concurrent, with the exception of the firearm charge that has to be, under our statute, a consecutive imposition.
All right, thank you, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Cabrera.
Good morning, Judge. I'll keep it as simple as humanly possible. Ms. Smith, she's here before you today on sentencing on counts 1 and 36 of this indictment. Ms. Smith has been in custody since April 19, 2022. Mr. Matthews had let her know that there was a warrant for her arrest, and she turned herself in, and she's been in custody consistently since then. While in custody, she's had not a single negative incident during her stay at all. Not a single write-up, not a run-in, not an argument, nothing at all. In fact, there's a supervising officer that is in the women's location who speaks very highly of her and her involvement while in custody.
Correction, it's 1 and 37.
I'm sorry, is it 37?
Yes.
Okay, 1 and 37, my apologies.
Go ahead.
Her last, as the state shared with you, her criminal history, the only other felony to speak of related to Ms. Smith is some 32 years ago. And it's in regards to a possession of marijuana charge. While she's been in custody, she's been positively engaged and working on rehabilitation. One of the things that Mr. Matthews mentioned that is expected to come out of sentencing and what the expectation is. She's already been working on her rehabilitation since she's been in custody. She has been a pod worker, which is the equivalent of a trustee. So her requirements there is that she cleans the pod, that she passes out food, that she mops floors, that she sweeps floors, that she makes sure that clothes get washed. And while that sounds to some, while it might be, I don't know, even demeaning to some, it's actually a privilege that's bestowed upon them while they're in custody, that they're able to be trusted to do these things. And she's been trusted to do these things while she's been in custody since 2022. She has participated in the New Beginnings program, is still participating in the New Beginnings program, working towards the certificate that they receive at the end of that. Through that, they participate in anger management, parenting classes, AA classes, cosmetology, all these things, regardless of whether or not these are areas that pertain to their particular arrest or pertain to something that they have personally asked for or needed, and she's walked through all of them. She's participated in everything. Since she's been in custody, she has been conducting Bible study for the past, I want to say 2.5 years, and in that she has received a certificate, and it's for the faith worth dying for, having achieved a grade of 100%. She's also participated in lessons on assurance and received a certificate for that through the Set Free Prison Ministries Rehabilitation by Regeneration program that's at the jail for her. During the time that she's been in custody, she's unfortunately lost her father. During this trial, you learned that while at the home in Johns Creek, her father lived with her. She had a family that lived in the home with her, and she was a primary caregiver. Since she's been in custody, she's lost him. Her mother is 77 and is in Alabama. Her brother is just 50, and during the time that her father was severely declining, he went into a coma. He's recently come out of the coma. He requires speech therapy. He requires, I believe, occupational therapy and physical therapy, and is receiving dialysis. So naturally, her mother at 77, her brother at 50 with all of these now special needs, these are folks that she would like to get back to, folks that she would like to be able to caregive for like she did for her father while he was ill before she went into custody. We attempted, Ms. Smith never wanted to be in trial. Ms. Smith never wanted to have a trial. And so there were several conversations and meetings that the state and I had, and the bottom line is that we were just far too far apart on being able to reach a negotiation that we could present to this court. So she ended up in trial, but definitely not a choice of hers. I've heard the recommendation from the state, which ultimately is the max on the 2 charges and to run them consecutively. On behalf of Ms. Smith, I would ask for something different, but I do want to allow Ms. Smith an opportunity to speak on her own behalf if Your Honor would like to hear from her. You can come over here.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I'd like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm sorry. I'd like to say thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. Not a day, ever since I turned myself in, I was always prayerful for the victims. I take accountability. I pray for them continuously. I pray for the district attorney's office. I pray for you, Judge, because that's what God requires me to do. And that's what I truly feel in my heart, because I love God so much, and I'm so full of joy. That Friday, when the verdict came in, I wasn't angry at all, not at all. I almost thought something was wrong with me. So that Saturday, well, the night before, let me back up. I talked to God like I always do. And he said, I must give my testimony to the young ladies in New Beginnings. And I said, Father God, I don't want to put my business out there. That's my business. But Father God said, your business is my business, and my agenda is your agenda. He said for me, which I always do, I respect authority. And Sergeant Ball was on the shift in my pod. So I had to speak to her. I was kind of afraid to speak to her. But Father God reminded me, he said, I'm by your side, do not fear. So I pressed the button and I asked, could I speak to her? Because I knew that in order to get my testimony, there's authority that I must talk to. So I went out and she asked me what was going on. And I said, Sergeant Paul, I'm asking, like, during devotion, will I be able to give my testimony? Because that's what God has said for me to do. It wasn't a choice. God doesn't give you that. He gives commandments. And I never want to be disobedient to God. She said, Miss Smith, she said, you cannot be disobedient to God. So if you give your testimony and it just saves one person, just one person, you've done what God asked you to do. So I gave my testimony to about 35 women in the New Beginnings pod with me. God was speaking through me. I give him all the praise and glory. It's not me at all. My attorney, she's been great. She's been great. And she asked me when she came Sunday to speak to me what I would like her to say. And she has done that. And I just say, give me an opportunity just to speak to the judge just a little bit. I'm so sorry for the victims. And I pray for them and will continue to pray. Because God says, if you love me, you love others. And when I pray wholeheartedly. I didn't think I could do it in the beginning. I said, God, I don't know if I can do this. But he knew exactly what he wanted me to do. He chose me to do this. I couldn't even stop teaching the word if I wanted to. That's not even an option with me. Whatever you wish it to be, I'm okay with that. Because I will continue to spread the good news wherever I go. Because that's the path that God put me on. It's been with me for a long time. I just didn't take notice to it. I love what I do. I love spreading the good news. I love showing love to all, and I mean it wholeheartedly. I'm not angry at all. And I thank you for this opportunity. Miss Winfrey, I thank you. I thank everyone.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to be asking that you sentence her to a period of 20 years to serve 5 with the balance on probation. The state has listed their conditions. I have no objection to the conditions that they have listed, so I ask that those conditions be the conditions that this court sentence her to. And that she be allowed to serve the balance of her 20 years on probation outside of that 5 years.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I will be brief because Mr. Matthews has said a lot of what I was going to say up here for Mr. Taylor. I would just like to add, Mr. Taylor's been incarcerated longer than everyone else. He's been in jail since this arrest for this case back in 2019. Mr. Taylor, out of this entire trial, played the smallest role, if any, in regards to this quote-unquote enterprise. And just remember that literally majority of the people that took the stand didn't even know who Mr. Taylor was. Or if they had seen him, they had seen him once, maybe somewhere over the years. As I have said throughout this trial and at the beginning, Mr. Taylor isn't similarly situated to literally every other co-defendant that's on this case. We've all been through these hearings. We've all been through the trial. I just wanted to put that out there on the record because Mr. Taylor wanted to make sure that it was known he's played the smallest role in this case, yet he's already been punished more than every other person on the indictment. Before we talk about, well, as the state said, Mr. Taylor is a recidivist, so there's not really much I can do when it comes to sentencing with the court. However, Mr. Taylor does want to address the court before we move forward.
All right. All right.
Hey, how you doing, Your Honor?
Good morning.
My name is Tyrone Orlando Taylor.
Speak up a little louder for me, sir.
My name is Tyrone Orlando Taylor. I know my life ain't been perfect. I made a lot of mistakes in life. I know my background ugly, but not violent, like being caught with guns and robbery and murders and stuff. I know that I made a lot of mistakes by making the wrong decisions. And I learned since 2019, I've been incarcerated to make the right decision. I learned a lot of patience. And the victims who accusing me of something that they said I did, that I didn't do. And it hurt me. Since I've been locked up, my family, I've been having folks dying on me. My son growing up, my daughter growing up. And I've been doing the best I can to get out this situation. And for the victim, Jordan Allen, I ask that she forgive me if she felt like I did any harm to her. I don't harm no one. I help people. I always have jobs that I work. I was a chef. I put pipes in the ground. I helped create Centennial Park, the Kroger off Ponce de Leon. I was working. I was doing a lot of positive things, but I had my foot sometimes in the wrong mud. So since I've been doing time, I learned to stay positive and don't do nothing negative. Just stay positive and stay prayed up. I talk to my mama every day that's all who I call my mama, every day since I was locked up. And I talk to my son, I tell him, make the right decision. I talk to him like he's a brother. Make the right decision. And think about the consequences on the bad and the good. And I know that people judge me on my look, 'cause I got a strong face. I'm a man. I look like that. I can't help how I look. I'm not no violent person, no herder. I don't hurt nobody. And any woman who got up on the stand and said I hurted them, they can't show no proof, no picture, no report that I really physically hurted them. I got a mother, I got sisters, I got nieces, I got aunties. I love women. I ain't ever committed no crime that they're accusing me that I committed. You can look at my record. In the past, I was a user. I used to use drugs, and in 2017, I was in a drug program called Stan Inc. Fulton County put me in now. And when I was in there, when I completed the program, I was with my friend Felicia. I was in a relationship with her. In 2017, 18, and 19, I got caught up with this for something that I didn't do. And I don't know how to say it, but I know that if I actually can't get another chance to prove that I'm a righteous person, I'm not violent, I'm not no threat, I'm not none of that what they saying I am. I promise you I'm not. That's all I got to say, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, thank you for giving him the opportunity to speak.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna take some time with this. Should be back 10 minutes. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
10 minutes-ish.
But everybody got up there. Well, I'm not gonna say everybody got up there, but at least the mama got up there, and Orlando got up there, and basically, had some type of remorse, some type of accountability, some type of, hey, I know this is what they came up with, but just please, Lord, please. And he got up there arrogant as ever, bending the word and trying to get the judge to believe him. And I think it's gonna end up hanging him in the end. He hot that both of them got up there and did that. But at this point, shoot, it's every man for themselves. It's every man for themselves. So he sure did. He said, give me one more chance. I was trying to help people. His lawyer said he's the least named. People got to pretty even know who he was. You know what I'm saying? Crazy. And yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and switch. We're gonna go on back over there to who are we watching, y'all? We watching Nicole. We were talking about Curl and Nicole. We're gonna go back over to Nicole. I'm gonna keep this up. Whenever they come back, we're gonna switch back. It was kind of graphic, so they might, I don't know if YouTube gonna ban the little video or whatever, but we'll see. We're gonna come back on over here to Nicole real quick.
With Carol Mitchell's physicians about those concerns.
I didn't follow up with her doctors with it. I guess I just took my own take on it from dealing with her and being around her and seeing how her actions were, that I didn't have those same concerns.
Had you, did you following that call, sort of check on Carol Mitchell's living situation, maybe to sort of adapt the home situation to be safer for her?
We'd been up there quite a few times. We'd been in contact with her and different things, and I never had any red flags that showed up. Like one of the conversations when we were talking was things were like in a disarray or things like that, and I didn't see that. The only part that was probably in a disarray was the back corner bedroom, which it emptied out a hutch and put everything into boxes. So that room was probably about the only one that was in a disarray. Everything else was just how Carol kept things.
Okay. So, but it would be a fair statement that after the call from Nicole Mitchell, you didn't really follow up with other people to corroborate or to check on those concerns.
I had reached out to her friend Lori and her neighbor Penny and things like that, and just asked, we've all been kind of watching over, and just if things seem out of the ordinary or things of that sort, or any red flags, that we've all been in contact, and we haven't had those.
After Rod Mitchell's death, had anyone come to live with Carol Mitchell or stay with her on a regular basis?
No.
In your understanding, Ms. Muxfeld, who ended up with Rod Mitchell's estate?
Carol.
Okay. And by the time that process was completed, you were the power of attorney?
Correct.
Okay. And there was some talk in that text message, and we can pull it up if we need, but let's just go on memory, that there's something about Lori or Lori's money or something like that. Do you recall that?
Rod had a sister, Lori, that passed away.
Uh-huh.
And from my understanding with Carol, that there was some checks that were sent to her siblings that were given to them. And so, to my understanding, that was from her, whether it was some life insurance or she was, sharing some of her, whatever she had in her estate or whatever.
Okay. And you may or may not know what the amount was, but was it your understanding that it was some thousands of dollars?
I don't remember what the total was talked about, but I want to think there was a couple of checks for like $10,000 each.
Okay. Was it your understanding that ultimately that money did in fact go to Carol Mitchell when the estate was all settled?
I believe so, because it was Rod's that would go to Carol as a survivor.
Okay. Okay.
What?
Thank you, Ms. Muxfeld. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Ms. Muxfeld, you referenced a couple names a moment ago, Lori and Penny. Do you know their full names?
Nope.
Can you tell us who those individuals would be?
Penny is Carol's neighbor right next door. They've lived next door to each other for many, many years. So they've always talked in the backyards and stuff like that. And then her friend Lori has been a good friend of hers for many years. I think they live by Cormorant or something, but they've been very close for many, many years.
Okay, so would it be accurate that these two individuals are part of Carol Mitchell's social group?
Yes.
Okay. Friends?
Yes, very close.
Ms. Muxfeld, are you aware if Carol Mitchell has any delinquent bills at this current time?
I don't believe so.
You are aware and she doesn't, or you're not aware?
I'm not aware that she has any, but usually she has said if she's gotten anything that she's called about, like if she's gotten something that doesn't look like an invoice. Like there was a magazine one time, and she's like, "Is this her invoice?" I said, "No, it's a fake one."
Are you aware if Carol Mitchell is subject to any collection type actions currently?
Not that I'm aware of.
And would she run these type of things by you if she had questions?
Yep. Yes.
Are you aware if Carol Mitchell being scammed out of any money to date?
Not that I'm aware of.
If she had concerns, do you believe she would, again, run them by you?
Yes.
Well, now, Ms. Muxfeld, you are the power of attorney for Carol Mitchell, correct?
Correct.
Does that power of attorney give you access to her medical records?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever accessed her medical records?
I have not.
Are you aware of any other individual who would have the right to access Carol Mitchell's medical records?
No.
Is that a no?
It's a no. Yep.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringster.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Muxfeld, again, by the point that Roderick Mitchell's estate was being dealt with in the court system, you were the power of attorney, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware of any bills that Carol Mitchell had failed to pay before the finalization of that estate?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of any bills that had to be discharged after the finalization of that estate because Carol Mitchell failed to pay them?
No.
Okay. You testified as to access to Carol Mitchell's medical records. You also have access to her financial records.
Correct.
When is the last audit you conducted of Carol Mitchell's financial records?
We met with Wells Fargo, I'd say early this spring. We were in contact with them and went back through things.
Spring of 2020.
I don't know, then. Boosie, I don't know. I'm in the basement. How am I supposed to know? Okay, I understand that, but I don't know where he is.
Speaking of her medical records, of Carol Mitchell's medical
I
records, you
don't
did and have been
know.
aware
I don't
of
know.
Carol Mitchell's diagnosis for
All
Alzheimer's.
right, you keep asking me the same thing like you don't hear me.
And I'm not intending to ask you any details, but do you have any other family members, friends, or close personal acquaintances in your life who have dealt with Alzheimer's?
Yes.
Okay, so you are familiar with the progression of that disease?
Yes, I took care of my mother-in-law for 5 years.
And do you understand that people with Alzheimer's can present them in very different ways from your own experience?
Correct.
Sometimes people with Alzheimer's can appear extremely lucid and sharp.
Yep.
And in fact, Carol Mitchell has, it's my opinion, you tell me what you think, has, I think, a very elegant and refined voice and way of speaking about things.
She does, yes.
But that doesn't actually mean she always tracks everything that's going on. Is that a fair statement?
I think she has times where she's more flustered, so it seems progressively worse when it's not.
So it's your testimony that, your opinion, it's not really progressively worse for Carol.
Yeah, I mean, it's a disease that's not going to go away, and we know we're going to see progression as it comes. I think stress and different things like that can cause days more of it. Then you see higher signs of it than the next day.
Thank you, Ms. Muxfeld. No further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Ms. Muxfeld, since becoming power of attorney, do you feel like you've kept a close watch on Carol Mitchell?
Yes.
And are you aware of anything going on in her life on April 22nd, 2024 that would require an emergent break-in into her home?
No.
Nothing further.
No further questions.
Ms. Muxfeld, you may step down. Again, watch your step.
All right, we are continuing our coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell of Woodbury. This is going on in Becker County Court in Detroit Lakes. That was Pam Muxfeld, who is the niece of Carol Mitchell, Nicole's stepmother, and is also the power of attorney. And she testified about her
Law enforcement from Alexandria Technical College.
Mr. Vickmark, are you a veteran?
I am.
Are you still active?
Yes, I am in the Army National Guard.
What did you do, or what is your position within the National Guard?
Currently, I'm an operations non-commissioned officer, sergeant first class, with a brigade headquarters company. So basically, my job, I kind of assist in a team overseeing everything on the battlefield in front of us.
Do you have some training as an MP?
I do.
Mr. Vickmark, what was your title with the DLPD in April of 2024?
At that time, I was a special agent with the West Central Minnesota Drug and Violent Crime Task Force. It's a kind of a special investigatory position within the police department.
Is it sometimes also referred to as investigator within your agency?
Yes.
As an investigator at that time, were you aware of the arrest of defendant Nicole Mitchell?
I was, yes.
Were you asked to assist with some follow-up investigation?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to April 25th, 2024. Can you tell us how that day started?
That day started, I was made aware by Sergeant Chad Glander that Carol Mitchell was on her way in to speak to an officer, as she still had some concerns from the incident that happened a couple of days prior at her residence.
And you sat down with Ms. Mitchell at that time?
Yes.
How would you describe her demeanor?
I would say she was still pretty scared of the incident that happened. If I could best describe it, I would say when a person gets scared and they still have a lot of adrenaline going through their system, she hadn't had quite that adrenaline dump yet, so she was still really agitated, still really worked up.
What sort of things did Ms. Mitchell tell you?
They can finish their case today. I, as a defense attorney, would.
Due to the nature of the situation, so I became involved in responding to a lot of those. And then I also assisted just reviewing reports and body cam footage of the incident.
I want to jump ahead a tiny bit. Did you go to Carol Mitchell's house on April 25th?
Yes, sir.
2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At that time, did Carol Mitchell demonstrate to you what had occurred on the morning of April 22nd?
She did, yes.
Did she walk through being awoken and such?
Yes, she brought us to her bedroom and described kind of step by step what happened when she was awakened that morning of the call.
Was your body-worn camera activated on April 25th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you record that conversation with Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
Was it a true and accurate depiction of that interaction that morning?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review that portion of it prior to trial?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Chief Todd, if I told you it was marked as Exhibit 113 in our exhibits system, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask to offer Exhibit 113.
No objection, Your Honor. Exhibit 113 is received.
I would ask to briefly publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Husband's my friend Jim here. Vacuum cleaner guy Jim stuff.
Hi, Carol.
Hi.
Jim, how are you today?
Carol, I know we didn't call ahead or anything, but would you be okay if we were to go take a look around the house and downstairs and look for
I don't mind.
any more potential evidence? We've got maybe a couple of things in mind that we are looking for.
Jim cleaned out that big drop window over there where that fry bar was, just to see if anything else was in there, but it was just in dirt. So,
While we're up here, could you show us your bedroom and where the person was that you stepped on?
yeah. Down here. She was laying right here with her head.
Let me get up here with my body camera so you can describe it. Okay?
Okay, I sit here.
Yep.
And she was laying right here. Her head was at that end and her feet at this end.
Okay. Is there anything that you keep?
3 drawers under there, but there's
What do you keep in those drawers?
socks, underwear. You know, I checked to see if there was any. This is just an empty box. I was checking to make sure that's just, you know.
Okay, just
But I did keep, for a long time, I kept my pistol.
Okay.
And I'm sure.
So you cleaned up, you stepped out of bed and you actually.
Something woke me, and I sleep with earplugs, so I couldn't figure out what it was that woke me.
Yep.
If it was a loud sound, or if what. So I just, what was that? And I stepped on, and I stepped on a body, and it moved.
Yeah.
And I went, what the hell? And I jumped on like this and grabbed, because I thought it was like a little kid or something. I didn't think it. And then when it was bigger, well, at first I thought, man had broken, but it was too small for a big man. So then I thought it was a little boy or some teenager got in or something. And then she shot out, ran out down the hall through the kitchen and down into the basement.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I'll follow you now. Thank you.
Basement?
So, and you definitely saw this person hang a left and go down?
I was right behind her. I mean, and I still thought it was a boy. You know, I never, until you guys told me it was Nicole, I didn't know. Anyway.
So, Chief Todd, you were intimately aware of the defendant's arrest. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you were aware when she was formally charged?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall which day that was?
No, I don't remember which date. I would guess it would have been the following date after the arrest, but.
April 23rd?
Yes.
Would it be also fair to say that you are aware of, when she had court proceedings and was released from custody?
Yes, sir.
Chief Todd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 114. you see that document, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is it a true and accurate record generated from the jail system?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 114 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
114 is received.
I would ask to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Chief Todd, I'm going to direct you to the middle portion of this document. Does it state when Ms. Mitchell was booked in or began officially being in custody?
Yes, sir.
What time is that?
05:36 hours on April 22nd, sir.
Okay. Does it state when she was released from custody?
Yes, sir.
Could you read that time for us?
11:58 hours on April 23rd, 2024.
Thank you. Now, Chief, you had testified already that you kind of took an active role in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Given the defendant's title, did you continue to monitor things?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe? Did anything else come to your attention later that afternoon after the defendant was released?
Yes, sir.
What was that, sir?
I was notified, and I don't remember by whom, but I was notified of a social media post that the defendant had put on Facebook.
Did you capture a copy of that, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
Chief Todd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 115, 115. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. That's the screen grab that I made of that posting.
From which website?
Facebook.
And does it appear to be a exact replica of the screen grab that you did?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to 115.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 115 is received.
I would ask to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Chief Todd, could you read the defendant's social media post?
Sure. Regarding the recent news, like so many families, mine is dealing with the pain of watching a loved one decline due to Alzheimer's and associated paranoia. Over the weekend, I learned of medical information which caused me grave concern and prompted me to check on that family member. I entered a home I have come and gone from countless times in the past 20 years, where my son even once had his own room. Unfortunately, I startled this close relative, exacerbating paranoia, and I was accused of stealing, which I absolutely deny. Thank you to all my close friends and colleagues of both parties for the kind words of support and for trusting my character even before I had a chance to respond. This has been a true tragedy for our family, and my hope is that it can return to being a private matter.
Thank you. Chief Todd, you had, as supervisor, you had reviewed the body-worn camera footage in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in your, did this social media post appear to be consistent with what you had observed on the body-worn camera?
No, sir.
Chief Todd, were you made aware of any other statements that the defendant published?
I believe I attached a public statement later on, but I don't remember the date that that was made. I believe I attached another public statement by the defendant to the case file.
Chief Todd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 116, 116. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what this was?
This would be that release from the defendant that I published later.
Again, you saved a copy of this?
Yes, sir.
Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer Exhibit 116.
No objection.
Exhibit 116 is received.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish at this time.
You may.
I'm not going to ask you to read that, Chief Todd.
Okay.
And Chief Todd, you were present, I think we've already covered this, you were present at Carol Mitchell's home on the April 25th?
Yes, sir.
And you assisted with what we've been calling as the point of entry investigation?
Yes, sir.
You were present when Investigator Vic Mark and Sergeant Glander made their observations and took photographs?
Yes, sir.
After April 25th, did you have any other active role in this investigation?
Yes, sir. I don't remember the exact date without my notes, but I did have some interaction with the Becker County Jail regarding an item that was on the defendant's person at the time of her processing. However, we weren't aware of that item until later on in the week.
And as chief, you've kind of looked over this whole case file, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And like with any investigation, there's a few items that you wish the state had, or the agency had done differently. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you just walk us through a couple of those things that, looking back, you wish you had taken charge of?
Sure. The item that was found on the defendant's person during her booking process was some type of a fingertip flashlight glove device. The jailers found it during the pat down and it wasn't saved. The arresting officer wasn't notified, so that item was lost and it was given back to the defendant during her out processing. I would have liked to have that item as evidence for the court process. One of the other things that I wished we'd have done different, I wished we'd have seized the defendant's cell phone. I don't believe we did. I would have liked to have had that for multiple reasons, but for a lot of data that may have been contained on that phone.
In the defendant's car, was it ever searched?
It was not. I would have, now that you remind me of that, sir, I wished we would have impounded the car and done a search warrant on the car to see what other items were there.
But all in all, fair to say you're proud of your officers?
I am. It's very rare in this part of the country to have an active home burglary occur when a resident is in the home. It's very rare. And then for the officers to make an arrest in that situation is also very rare. So I am proud that the officers successfully made that arrest and the basic.
State versus Ali. Ms. Stone and Ms. Zoe are present on behalf of the state. Mr. Kading is present with Mr. Ali, representing Mr. Ali, and Mr. Leary is present with Mrs. Ali and representing Mrs. Ali. We are before the court on a continuation of trial. This morning, I received Mr. Leary's proposed jury instructions. And so I have those, and Mr. Leary handed me my bench copy because I was out here, and that he had emailed it to my judicial assistant, who has since forwarded it to me. And Ms. Stone, you have received those instructions as well?
That's correct, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, you indicated that you might have some additional instructions to offer to the court as well, and I just wanted to inquire on that.
Your Honor, I'm still working on those.
All right, so tomorrow?
Hopefully. Although I am going to say that I did receive an instruction from the government late yesterday, so I'm still in the process of putting this together.
All right. Ms. Stone?
That's correct, Your Honor. That's the instruction that the state indicated, I don't recall what day last week, it might have been Thursday, late Wednesday, sometime on Thursday maybe, as to the exchange between 3508 and 3504 with it consistent with the information charged in Mr. Ali's case. So we did provide that yesterday to defense counsel. I don't think it's in the right format for the court, so we have to fix the formatting for the court. That's all.
All right, and so when will it be provided to me?
This afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right. And I would just indicate that on Friday, I have
Ms. Hannah, you ready? Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, the court heard and viewed evidence demonstrating the very worst of human behavior toward other human beings.
The jury verdict in this case reflects that the state met its burden in proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the diabolical conduct of the defendants occurred. The sentencing to be meted out by this court will be responsive to that. Mr. John Michael Hakeem Gibson, would you please stand? Okay. On count 1, violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 20 years to serve in confinement to run consecutive with count 10. On count 10, rape, life in confinement. Count 12, aggravated sodomy, life in confinement to run concurrent with count 10. Count 22, trafficking a person for sexual servitude, 20 years to serve in confinement to run consecutive with count 1. Count 23, trafficking a person for sexual servitude, 20 years to serve in confinement to run consecutive with count 22. Count 24, on the lesser included offense of battery, 12 months to serve in confinement to run concurrent with count 10. Count 25, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, 5 years to serve in confinement to run consecutive with count 23. Count 26, pimping, 12 months to serve in confinement to run concurrent with count 10. Count 27, pandering, 12 months to serve in confinement to run concurrent with count 10. Count 28, keeping a place of prostitution, 12 months to serve in confinement to run concurrent with count 10. Count 29, willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, 12 months to serve in confinement to run concurrent with count 10. Count 30, simple battery, merges into count 24, battery. Count 45, possession of prohibited items by an inmate, 5 years to serve in confinement to run consecutive with count 25. Conditions of this sentence: no contact with any of the victims named in the indictment, to include Diamond Irvin or their families. You are to register as a sex offender. You are to stay away from 737 Alfred Road in Atlanta. You are to stay away from the Mezzo condominium, 2171 Peachtree. You are to stay away from the St. George's Commons address, and you are to stay away from the Fulton Industrial Boulevard corridor. All right, you may be seated. All right, Ms. Smith and counsel, please stand. As to count 1, violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 20 years to serve in confinement. Count 37, trafficking a person for sexual servitude, 10 years to serve in confinement to run consecutive to count 1. You're to have no contact with any of the victims, including Diamond Irvin, named in this indictment, or their families. You are to register as a sex offender. You are to stay away from 737 Alfred Road, the Mezzo at 2171 Peachtree Road, the address at the St. George's Commons, 9340, and the FIB, Fulton Industrial Boulevard corridor. You may be seated. All right, Mr. Taylor. On count one, violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 20 years to serve in confinement, to run consecutive with count 9. Count 9, rape, life in confinement. Count 11, aggravated sodomy, life in confinement, to run concurrent with count 9. Count 13, trafficking a person for sexual servitude, 20 years to serve in confinement, to run consecutive with count 1. Count 15, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 20 years to serve in confinement, to run consecutive with count 13. Count 16, false imprisonment, 10 years to serve in confinement, to run consecutive with count 15. Count 17, pandering by compulsion, 10 years to serve in confinement, to run concurrent with count 9. Count 18, possession of cocaine, 3 years to serve in confinement, to run concurrent with count 9. Count 19, tampering with evidence, 12 months to serve in confinement, to run concurrent with count 9. Count 20, willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer by use of threats or violence, 10 years to serve, to run concurrent with count 9, and a suspended fine of $300. You are to have no contact with any of the victims named in the indictment, nor are you to have any contact with Diamond Irvin or any of their families. You are to stay away from the Fulton Industrial Boulevard corridor. You are to stay away from 737 Alfred Road in Atlanta. You are to stay away from the Mezzo address at 2171 Peachtree Road and the address at the St. George Commons, 9340. You register as a sex offender. And that is the sentence of this court. You may be seated. Mr. Gibson, Ms. Smith, and Mr. Taylor, I have to give you some post-conviction rights that you have, all right? You may remain seated while I give you these rights, okay? You need to know that you have the right to seek post-judgment relief from your convictions, the crimes, by either making a motion for a new trial in this court and or filing an appeal to a higher appellate court. If you wish to file a motion for a new trial or an appeal, then you will need to file the said motion or notice of appeal with the clerk of the Superior Court of this county within 30 days of the judgment and the jury verdict, the final disposition. You may wish to more fully discuss this with your lawyers. If a motion for a new trial is made and the court denies it, you will have 30 days from the filing of the order of denial in which to file with the clerk of this court your notice of appeal. You have a right to have a lawyer represent you on the motion for new trial and the first level of direct appellate review. And if you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, the court will provide you a lawyer and a transcript of your trial at no cost. With respect to felony convictions, you usually have a period of 4 years from the date that your sentence in this court becomes final to file what is known as a habeas corpus petition. On any misdemeanors, you have a period of 1 year from the date your sentence in this court becomes final to file a habeas corpus petition. All right? And with that, they may be taken back.
Y'all saw it. She maxed out cash out in Orlando, and she gave the mother 30 years to serve. So let's get ourselves back on over to the honor killing.
The start of the draft instructions, using what I had from the state and what I had from Mr. Kading. I identified just my own notes, what I thought was missing. And I will be working on adding Mr. Leary's proposed instructions as well, so that hopefully once I receive the other proposed instructions that people know they're offering as we sit here now, that I can at least get those instructions in a draft format. What I never like to see is when I have provided the draft instructions to the parties the day before we're going to talk about them and no one has looked at them. And so they're reading the instructions instead of us being able to go to the places in the instructions where there is an objection by anyone or exception. That's the most efficient way for us ultimately to address the jury instructions. Ms. Stone, any preliminary issues before we get started?
I think just before pass to the court, the state has Dr. Kim this morning, and then Officer Chavez. Ms. Zoe is doing Dr. Kim, then we're doing Officer Chavez. The state has Officer Bell here as well to testify this morning. I indicated to Mr. Leary and Mr. Kading yesterday that the state intends to introduce some portions of Officer Bell's body camera. There was I guess a discussion, very short discussion late last night about an objection to that. There was some conversation this morning based on the case law associated with that. I think the objection as to the admission of the body cameras itself as a whole, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Leary, but my understanding is that objection itself is withdrawn, but he may have objections to certain portions of that body camera. So I anticipate that the parties are likely following Officer Chavez to ask for a break to see if that is something we can resolve between the parties prior to Officer Bell testifying. I can tell the court we have taken Sergeant Newcomb off of the list for today. So following Officer Bell, we have Officer Howard and then Dr. Gilbert, and those are the state's witnesses for today.
And you anticipate Dr. Gilbert this afternoon still?
Yes, Your Honor.
At 1:30?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or is it close there too?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And who is doing the exam of Officer Chavez?
I'm doing Officer Chavez and Officer Bell, and Ms. Zoe has the remainder of the witnesses for today.
All right. Mr. Leary?
Just to kind of complete the record, Your Honor. So I did provide a case and a statute to the state where it appeared to me that the requirements of the statute weren't complied with, thus making the body worn video inadmissible. I was provided with an unpublished case that I had not seen this morning that I think runs contrary to my argument, so I'm not making that argument. However, I did not communicate with the state about issues in the section that they're playing because I didn't think it was going to be admissible. So we are going to talk on break about concerns that I have, see if we are in agreement for editing, and if not, we're ready to report. I would have done it beforehand, but I didn't think it was coming in at all. So, but now I'm not making an argument.
All right. Thank you for that information as well. After we conclude with Dr. Kim and Officer Chavez, I will take a recess and we'll address those issues. And if the parties are unable to reach an agreement about what that video exhibit is going to look like, then I will hear argument.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Kading, do you have any preliminary issues before?
Place you under oath, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you. I'm doing well.
And Dr. Kim, if you could, the microphone can, you can adjust it, and then you can also move your seat closer to the microphone. And just speak into the microphone, but leave about 4 to 5 inches between yourself and the microphone.
Okay, great.
If you could please say your name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Sung Won Kim. Kim is spelled Kim.
What is your occupation?
I'm an otolaryngologist.
Okay, and what is a otolaryngologist?
Otolaryngologist is a physician that practices head and neck surgery.
Okay, and where is your place of employment?
I practice in Olympia, Washington. Do you need the address?
No, what, do you practice at a specific medical facility?
Yeah, I'm actually in a private practice. I work at ENT Associates in Olympia. I am affiliated with Providence St. Peter's Hospital.
Okay. And what do you mean by you're affiliated with Providence St. Peter's Hospital?
That means that the hospital grants me privileges to practice medicine and perform surgeries at that institution.
Okay. What is your education background?
I went to college at UC Berkeley, and then I got a master's degree at Georgetown University. I got my medical degree at George Washington University. Do you need specific dates?
It should be, because I'm
How long
using a
have
new
you been
document on a person who hasn't uploaded it, so I would expect it to go into
including residency. I would be at my 18th year now.
Okay. When you say including residency, Dr. Kim, what do you mean by residency?
Residency is the 5 years of training that I had to do before I could practice on my own.
Okay. And residency, does that, I take it comes after graduation from medical school?
Good question, yes. So I went to 5 years of residency at the Medical College of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, for 5 years to train to do what I do now.
Okay. And what are some of your responsibilities as a otolaryngologist?
Well, I practice general head and neck surgery, which means for the most part I do ear tubes for children, tonsillectomies. I'm also the primary head and neck surgeon. Specifically, I do thyroid surgeries and other endocrine surgeries around the throat, as well as cancers of the tongue, tonsil, voice box, everything clavicle and up except for the brain.
Okay. And as part of your responsibilities as a otolaryngologist, you mentioned you're also associated with Providence St. Peter's Hospital. Do you also get called to examine patients who have been, say, admitted to the emergency department at Providence?
Yes, that's part of my conditions for having privileges at St. Peter's Hospital is for me to be to take call. I take call on average about every 5 weeks for a week at a time.
Okay. And as part of your responsibilities, do you sometimes review CT angiograms?
So what he's saying is that now when it's a new added step for the processor. So now when I upload a document and I go in as a processor and attempt to set it as a resubmit, approve it or deny it, I'm going to have to identify that document within the process in order for it to translate on the UI
underlying cause of the disease processes and to
which isn't there. So without 101-648-99909 can't be tested.
And back in October of 2024, did you review scans that was done on a patient by the name of Fatima Ali?
Yes, I did.
And why were you asked to review the, well, let me ask you this question. Who asked you to review the CT angiogram scans?
I don't recall, but it was one of the emergency department physicians that called me and asked me to review the scans as there were what he described as abnormalities that he wanted me to take a look at.
Okay. When you say
how I understood it, it sounds like in the 99909 ticket, a table was just created,
young patient who
mechanism
had
to
a traumatic event.
Select the document.
I believe he called it a strangulation
to match the status.
Free air
was missed out of the ticket.
The skin,
and so a second ticket was spun up to capture that piece of it so that I could test it from a UI perspective. Otherwise, I'd have to just take
did you in fact review these
testing for 99909.
Yes.
Okay. And
without
what,
being
if
able
any,
to have a visual
were you able to
on the UI
after reviewing the scans?
It was clear that the patient had paratracheal air or subcutaneous air all around her trachea. that extended down towards her superior mediastinum, and I said as much. I also confirmed, the radiologist read about this. I also confirmed that there wasn't any vascular injury, which is what we worry often with strangulation injuries. I specifically said that the amount of air, again, if I remember correctly, I specifically said the amount of air in her neck was not a large amount.
Okay. And then you indicated there was air in the, I believe you said paratracheal. Was that on the left side or the right side?
I gotta be honest, I don't recall 100%, but I believe it's in the right.
Could it have been in the left side?
It could have been, absolutely.
Okay.
But I don't recall.
Okay. And what is the paratracheal space?
So the trachea is your windpipe here. Para means next to, so it's the space around, it's a potential space around your trachea, which is your windpipe here.
Okay.
And the witness is demonstrating on his own neck as he was describing that last testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Kim, have you heard of the term subcutaneous emphysema?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is subcutaneous emphysema?
Subcutaneous emphysema is having air underneath the skin in places where it generally is not found.
Okay, and in this case for Ms. Ali, you indicated there was free air in the tracheal space. Was the air in the free air in the tracheal space underneath the skin?
Absolutely.
Okay. And based on your training experience, can subcutaneous emphysema be dangerous?
Yes.
And how can it be dangerous?
It can be very dangerous if you develop what we call tension pneumothorax or tension pneumomediastinum. The tension portion means that whatever caused the air to go underneath the skin or around the tissues where it doesn't belong can continue putting air into that region without it being able to be released. So the air can continue building up inside the chest or the neck until it squeezes vital structure so that you stop working.
Okay.
I would just indicate that the witness is again using his hands to demonstrate what he is verbally providing in his testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Kim, what is the, you mentioned the word mediastinum many times now. What is mediastinum?
Okay. I'm not a cardiothoracic surgeon, and I don't generally operate in this region, but the mediastinum is the area around your heart, specifically involving the great vessels of your heart, as well as the trachea, and superiorly on the top, as well as the airways that go into your lungs, called the bronchi, or the bronchus for one.
And for the record, Dr. Kim, as you were explaining what mediastinum was, you were demonstrating with your own body.
I was. Do you not want me to do that? Is that easier?
Well, I'm not going to tell you how to testify. We just have to describe what's happening in the courtroom so that the written record will reflect what's happening.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
And Dr. Kim, was Ms. Ali also diagnosed with pneumomediastinum?
She was.
Okay, and what is pneumomediastinum?
Pneumomediastinum is when air is around and in the mediastinum where it generally does not belong.
Okay. And with regards to pneumomediastinum, can that be dangerous as well?
Absolutely.
And how can it be dangerous?
Specifically, the tension portion of it, whether or not the air continues to build up and it has no ability to be released.
Okay.
So if there is enough air inside and around the pneumomediastinum, it can squeeze in the great vessels as well as the airways, such that it will stop being able to conduct airflow through, as well as being able to push blood through the great vessels.
Okay. And when you say great vessels, what do you mean by great vessels?
The aorta, which is the major blood vessel that comes out of the heart that feeds all of your body, including your brain, as well as the pulmonary artery, the pulmonary vein. These are all blood vessels that allow blood to return from the lungs into the heart, so that we get proper oxygenation.
Okay. And for the record, you were
Sorry, yes,
it's okay. You were demonstrating with your own body as well again. You testified, Dr. Kim, that pneumomediastinum can be dangerous due to tension placed on the great vessels.
Yes.
For the great vessels to work normally and properly, is it fair to say that there should not be tension placed on them?
Absolutely. I want to be clear though, I'm not a cardiothoracic surgeon. This is not specifically my specialty. However, I did go to medical school, and it's very clear that avoiding tension and pressure along the aorta is more compatible with life than without.
Okay. And then with regards to the your diagnosis where you indicated that Ms. Ali had air in her left tracheal space, can strangulation cause air to be present in the left tracheal space?
Yes. Well, so many things can cause pneumomediastinum. It can happen spontaneously. Generally happens more to like thin, tall men in their 20s and 30s. But it can happen even during childbirth if you're straining hard enough, let's say, or trauma, which I believe is what happened here.
Okay.
If you put enough force that prevents air from escaping, then you can expel air from the windpipe or some other part of the airway into the mediastinum.
Okay. You indicated if you put enough force to prevent air from escaping. Force on where?
So generally for strangulation injuries, it's generally around the neck, preventing the airflow from coming out. That way it causes increased intrathoracic pressure, and sometimes that pressure goes out at the area of least resistance.
Okay. And the area of least resistance, where would that be?
So I don't know. I didn't look, but it's likely going to be the trachea. In between what's called the tracheal rings, likely is what would happen.
Okay.
But
Also in the last response, before what the doctor just testified to, he was again using himself to explain his testimony.
And Dr. Kim, you indicated that you did not look. When you say you did not look, do you mean in this case you did not do a further examination of Ms. Ali?
That's true. I did not do a further examination of Ms. Ali, but the looking that I had to do required an operative management. That means I would have to take her to the operating room, put her to sleep, and put a camera into her throat, into her mouth and throat, and look into her trachea with what's called a rigid bronchoscope.
Okay. And with regards to and I'm going to ask you some more questions about that in a moment, but you testified that she had basically free air in the left paratracheal space. What is the let me ask you a different question. What is the aerodigestive tract?
The aerodigestive tract is, so it specifically addresses your mouth that goes all the way down. So the digestive tract goes from your mouth all the way down into your stomach, from what I deal with. So it's your mouth, your pharynx, which is your throat, your larynx, which is your voice box, and then down into your esophagus. That's the digestive portion of it. The aero portion of it is your nose, your mouth, your pharynx, which is, it's shared, that's why we call it aerodigestive. And then it goes into your larynx, in between your vocal cords, in your larynx, and down into your trachea.
Okay. And again, for the record, you were demonstrating the explanation of aerodigestive tract with pointing to different parts of your own body.
Yes.
And based on your training experience, can a tear in the aerodigestive tract cause the free air that was present in the left paratracheal space from Ms. Ali?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you talked earlier about sort of when there's air building up, it sort of just ends up going out in the portion of the body that's least resistant, that's of least resistance. With regards to when you say the least resistance, do you mean sort of the aerodigestive tract for a tear to develop?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your training experience, can strangulation cause a tear in the aerodigestive tract?
Absolutely.
And how does that happen?
So there's multiple ways that occurs. Generally, the way I've seen it most is the strangulation causes a fracture of what's called the hyoid bone up here. That is a free-floating bone that's above your voice box. Again, I'm pointing to my body to show you guys where things are. This hyoid bone, when it fractures, it can tear and cause a tract to form between your throat and into and around your subcutaneous tissue, specifically along your larynx and your trachea.
Okay. Besides a fracture to the hyoid bone, are there other ways that strangulation can cause a tear in the aerodigestive tract?
Mm-hmm. Just like when you strain hard enough during labor, it can cause you to tear a part of your trachea enough that you blow air through and down around your paratracheal space into your mediastinum. The same thing can occur if you are have an extrinsic force that pushes on the trachea hard enough that if you build up enough intrathoracic pressure, you can also tear a part of your aerodigestive tract in that way.
Okay. And the building up of the pressure, is that in essence when somebody is in the process of is that in essence when external forces press on your trachea, you're struggling to breathe?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, what is the best way to determine whether Ms. Ali in fact had a tear in the aerodigestive tract?
Well, there are a couple ways. I mean, there's multiple ways. We discussed one already, which is I could have taken her to the operating room, put her to sleep, and taken a look inside of her trachea specifically. And I could have also looked in her esophagus with something called an esophagoscope. That's an option. We decided, well, I can talk about that later, but that's an option. Option number one. Option number two is you could get a study called a swallow study or a barium swallow study. We wouldn't use barium per se. We would use another medium called gastrographin, which is much less irritating along the mediastinum. The thing we worry about for potential violation of the mediastinal space is that we can put more stuff inside of it that can cause her to have a terrible infection.
Okay.
So, and the last study is really getting what's called a CT scan of the chest. All of these, and there may be more that I don't know about, but those are the ones I know about.
Okay. And with regards to sort of doing, I want to talk to you first about option number two, doing the swallow study. Why did you perform that in this case?
No, none of the three things I discussed were not performed. We're not performed. The reason why we decided against performing a gastrographin study is that, or the swallow study, excuse me, with gastrographin. The reason why we decided against performing that specific procedure is one, is that it's a lot of radiation. So it's essentially, the study is performed by you sitting in front of an x-ray machine and you swallow a bunch of gastrographin. And then we watch it with with essentially an x-ray machine. It looks like a movie. You can actually see it as it goes down and see if it leaks out into her chest or mediastinum.
Okay.
And one of the big reasons why I didn't want to do that was because the amount of free air that was inside of her paratracheal space and mediastinum was not very much. I would call it a mild amount of air. I, number one, anticipate this will likely get better on its own with conservative management. And number two, I did not want to irradiate a 17-year-old female as it may, although unlikely, may increase her risk of developing cancer in the future.
Okay. And what about the first option, which you indicated taking her to the operating room and putting a scope?
Okay, that's a great question. Again, it's trying to, just because we can do something, generally just don't do it. In this case, the risk benefit of that would have been high. Specifically, the act of intubation alone, where we put a tube down the throat into the airway so that we can see whether or not she has a tear inside of her trachea, may make things worse because we'd be blowing more air and increasing intrathoracic pressure in an area that I was concerned already has a small tear.
Okay.
So looking would have given us a good answer, but it could have made a condition tremendously worse and put her life at danger. If there was something that we could have done about it, that would be more a more reasonable plan of action. But given that in most cases, even if we find the tear, we don't repair it generally. We allow it to repair on its own.
Okay. And with regards to, if I'm understanding you correctly, if there was in fact, whichever of the three options you testified about, if you had in fact pursued one of the options, even if you had confirmed that she had a tear in her aerodigestive tract, the solution would have been just sort of, I don't want to call it a wait and see game, but sort of wait and see and have the tear heal on its own.
Yeah. Yes, I believe doctors call that watchful waiting.
Okay. All right.
We were watchfully waiting. My great concern for her was whether or not she would have fevers overnight, chest pain, or shortness of breath. If that was the case, then we would call the cardiothoracic surgeons and have them emergently place chest tubes into her chest to relieve her of any fluid and or air from her chest.
Okay. And with regards to the concerns that you had developing a fever, shortness of breath, are those symptoms of tension pneumomediastinum?
So the fever portion is actually mediastinitis, which is a different process. So although I wasn't very concerned about this, there was a chance that her esophagus had torn a little bit, and that if saliva from her mouth as she's swallowing gets into her mediastinum, then she could develop problems with chest pain and fevers, and that could cause her, then I would be very, very anxious that she would have a very serious and potentially life-threatening problem.
Okay. And with regards to, you testified earlier, doctors call it watchful waiting.
Yes.
In this case, was watchful waiting done in Fatima's case?
Watchful waiting was done in Fatima's case.
Okay. And did you put her on any restrictions, though, after you previewed her CT angiogram scans?
Specifically, I asked the pediatrician to have her not eat or drink anything when I saw the CT scan. The reason why I asked the pediatrician not to have her eat or drink anything was, one, although my concern was low that she had a tear in her esophagus, I didn't want to make that worse by having her eat a hamburger, let's say, and getting a piece of bread or some type of food particle stuck inside of her mediastinum. Number two, that if she got worse, that if she required urgent operative management, that we wouldn't have to worry about her having food or water or anything else inside of her stomach for us to do a surgical procedure.
Okay. And just want to make sure I understand your testimony. You indicated in this case that she had free air in the left paratracheal space. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and no procedures was done because you were, as you testified, watchful waiting. You were doing watchful waiting.
Yes.
And despite doing watchful waiting, you still had a concern that she could develop mediastinitis.
Yes, mediastinitis or tension pneumomediastinum.
Yes, absolutely.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning, sir.
So you said that pneumomediastinum is not something you generally deal with? Is that what
That's
I'm gonna
correct.
say? Okay. And you know that it can be caused by several different things.
I do.
Okay. For example, blunt force trauma.
Blunt force trauma is one of them.
Having weight put on your body.
Having weight put on your body is, yes, is possible.
Right. And then we get into things like Macklin effect and all of that. That's from medical school. You remember those things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Macklin effect is, yes.
Okay. I was just curious if you're aware of all of the ways it can be caused.
Yes.
Okay.
Macklin effect, may I?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Macklin effect, generally you can see air along the, like the peribronchial vascular structures. The CT scan did go down to superior mediastinum, but I don't recall it evaluating her entire chest. I don't believe it did. Again, this is a while ago. It generally does not, and I don't recall if there was air along her peribronchial space there.
Okay. And so, just to be clear too, when you're dealing with pneumomediastinum, you're not always entirely sure what causes it, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so the wait and see attitude you take is to kind of see if it's something that's ongoing or something that may resolve quickly on its own.
Yes.
Okay. And so in this case, you saw the air, you said, let's take a look and see what happens.
Yes,
Okay.
watchful waiting.
All right. And so there was no indication of any, well, by the next morning it had resolved, right?
By x-ray it had, yes.
Okay, which was at 8:39 in the morning, something to that effect?
I'm not sure. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
but sometime the next morning it had already resolved?
Yes.
Which means all the air was gone from inside there?
The modality of diagnostic imaging that they chose was a chest x-ray, which is reasonable given her age, and you don't want to get a CT scan of the chest given the amount of radiation that she had. The gross air on chest x-ray, you're looking for dramatic worsening, which I did not see. Chest x-rays are much harder to find minute amounts of air, so a CT scan would be more appropriate for that. I cannot say if it all resolved based on the chest x-ray, but I would say that it was better on chest x-ray.
And so when something is getting better, that typically means in this case that maybe tension pneumomediastinum is probably no longer a major concern, right?
That is very true, yes.
Very true, because that means that there's not a structure that's leaking air continually into the chest cavity.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Well said.
All right. Now, typically in a case like this where it's something that, we'll say, resolves quickly, is there any lasting effect from the incident of pneumomediastinum?
Generally, I'm struggling with this question because I'm not an expert in pneumomediastinum. I would say that I don't know what the answer is, but I would anticipate that it's likely, no, you won't have long-term effects.
Perfect. Okay, and again, just to clarify, the lack of food and water was for two purposes, essentially. One, we don't want to make things worse by getting a piece of hamburger stuck in there,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And two, if there is a problem that we're not seeing right now, we want to be able to immediately address it, right?
I was looking for specific worsening, and so to clarify, yes, if she was worsening all of a sudden, then she would need immediate attention, yes.
Okay. And so in this case, where we have a beginning of pneumomediastinum. We have the air in the lungs. It's possible that it resolves the next day.
Yes.
It's also possible it could get worse.
Yes.
And in this case, it did not get worse, right?
It did not get worse based on the chest x-ray the following morning.
All right. Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Kim.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
We appreciate it. I mean, I assume that it's every doctor's dream to come in and testify.
No,
right?
this is actually pretty terrifying and horrifying to me, so thanks for saying that.
Well, I really appreciate your honesty, and I'm sure it can be horrifying for many people.
Oh, yeah.
But this shouldn't be too bad. So, okay. So at the start of the direct, you testified that you didn't see vascular injury. Did I hear
Yes.
that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that vascular injury is a common result of strangulation cases. Is that? Did you say that?
I want to. The answer is I did say that.
Okay.
So it's not very common, but it's what we look for because it's dangerous.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. May I?
Absolutely.
Okay. The amount of force it takes to restrict, and this is an area that I'm actually expert at, the amount of force it actually takes for you to choke somebody to prevent venous flow, that means blood from your brain going back into your heart, is not very much, about 4 pounds per square inch or so. The carotid artery is a little bit higher, so preventing blood from going from your heart up to your brain is a little bit higher. And if I remember correctly, I want to say it's about 11 pounds per square inch or so. That's about a really firm handshake you can get around the neck. Sometimes the amount of force it takes for you to strangle somebody and even break the hyoid bone is so much that it causes carotid injury. Specifically because of that, the emergency department has, and I did use my hands to demonstrate what part of the neck I was talking about. The emergency department has a protocol for strangulation injuries to look specifically for carotid injury specifically, as it can cause terrible problems with neurovascular damage. You know, it'll look like a stroke sometimes. You can have carotid blowout, all these other terrible things that can occur. I did not see that on the CT angiogram.
Okay. So what you did see was this loose air,
Yes.
correct? And that was the only thing that you saw that was of significance to you in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's why you were called in?
Yes, sir.
And so what we're talking about is, as you described, free air inside. And your chest is a closed universe, correct?
Yes.
All right. So there's no release valve.
No, there is not.
Or at least not a very effective one. Fair?
Yeah, over time, it'll slowly absorb.
Okay.
But yes, there's no obvious release valve.
Okay. And so you talked about it's dangerous if it develops tension in various parts of your chest and your neck area, correct?
Mhm. That's correct.
And that is because it's kind of a one-way. So if there's a tear and it's an open tear, that air is then going in and pressure is building, correct?
That's correct.
And your body doesn't have the ability to actively, quickly release that air.
Exactly.
Okay.
Generally, the rate of absorption is much, much slower than how quickly you can build up the air inside.
Okay. And so we didn't, in this case, see any of that ongoing buildup of air. Fair?
That is fair.
Okay.
May I expound on that?
Sure.
The CT scan was done, I believe, a few hours afterwards.
Okay.
The amount of air I saw wasn't great. There wasn't a lot of air inside of her.
So let me interrupt. So when you say wasn't great,
So
what does that mean? Like danger, or not
Right.
a great amount?
So it wasn't that it was a small amount of air,
Okay.
right? So when I do neck surgeries, I can cause pneumomediastinum, okay? Just because I open up the neck, I'm operating along the trachea and such, right? When I see that on a chest X-ray or a CT scan the following day, I'm not generally worried about it because I know that there's no more air going inside the body, right? So for her, I thought, well, she may be already absorbing some of this, and that's the reason why we're seeing definitely air, but not a large amount. I was a lot less worried about tension pneumomediastinum at this point.
Okay. And so we talked about kind of things that can go wrong, right? And that's why you're watching her, correct?
Mhm.
Why she was admitted.
Just have to have a verbal response.
Sorry. Yes.
And that's why she was admitted overnight, correct?
Yes.
And what you then talked about is just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so the watchful waiting in the morning, if you had seen fever, chest pain, shortness of breath, you then go to we're gonna take those additional steps to research it, correct?
Very good. Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to pay attention. So I mean, there's no need to scope. I mean, if it's going to resolve on its own, we don't need to scope, correct? We don't need to do the swallow study.
Right.
And we don't need to do a CT scan of the chest,
No.
correct? Because of the amount of air, correct?
Yes.
And she wasn't showing signs of further distress.
Right. She was asymptomatic at this point, from what I understood.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Zoe, redirect.
Dr. Kim, when Mr. Kading, the first defense attorney that asked you some questions on cross-examination, he asked you about the different other possible ways that can cause pneumomediastinum. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
Okay, and I believe one of the things he mentioned was that, in essence, having pressure placed on you, like on your chest, could in fact cause pneumomediastinum.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Based on your training experience, in a situation, if somebody is, for whatever reason, holding their breath, and all of a sudden sudden pressure is being placed on their chest, can that cause pneumomediastinum?
From what I've read, that it can, yes. So any kind of chest trauma.
Okay.
So a sudden force to the chest can cause pneumomediastinum, yes.
Okay, and for the sudden force to the chest to cause pneumomediastinum, in the situation where the person is holding their breath, for pneumomediastinum to occur, does it require the person to, in essence, still be holding in their breath when the sudden pressure is being placed on their chest?
If there's no, the answer is probably yes.
Okay.
I haven't seen studies on that, but the way it occurs is that the glottis is your vocal cords and your larynx. Again, I'm pointing to my body. And when it shuts, that allows you to, that prevents any kind of air from escaping your lungs. If you hit your chest hard enough at that point, you're going to increase the intrathoracic pressure, and without this release valve opening up, the air sometimes has to go somewhere, and it can pick a weak area, an area of least resistance, if you will.
Okay. The release valve you're talking about, based on your training experience, for most people, would the release valve in essence open up unless there was something else that was causing it to be shut?
Yeah, it should open.
Okay. And so based on your training experience, the release valve you're talking about, if somebody was holding onto their breath, is it fair to say that they would, in essence, release and exhale once the sudden pressure ends up being applied to their chest?
Yes.
Okay. And on October 18th of 2024, when you first reviewed the scans that was done on Ms. Ali, you testified that the next day you didn't have any concerns due to the fact the presence of free air was in essence had disappeared. But on October 18th, at that time when you first reviewed the scans, did you still have the concern? Did you in fact have the concern that she could develop tension pneumomediastinum?
Oh, absolutely. If I thought that she didn't have any chance that something life-threatening happened to her, I would have said you can just discharge her home. But I was absolutely concerned for a potential life-threatening tension pneumomediastinum, yes.
Okay, and then what about the concern for mediastinitis? I believe that was the correct pronunciation? Okay.
Yes,
I finally got it right. Was that also a concern on October 18th when you first reviewed her scans?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I specifically that's one of the big reasons why I recommended not to eat or drink anything until the following morning.
Okay. And you indicated that the following day when you saw the in essence, free air had disappeared from her aerodigestive tract and then also from her mediastinum. That was the next day after reviewing the subsequent scans. Is that right?
That is correct. I want to be clear. The free air, she probably still had a little bit there.
Okay.
The chest x-ray is not specific enough, sensitive enough to detect really minute amounts of air. So when you say disappeared, it makes me a little uncomfortable.
Okay.
It probably didn't disappear. It was probably just much less.
Okay. But on October 18th, when you first reviewed her scans, did you at that time have the concern that she was possibly still leaking air?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Kading, recross.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, you twice have mentioned the hyoid bone in your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a small bone in your throat?
It's above your larynx. I'm again pointing. This is your voice box here. Men generally have Adam's apples. It's just above that. It's a free-floating bone, one of the few free-floating bones you have.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like the letter C. And it just floats, connecting some of what's called your strap muscles that allows you to swallow better.
Okay, and I believe you said that sometimes gets broken during a strangulation event?
Yes, sir.
It was not broken in this case?
It was not broken in this case.
And you said it took How much force? 11 pounds of force was it?
11 pounds, 11, so I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't remember the exact number, but I believe it's 11 pounds per square inch.
Okay, all right, but only 4 pounds per square inch to cut off the blood flow?
For the venous return, that means the blood flow from the brain returning back to the heart.
Okay.
Which again is a little less than a firm handshake.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Larry, any further cross-examination?
Thank you for being here.
Any further direct?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your
Mr. Larry? You are excused. You may step down and you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day. Ms. Stone, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Officer Chavez. May I step out?
You may. Members of the jury, if you'd like to stand briefly while we're waiting for the next witness, you're welcome to do so. Come forward, please. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct. I do. Please be seated. Looks like everyone is seated again, so you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Chavez.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Tori Chavez, C-H-A, V as in Victor, E, Z as in zebra.
Thank you. And Officer Chavez, I'm going to ask you to move just a little bit closer to the microphone if you don't mind. And if you need to adjust it, it moves, okay? Officer Chavez, are you employed?
I am.
How so?
I'm employed with the Lacey Police Department.
Okay. What do you do for the Lacey Police Department?
I'm employed as a police officer on the patrol schedule.
Okay. And how long have you been employed with the Lacey Police Department?
I was hired in September of 2023, and I received my commission in June of 2024.
And is that all of your time in law enforcement?
It is.
Okay. Can you describe your training and experience, please?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Arts with an emphasis in Japanese language. I completed the Washington State Basic Law Enforcement Academy, which is 720 hours. Training, including criminal law, criminal investigation, collisions, first aid. I've also completed a 8-hour deaf awareness workshop, a 32-hour course in drone operations, and recently a 16-hour interview course.
And as a patrol officer, what do you do? What are your duties?
My duties are I'm assigned to a specific area of Lacey, whether it's north, central, or south. I'm responsible for answering calls of service. Could be anywhere from just answering phone calls for public service, answering questions about Lacey municipal codes, Washington state laws, doing investigations into burglaries, thefts, also in doing traffic enforcement.
Okay. And were you employed by the Lacey Police Department then in October of 2024?
I was.
And were you working or on duty on October 18th, 2024 at approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
I was.
Did you become involved in an investigation occurring at Timberline High School on that day?
I did, yes.
Is that at 6121 Mullen Road Southeast in Lacey, Washington?
I believe so, yes.
And did you go to that location?
I did.
Who did you, if anyone, go to that location with?
I went with my field training officer, Officer Bell.
What is a field training officer?
They're responsible for making sure that once we graduate academy, we meet the requirements that the Lacey Police Department has for new entry-level officers. So with him, he was my phase 3, which would be towards the end of the training that the department gives new officers.
And when you say you went there with him, does that mean you share a vehicle? You
Yes.
go in pairs? What does that look like?
At that point, on that phase, I was the driver of the vehicle, and he was sitting in the passenger seat in the front.
And do you know about what time you arrived?
I think it was approximately 2:24.
And what upon, well, first of all, which direction are you coming from?
I was coming from Ruddle Road, so I was going to be traveling eastbound on Mullen Road.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
I observed moderate to heavy traffic. It appeared that school had just let out. There's the high school on the left-hand side of the road if you're going eastbound, and then there's another elementary school farther down the road. There's a lot of cars coming and going from that area, school buses, things like that.
When you say another elementary school, is that on the left-hand side of the road or the right-hand side?
It would be the right-hand side of the road.
Okay, so across the street and a little bit farther down from the high school, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you said you observed medium to heavy traffic in the area due to school ending and those two schools. Is there anything that specifically drew your attention as you were arriving?
Yes, there was a group of people standing on the sidewalk on the Timberline side, so the left-hand side of where I was facing.
Okay, and where, were there any markers or landmarks, so to speak, on that left-hand side of the road where you saw that group? Something to orient the jury to?
So there was the Intercity Transit bus stop at that location, and then just east of that is the entrance to the school's parking lot.
And where did you see that group of people in relation to that intercity transit bus stop?
They were roughly gathered around where that bus stop pole is.
You said where the pole is?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any other officers on scene yet at that time?
Yes, I did. I saw one other officer.
Do you know who that officer was?
Officer Hang.
Okay. Where did you see Officer Hang?
He was in the like bark or dirt part of the school grounds. He was bent over or kneeling and holding somebody down.
Okay. Were there any other individuals with Officer Hang?
There was an adult male.
And was that adult male an officer or a civilian?
It looked to be a civilian.
Okay, and you said they were holding someone down. Was the person they were holding down an adult, a child, or something else?
Appeared to be an adult.
Adult, male or female?
Male.
And was that person an officer or a civilian?
It was a civilian.
And you said there were a crowd of people there. How would you describe that crowd of people? Is that were those adults, children, or something else?
They appear to be primarily high schoolers.
Okay. What did you do next as you were arriving? Where'd you go?
I pulled my vehicle into the left turn lane to go into Timberline High School. I had my red and blue lights on. I exited my vehicle and approached to where Officer Hang was kneeling on the ground. And then at that point, we asked what he needed to assist him.
Okay, and what was your duty then in terms of assisting?
I was to gather the witness statements from anybody that had seen what had occurred prior to my arrival.
Okay, and where did you do that?
I did that at the Intercity bus stop.
Okay, and who were you gathering witness statements from?
I got their names.
Well, I'll get there.
Okay.
Who were you getting witness statements
I was getting witness statements from the high schoolers that were at the bus stop.
And do you remember specifically who you spoke with at the bus stop? Where or when did you speak with Ms. Carter?
I first approached the teenagers that had stated that they had seen what happened.
And again, without repeating anything anyone told you, where or when did you speak with Ms. Carter?
When I initially made contact at the bus stop.
Did she provide you a statement at that time?
She did not, no.
Okay. Was there a bus coming at that point?
She stated that she needed to catch a bus, yes. I did not see one at the time.
Okay. And did you get her information to take a later statement?
I did, yes.
Okay. At some point during your investigation, well, let me back up. At any point during your interaction or your time on scene, did you come in contact with anyone by the name? What about Haneen Ali? No contact.
That would be in the parking lot proper of the Timberline High School.
Was that before or after you made contact with? And when you observed Zara and Haneen Ali, how would you identify how they appeared in terms of what they were wearing? I mean, who was wearing what?
Haneen was wearing I believe it's a headscarf called a hijab. She was wearing a black, like raincoat or overcoat, a blue button-up shirt, and black pants.
Okay, and what was Zara wearing?
She was also wearing a hijab and a long ankle-length like overcoat, something that was black with some sort of leopard print dress or long covering underneath.
At some point during your investigation, did you become familiar with the name of? Okay. At what point of your investigation do you recall you became aware of Fatima Ali?
Well, when I spoke with Haneen and Zara, they had mentioned their daughter.
Okay. And were you able to determine based on a conversation with Zara who Fatima was in relation to Zara?
Yes.
And who was Fatima in relation to Zara?
Zara said it was her daughter.
Were you able to determine what the, were you aware at some point of anyone by the name of, based on your conversation with Zara, was any connection between Isaiah and Fatima?
Yes.
What was that connection?
My understanding was that Isaiah was Fatima's boyfriend.
Do you recall during the course of your conversation with Zara Ali, whether she made any statements about Isaiah specifically?
Yes.
And what did she say about Isaiah as it related to her daughter?
She stated to me that Isaiah was changing her daughter's mind and that he was a danger to her.
And were you speaking during the time that you had contact with Isaiah, or excuse me, with Zara and Haneen? Were you speaking to both women, just Haneen, Zara, or something else?
I was speaking to both.
And was Haneen relaying to you what she believed had occurred that day as well?
Yes.
And was that conversation with you in English?
It was.
And during your interaction with Haneen, did Zara provide details?
She did.
What did that look like? Meaning, did they speak individually? Did they provide a group statement? What did that interaction between Haneen, Zara, and you look like in terms of pace or smoothness of that conversation?
It was relatively choppy. When I would direct questions at Haneen, Zara would interject or they would start talking over each other, so it was a little difficult to follow at times. When I would ask clarifying questions, Zara would often interject with her recollection of events.
Okay. And was that communication with you, from Zara with you also in English?
It was.
During the course of your interaction with Zara Ali, did she indicate to you whether she had observed Isaiah punching her husband?
She did.
Did she indicate what that looked like?
She made gestures with one of her arms in a punching motion, or like a rapid punching motion.
Okay. So what did she say about her observations of Isaiah punching her husband?
She said when she arrived, she saw Isaiah hitting her husband.
And did she indicate if her husband was on the ground at that time?
She did not.
And did you ask them to clarify where they were when they made the observations about Zara hitting her husband?
I did.
And what was the response?
The response was both of them answered at the same time. Haneen stated that...
Without introducing what Haneen said, please.
Okay. Zara made a gesture based off where she was standing towards the school and was saying that they fled in that direction. They being Fatima and Isaiah.
How did Zara appear to you when describing what was happening, what she said she observed happening to her husband when she arrived?
She was upset. She would pace back and forth. Her hands would either be clasped in front of her or wringing her hands. She would break down in sobs occasionally, but I'd never observed any tears or reddening of her face or anything like that.
Okay. Did you, did Zara make any statements about what she believed or what she was relaying Isaiah had done to her?
Yes,
Did you observe any visible injuries to either woman, either Haneen or Zara?
I did not.
How did their clothing appear to you, meaning what condition or state was their clothing in?
It did not appear disheveled. I didn't notice any marks of dirt, smudges, creases, anything like that.
When you, at some point during your interaction with Zara and Haneen, did you give them any instructions or directives about where they could go or what they could do while on the scene?
I did, yes.
And how would you describe their responsiveness to those directives?
At times they appeared not to hear what was said, or they were slow to respond in the affirmative of not doing what I asked or doing what I asked.
Okay. And so during the course of the time, was there any request from Zara to speak with her husband?
Yes.
Okay. Was she immediately allowed to do that?
No, she was not.
And what did that interaction look like? How would you describe that period of your interaction with Zara?
She became upset. She continually repeated that she just wanted to speak to her husband, and began kind of pacing around or trying to move past where myself and other officers were standing at the time.
And did other officers have to intervene to stop her from going to her husband?
Yes.
What was Haneen doing during this period of time without repeating anything that she was saying?
She was following Zara.
How would you describe her demeanor?
She was also upset. She was slightly more calm in her tone and pitch when she was speaking with me, but she was visibly also upset.
And when you say upset, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean by upset? I know that is a general term, but what does that look like?
Her voice would raise in pitch. She would kind of sob, speak rapidly, breathe rapidly, pace around.
Did they continue to try to get to Ihsan Ali despite officers' instructions?
Yes.
Did you eventually allow Zara to speak with Ihsan?
Yes.
And what about Haneen?
She as well.
And did you hear any of that conversation?
I heard the conversation, but I did not understand it.
What do you mean?
It was not in English.
During the course of your interaction with Zara Ali, did she ever ask you about the health or welfare of Fatima?
She did not.
Did she ask you about Fatima at all?
She asked to speak with her.
And just speak with her?
Yes.
At any point, did you observe whether Zara ever attempted to return to the school?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did she say about that?
She says that she wanted to speak with her daughter.
For how long?
Initially, she just repeated, I want to speak with my daughter, she's my daughter. And then when I repeatedly told her that she was not allowed to do so, she said she just needed 1 minute.
What was her initial response when you told her that she could not do that?
She became upset. Eventually, she went and took a seat on one of the curbs where the parking stalls were and began rocking back and forth and repeating a phrase I didn't understand.
I'm sorry, repeating what?
A phrase that I didn't understand what she was saying.
Okay. Did you tell her whether she was being seen by fire or medics?
Yes.
And at that point, did she ask about the physical condition of her child, like whether she was okay?
She did not.
Officer Chavez, how did you find out that Fatima had been choked or strangled by Ihsan?
Sustained is the form of the question.
Officer Chavez, at any point during your interaction with Zara Ali, did she mention her husband's interactions with her child?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Just a few questions. Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
So, when you arrived on scene,
Mr. Ali was laying on the ground, is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say then that by the time you got there, pretty much the entire incident up to that point, you got from other people, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the people that you talked to were the kids that were around there, right?
Correct.
All right. And now, I think it might have been you. Let me ask, was it you that tried to get the written statements from those kids?
That's correct.
Okay, and you didn't have any forms?
That's correct.
Okay, so you never got any written statements?
That's correct.
Okay. And you, at that point, things were pretty fresh. I assume you hadn't seen any videos or anything?
I had not. No.
Okay, so all the information that you were going on was based upon what people were telling you?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No more.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for being here. All right, so if I understand correctly, you get dispatched to this call?
Correct.
Do you recall how long it took you to get there?
Maybe 10 minutes?
And you were roughly the second officer that you saw on the scene?
Correct.
And Officer Hung had Mr. Ali detained on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And you walked up and said, basically, what do I need to do?
Mhm. That's correct.
And that's kind of typical protocol, right?
Correct.
See if there's what the other officer needs. If he had needed assistance, you would have provided it, fair?
Correct.
But he didn't ask you to help, correct?
Correct.
And so you saw students standing around, and logically it then made sense to talk and find out who knew what
Correct.
and get their information.
Correct.
Did you separate the students to talk to them individually?
I did not know.
Okay, so they're all talking in a semicircle around you,
Correct.
and you're taking notes?
Correct.
And you also have your body-worn video activated, is that fair?
That's
And is
correct.
it on throughout the entire process?
It is.
Did you review that prior to testifying today?
I did.
Okay. And that's what it's for, right?
Correct.
And so, did you have concerns about kind of witnesses hearing what other witnesses said and having it impact their observations and ability to provide independent descriptions?
In the moment, no.
Okay. How about later?
Well, now that I'm no longer in training, I could see the benefit to trying to separate or isolate each individual witness, yes.
And what benefit would you see by having people separate?
Making sure that the witnesses aren't borrowing words from other witnesses.
Okay. And so, understanding the timeline, so you arrive, you see a fellow officer, you see Mr. Ali, correct?
Correct.
You do not see Zara Ali initially, correct?
No, I did not.
And so you're taking time, do you recall how long it was you were talking to Caleb Fisk, Eric Price Jr., Athena Rich, and Zayla Carter?
No, I don't recall how long I was.
But
speaking
you were
with
kind of talking to them at the same time sequentially. This is a large conversation, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it wasn't a brief conversation, correct?
Correct.
And you'd also gone back to your patrol car to see if you had witness forms, and you didn't have them, correct?
Correct.
All right, so then you come back. At one point, Zayla Carter says, hey, I gotta go catch my bus. And you may have indicated that you would follow up with her, or
Correct.
somebody would, correct?
Correct.
All right, so then you then see Zara Ali and Haneen Ali coming back from the school, correct?
No.
Okay, you didn't know where they came from, fair?
Well, correct, yes.
So you didn't see him initially, but after this passage of time, you then have interaction with Zara and Haneen, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, you had not had contact with Fatima Ali, correct?
Correct.
And did you say that you did see her at the school?
I did not know.
Okay, so at no point did you see her at the school?
I did not know.
So that's affirmative?
Correct.
Okay, I just, for the purposes of the court report, I want to make sure we're on the same
Yes, sir.
page. All right, and so you subsequently learned that there was an incident, that the reason for the call was an interaction with Fatima Ali, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you were there talking about and investigating, correct? And so after this passage of time, your attention is then drawn to Zara Ali, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you described her as upset, correct?
Correct.
And so emotionally upset. Just by looking at her, you could tell that something was going on, correct?
Correct.
And that she was pacing back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Wringing her hands, correct?
Correct.
And sobbing.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you didn't see actual tears, but in terms of kind of somebody who is very distraught. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So she had asked to see her daughter. And so did you know from other officers or from some other source as to where Fatima was?
Yes.
And that was, in your understanding, at the school, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so she asked you for permission, hey, can I go back to the school to see my daughter? And did you check with others, or did you just tell her no?
I told her she was not allowed to at this time.
Okay. And so when she heard that, she was so upset, she then sat down on a curb, started rocking back and forth. Is that what you described?
Correct.
Okay. So then at some point, she is asking to talk with her husband, correct? And he is detained at this point with other officers, correct?
Correct.
And there were multiple officers who were talking to her about whether she could talk with her husband, correct?
Correct.
And you heard those conversations?
Correct.
And there was a discussion to her like, at some point, yes, we will let you talk with your husband, but just not right now, right?
Correct.
Okay. And she continued to be very upset as to what was happening and what was going on, correct?
Correct.
You did not take a statement from her, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't sit down and say, hey, I want to interview you, I want to get the facts as to what happened, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so the statement, like, she didn't describe her husband's interactions with their daughter, Fatima, that you didn't ask her, I want you to tell me what happened, what led up to this, correct?
Correct.
All right. So your interactions with her were primarily, hey, can I go see my daughter, which you said no, correct?
Correct.
Can I see my husband? And you said no, correct?
Correct.
And then her kind of continued grief as to everything that appeared to be going on. Is that fair?
Sounds fair.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Chavez,
Yes, ma'am.
you indicated that you took those statements and you reviewed that prior to today. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And when you took those statements from Caleb Fish, statements all exactly the same.
The majority of it was the same, but each one would add a little bit of a different take on it.
Is it fair to say based on their own vantage point?
I would say so.
When you, how long, if you know, how long would you estimate your contact was with Zara during the course of your time on scene?
I would say no less than 15 minutes.
Collectively?
Collectively.
Okay. And during the course of that, did she provide you a statement? Meaning, did she come to give you a statement?
Sustained.
During the course of your time with her, did she voluntarily speak with you?
Yes.
Sustained.
During the course of the time that you interacted with her, did she attempt to give you details about the events? It's about Zara Ali.
I understand that. Members of the jury, it is 10:28, and so we are at time for our morning recess. I will tell you that we do anticipate that this is longer than a 15-minute recess, 20, maybe 30, hopefully 20, but longer than 15 minutes, and then we'll have you back in. Thank you so much for your time and attention. you step down. We'll have you back on the stand after our break, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Did I exit?
Yes, not that door, that, thank you. Mr. Larry, go ahead and make your objection, please.
Your Honor, objection as to commenting on, my client has a right not to say anything, and the fact that she didn't freely offer additional information is shifting the burden to her and infringing our Fifth Amendment right, and also rights under the court rules.
Thank you. Ms. Stone?
Your Honor, that's not accurate. Miss Ali, Zara Ali specifically approached with Penny and Ali because they wanted law enforcement to know what their position was. Those statements have already come in. They were not in custody. They're not custodial statements. Notably, the case law also is very clear that the state can identify when statements are made, that right to not speak has been waived, and what has not said is equally as important as what is said. So there is no basis for the objection in either what has occurred in terms of the testimony here, in fact, or in case law to support that.
Mr. Larry? Right. So, Ms. Stone, since we're going to have a break, my understanding of the law is consistent with what Mr. Larry just argued as it relates to Ms. Ali's right to remain silent, and the fact that she remains silent ultimately cannot be used against her during the trial. If you have a case that you would like to refer me to, you don't have to give it to me the second. You can look for that. I certainly would like to review additional authority, as you indicated that there is. And once we take our recess, you can provide that information. I know also the parties will be discussing the video as well. So we'll take a 15-minute recess and then we will reconvene.
State, please. Danielle Pennell.
William J.
On behalf of the defense.
Alicia Smith. Beth Borden.
Peter Mills. Alex Johnson.
Ms. Walker might be via.
State, we have an online presence named Stephanie. Is that representative from the survivor family?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court has admitted an online presence, Stephanie. Also admitting Russ Walker. Court has received 2 plea forms, one for each of the cases for CF 1293, 2020. 24 CF 632. Court has also received an addendum to the plea form. Ms. Borden, Ms. Smith, do you wish to walk me through the terms of the agreement?
Yes, Judge. In exchange, Mr. Stearns will be entering a plea in the 693 case, the counts 1 through 20. The state will be under counsel on all process 21 through 60. It's going to run concurrently with the 1293 case and adjudication of appeal as to each life concurrent, and then additionally on the
Thank you. And state as to the addendum. I'm going to ask the folks that have joined us remotely to please mute their microphones. State any special considerations in the addendum to the plea form?
No, Your Honor, we are just incorporating the addendum into the plea.
State of Florida filed a notice of intent to seek the penalty of death. That was on June 7th, 2024. Is the state formally going to be withdrawing that notice of intent to seek the penalty of death?
After the acceptance of the plea and pronouncement of sentence, yes.
Thank you. Should that announcement be made by the state of Florida, the proposed sentence will be the maximum sentence allowed by law?
Yes.
Mr. Stern, I'm going to place you under oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to enter into this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I have two plea forms in my hand. One document looks like this. Second document looks like this. They're each plea forms for your respective cases. They each have a signature. That signature is the same on both plea documents. That signature is next to my finger. Can you tell me if that is your signature?
It's hard to tell from here.
Deputy, will you provide these forms?
Yes, Your Honor.
to the defendant?
Yes, it is.
What your signature and a set of initials after each of the 26 paragraphs on each document, those initials being SS, tell me is that you have had an opportunity to read these documents. Do you have any difficulty reading and writing the English language?
I have no difficulty.
And your signature indicates that you are aware of each of the 26 paragraphs and all of the terms and conditions of these two documents. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I have a secondary document. It is an addendum to the plea form. That document is 4 pages long. It appears to have the same initials on the bottom of each of the pages, as well as a signature at the conclusion of the case along with your attorney, Ms. Borden and Ms. Smith. I'm going to ask the deputies to please provide this document to you, and I'm going to ask you to verify that this is your signature.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, it is.
What your signature on this document tells me is that you have had an opportunity to read this document, go over it with your attorneys, and you understand the 13 additional conditions of your plea agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Each of the plea form goes over what your trial rights would be. In 2024 CF 1293, you are charged with the allegation of first-degree premeditated murder. In 2024 CF 632, you are charged with 60 counts. The first 9 counts being sexual battery with a child 12 to 18 years of age, counts 10 through 13 being sexual battery with a child 12 to 18 years of age, counts 14 through 20 being lewd or lascivious molestation, counts 21 through 60 being unlawful possession of materials depicting sexual performance by a child, 10 or more images.
Your Honor, counts 1 through 8 are sexual battery on a child under 12.
My apologies. Counts 1 through 8 are capital sexual battery on a child under 12. The plea form contemplates in 2024 CF 1293, 1 count of murder, first degree, capital offense. Plea form on 24 CF 632 contemplates counts 1 through 8, 9 through 13, 14 through 20. With the representation that the state of Florida is withdrawing their notice of intention to seek the penalty of death upon acceptance of this plea, the maximum potential sentence on 24 CF 1293 would be life in prison without possibility of parole. Has the maximum sentence been explained to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in 24 CF 632, counts 1 through 8, the maximum potential sentence would be a mandatory sentence of life in prison without possibility of parole. 9 through 13 and 14 through 20 would be first-degree felony allegations with a maximum potential sentence of up to life in prison. You understand those maximum potential sentences on that case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you have a right to have a jury trial as to each of these allegations? And at the jury trial, the state of Florida would have to prove those allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. At that trial, your attorneys would be with you. They are experienced, board-certified criminal expert trial attorneys. They would be cross-examining witnesses, examining the evidence against you. You would have a right to present your own witnesses and your own evidence. If you had witnesses that did not want to come to court, you could have asked me to make them come to court with a subpoena. You could have spoke at your trial, or you could have exercised your right to remain silent and not spoken. That would have been your decision after you talked those decisions over with your attorneys, and your jury would have been instructed not to consider your decision to remain silent in any way in rendering a verdict. You would have had a right to have your trial recorded and appeal any errors that occurred in the process. Do you understand you are giving up all of your trial rights if the court accepts this plea? Because I will be imposing the sentence that you have agreed with the state of Florida to be imposed upon you, and we will not be having a trial on any of these matters. Do you understand those things?
I understand.
And, Your Honor, just for record purposes, counts 9 through 13 are first-degree felonies punishable by life, as the court indicated. Count 14 through 20 are actually life felonies.
These are life felonies with a minimum mandatory of 25 years. Is life a required sentence, or would that be a punishable by life offense?
It's a life, punishable by life offense. I just wanted the record to be clear. The court indicated first-degree felonies, punishable by life. I just wanted the record to be clear that 14 through 20 are life felonies with 25-year minimum mandatories.
So the the plea form indicates that these are first-degree felonies. These are actually either capital offenses or punishable by life offenses. Do you understand that, Mr. Stearns?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is anyone forcing you or pressuring you into make the decision to resolve your case this way?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone made you any other promises other than what has been presented to you as the agreed-upon sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or mental issues that cause you not to understand the decision that you are making?
I am not.
Do you understand if you are not a United States citizen, that entry of this plea would subject you to deportation proceedings?
Yes.
And if you ever before had been convicted of a sexually violent or a sexually motivated offense, entry of this plea would have subjected you to involuntary civil commitment at the conclusion of any incarcerative sentence. Do you understand that's the state of Florida law?
Yes.
Ms. Smith, do you have any competency concerns regarding Mr. Stearns' fitness to accept this plea agreement?
No, Judge.
Ms. Borden?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Stearns, based on your responses to the court, based on your indicating that you have reviewed this decision with your attorneys, based on your initialing of the plea form and your acknowledgement that you understand all the terms and conditions, rights and obligations on these plea forms, including the addendum, the court is going to make a determination that you are alert, that you have had an opportunity to discuss this with your attorneys, that you are making this decision freely and voluntarily and without coercion. The court accepts your plea. Let me see the attorneys.
Okay, I was hoping that this kind of they sped it along, but they having a long bench conference. Anyone who is just now joining or back. We baited through this here in the chat earlier. It is in regards to a case. Let me just try to find it in the comments. 1 second. This is the Madeline Soto case. Stephen Stearns is taking a plea. As you heard, he is facing a life sentence for essay of a minor and murder. So there was some conversation about it. We went on break over on the Ali trial, and so I did just pop over here, and they're having like a little bench conference thus far. So maybe they'll come back or not, but it sounds like he's going to end up getting life without parole. That's what the plea sounded like to me. All right. I do want us to kind of get back over to Nicole's trial because Nicole takes the stand. And I definitely want us to see Nicole on the stand.
The basics of the criminal elements were met in their arrest.
Thank you, Chief Todd. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Ringstrom?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Chief.
Yes, sir. Good morning, or good afternoon.
There was 2 active burglaries that morning, wasn't there? You watched the body camera videos. I know Deputy Bruce isn't in your chain of command, but you're familiar that there was another active burglary. He had to leave Carol Mitchell's home because there was another one going on at the same time.
I remember hearing that dispatched on the body camera video, but I don't know any of the details of that event.
Court records here in Becker County would reflect that burglary charges happened with some regularity.
Yes.
Okay. Chief Todd, you watched your body camera video there. Carol Mitchell said to you that she first thought it was a big man, correct?
On the body camera?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And then she said, then she thought it was a little boy, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware whether there was a forensic examination done of Carol Mitchell's cell phone in this case?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay. Are you aware whether Carol Mitchell's medical records were ever secured by law enforcement in this case?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay. Is there any reason that you would not be aware of it if it in fact happened?
There's a lot of data with the case, but I think I would generally be aware of it if it happened, sir.
Are you aware of whether there was a search warrant for Nicole Mitchell's phone secured at any time following her release?
I do not believe we did a search warrant for Nicole Mitchell's phone, sir.
Are you aware whether the Detroit Lakes Police Department coordinated with the Woodbury Police Department, where Nicole Mitchell lives, to execute any type of searches?
No, I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay. Are you aware whether any law enforcement in this file did any search for fingerprints in this case?
I don't believe that happened, sir.
Are you aware whether any of Roderick Mitchell's or Carol Mitchell's possessions were found in Nicole Mitchell's possession following her detention? It's a complicated question. Is it your understanding that Nicole Mitchell didn't have any of Rod or Carol Mitchell's stuff when she was arrested or detained?
I believe she had one item that at the time we believed was Carol's property.
And that's the laptop, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so if Sergeant Glander testified to that's been ruled out, besides the laptop, are you aware of any other possessions of Rod or Carol Mitchell's that Nicole Mitchell had in her possession?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. McDonald?
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Chief, you may step down. Again, watch your step. Mr. McDonald, your next witness.
Your Honor, stay with rest.
All right. Well, it's 2:29, ladies and gentlemen. I think we'll use this opportunity for our afternoon break. And before we do so, I'll remind you not to talk about this case with anyone, including yourselves. Do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or listen to news about it on radio or television.
Do you know a Carol Mitchell?
Yes, I do.
And why do you know Carol Mitchell?
Carol Mitchell is my birth mother.
Mr. Keel, that microphone is very sensitive, and it does pick up everything. If you're speaking into it at a very close distance, it picks up like your breath, and so we're not hearing you completely. So you can speak up, but just stay a little bit further away from the microphone, okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Keel, if you can't hear me, please let me know.
I can hear you.
Very good. Mr. Keel, do you know Nicole Mitchell?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Nicole Mitchell?
I met Nicole Mitchell after I was reunited with my birth mother.
And again, your birth mother is Carol Mitchell, correct?
Yes.
Right. Approximately when did you meet Nicole Mitchell?
I met Carol Mitchell when, was the question when I met Carol or Nicole?
Well, I don't, I'd have to have the court reporter read it back, but let's start with, when did you meet your birth mother, Carol Mitchell?
That was around 2003.
And then when did you meet Nicole Mitchell?
I don't recall exactly. I believe it was years later, maybe more, around 2008.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
But it was within some few years of your meeting your birth mother, Carol Mitchell, is that true?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember where or how you met Nicole Mitchell?
No, I don't. I don't remember the first time that I actually met Nicole.
Did you ever see or interact with Nicole Mitchell in Carol Mitchell's presence?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Okay. How many times do you think that happened?
That has probably happened, to the best of my ability, I think maybe around 3 times. Yeah. That I've been with Carol and Rod and Nicole together. I can really kind of place right around 3 times.
Okay. But would it be fair to say, based on your testimony, that you've definitely met Nicole Mitchell in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Keel, did you see Nicole Mitchell at Rod Mitchell's funeral?
Yes, I did.
Would you describe for the jury the circumstances of that? What just briefly that situation was like? And I'm asking more about whatever you may have interacted with Nicole Mitchell at that funeral.
Well, Rod's passing was sudden and very sad. And I remember being at the funeral, and I was there, to support Mom. It was tragic. She was really hurting. And I interacted with Nicole a few times at the funeral, just in condolences, watching her out of concern. But there was a few words. I felt really bad for Nicole.
Okay. Mr. Keel, when you saw Nicole Mitchell at Rod Mitchell's funeral, did you and your mom, Carol Mitchell, and Nicole Mitchell all talk together?
I don't recall a conversation. I can somewhat picture standing together. I can picture us standing there waiting to walk in and for the funeral to begin.
Okay.
I don't remember any conversation that we had.
Mr. Keel, do you recall whether Carol Mitchell introduced you to Nicole Mitchell at that funeral?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall whether you and Nicole would have sort of, exchanged a knowing look that maybe Carol didn't remember that the two of you had met before?
No, I don't recall that.
Mr. Keel, is it true that you and I haven't really had much contact with each other throughout this case?
No, we haven't.
Really, is it fair that the only contact we've had is maybe in the hall when I said when you may or may not testify?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so is it fair that we didn't talk about what you may or may not testify to here today?
We did not talk about it.
Okay. Did you speak to a law enforcement investigator early on in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to speak to someone from the prosecutor's office leading up to this trial?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to an investigator from my office in the last few weeks?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I want to ask the question just to be clear so no one's confused. When you were at Rod Mitchell's funeral, did Carol Mitchell introduce you to Nicole Mitchell there as though the two of you had never met?
I don't recall that happening.
Okay. If you had said that at an earlier time to someone else, is it possible that you're not remembering it?
It would be quite striking. That I wouldn't remember that. I mean, I can picture the funeral, parts of it, but I don't recall. I recall Mom being nervous, sad, but I don't recall her introducing me to Nicole at this time. I can't pull it into my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Keel, did you have any text exchanges with Nicole Mitchell about your mom, Carol Mitchell?
Yes, I imagine that I did. Yeah.
Mr. Keel, would you have texted with Nicole Mitchell about whether Carol Mitchell had exhibited any paranoia?
The only thing I remember in a text to Nicole was, what I remember is when Nicole was running for state senator.
Okay.
And I also remember a text where it was the first Father's Day after the loss of Rod, and I sent my condolences. But I don't remember really discussing Mom with Nicole in the text chain.
Your Honor, I'd like to turn on the screen for the witness at this time.
You may.
Mr. Keel, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 203. I want you to read that and familiarize yourself with that. At 203.
Right after meeting? Do you want me to read what's in green? What's in green?
Sir, I don't want you to read it out loud. I just want to read it to yourself. And then let us know when you had a chance to read that.
I read that.
Okay. And then this is what is marked for identification as Exhibit 204. Would you read that?
I read it.
And then what's marked for identification is Defense Exhibit 205.
Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, I ask to introduce Exhibits 202, 3, and 4 into evidence.
What? Mr. McDonald? No objection. All right.
Yeah.
Exhibits
and I spoke wrong, it's 203, 4, and 5. That was my mistake.
Mr. McDonald.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 203, 204, and 205 are received.
Your Honor, I'd like permission to publish.
You may.
So this is the first one. That appears that the text is Nicole Mitchell's text to you. Is that accurate?
That's how it appears.
Okay.
For clarification, you said first one. Is this 203?
This is 203. Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. So here on 203, we're seeing a couple of texts that Nicole sent to you. Does that look accurate, Mr. Keel?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to read that, Mr. Keel.
It was fine. I'm always trying to juggle 3 things at once, so my texts are often a mess. LOL. Thank you for trying. I'm worried her Alzheimer's is starting to make her isolate more, and I've seen her start to get paranoid about things in a couple texts. So I'll keep working on any help I can provide her too.
And if we can go to 204. And if I can have you read that, sir.
Yeah, I've been seeing some improvement as we talk. Social interaction is very important in slowing progression. Linda and I call often. I can sense when the conversation creeps towards paranoia, and I do my best to counter. My grandson is in a school play, and Saturday I have a special Stephen, I'm guessing, ministry.
And then 205, Mr. Keel.
Do I just continue where that stopped?
Yes, sir.
My grandson is in a school play, and Saturday I have a special Stephen ministry meeting. I'll check with her again tonight how she is feeling about coming. If she isn't, I'll try and head there for a night or 2. We'll let you know what I find out.
Mr. Keel, having had a chance to read this and reflect on it, you recall now communicating with Nicole Mitchell a bit about Carol Mitchell's paranoia.
Well, I believe that we communicated. I just don't remember the conversation that we had, and it's got to be accurate. So, I apologize.
Sure. And Mr. Keel, since the incident that we're all here to discuss, you really haven't had communication with Nicole Mitchell. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. So all of this would have happened before the incident?
It would have happened before the incident.
Okay. Yeah, we can take that down.
The key was that he had offered a conflicting account in response to specific questions. And I'm just throwing out, this is on page 28 of 38.
Yep.
Our copy. And so then looking at, looks like head note 26. With respect to Hager, I'm looking on page 7 of 10, just above head note 3. Again, defendant spoke to the police on 2 occasions prior to his arrest, gave conflicting accounts as to why he failed to meet with officers at the crime scene as he had promised. And then Young, it was a question as to whether or not he had specific knowledge of the crime, and his questionings around specific knowledge. Here, the state, I think, is trying to elicit the fact that she did not provide statements or inquire about her daughter. Factually, we know there's an incident. My client runs to the school. I anticipate that the testimony tomorrow from a witness is going to say that my client ran into the school, was told to leave, and was then said, "You cannot see your daughter." The officers who were in the parking lot talking to my client, specifically this witness, never went to the school, never saw Fatima, told my client that she could not return to the school, and never asked her questions. And that's the key thing, is she didn't ask her questions. Tell me what happened. Tell me about your daughter. What did you see about your daughter? Do you have anything you want to share with me about your daughter? And so I think that is where it would get into Hager and Clark if there were questions. I mean, this is essentially saying you didn't provide a statement when you weren't asked. And so it's not relevant. I don't think it's fair. I mean, the witness said, I didn't interview her. There was a request to see the daughter, which she was shut down by the detective, by the officer. So there's not a conflicting, like, we asked you what happened, and now you're saying, I saw, a gun. Well, how come you never told us you saw a gun? That's a relevant question when there's a serious breach of, you're now offering some really different testimony, and that's just not here.
All right, thank you. Ms. Stone?
Thank you, Your Honor. Plainly, that's not the requirement of the case law. Clark says that there could be a number of different circumstances, but specifically that when you are talking about when a defendant does not remain silent, and I'm looking at head note 25, which is at page 765 of the opinion. When a defendant does not remain silent and instead talks to police, the state may comment on what he does not say. Then it cites to Young, it cites to Osborne, which is vacated on other grounds. Hager is also addressed as well. I let law enforcement, I let defense counsel know of an unpublished case as of recently as 2021, State versus Johnson, which restates the same thing. There is no infringement on a defendant's right to remain silent when they make statements to law enforcement, when they provide a version of events to law enforcement, and they actively do not provide other events to law enforcement. They don't make other statements to law enforcement, especially when one might expect them to make those statements. The rule does not require that questions are asked. The rule does not require that there are, and the case law does not require that there are conflicting statements. Plainly, that is not part of the analysis. It is simply once they have waived their right to remain silent, that opens the door for what the parties can inquire about what was said, how it was said, and plainly what was not said. So in this case, you're right. I believe counsel is right. Officer Chavez did not specifically inquire about the status of Fatima, but what the officers did do is consistently ask everyone present, what's going on? Can you tell me what happened? Can you tell me what's going on? And the only information provided by Mrs. Ali as to those events was what Isaiah was doing to her husband. And she was adamant, and it was repeated over and over again. Not once does she mention what her husband is doing to her daughter. That is relevant, that is significant, and it specifically goes to the interest of Miss Ali during the course of these events. It is notable, too, I would say for the state, that when we are talking about, it's not unfair, it is Mrs. Ali's statements. Mrs. Ali actively engaged, voluntarily engaged. She's not arrested. She is not in custody. It is not any part of any pre-arrest silence. She is voluntarily providing that information because she wants law enforcement to act in a certain way. When counsel argues, well, she was told she couldn't go to the school. She was also told that she couldn't go see her husband, and law enforcement had to continually intervene. She consistently declined to follow their directives. So it is absolutely relevant when we are talking, one, about where Ms. Ali's interests were at the time of these events, that is inconsistent with what I anticipate the argument has been or is going to be at closing by defense counsel. It's also inconsistent with the cross-examination questions that counsel has presented during the course of this trial about Mrs. Ali saying, my daughter, as if that was her primary concern. Her interaction with law enforcement says otherwise. Additionally, we have gone through this trial having law enforcement, or excuse me, defense counsel arguing that Mrs. Ali doesn't understand English, that her ability to understand, let's say, the substance of no contact orders and trespass orders is impacted by her ability to understand English. These interactions with law enforcement specifically speak to contrary information to that knowledge, and that she's able to offer the information when she wants to offer information, and she chooses not to when she chooses not to, when that is of import to her. So the inquiries that she actually made about her daughter are relevant. The inquiries that she didn't make about her daughter, and specifically as on direct examination, the state elicited, there was no objection, presumably because defense counsel believes it's helpful to them, that did Mrs. Ali say anything about her daughter? Yes, she asked to speak with her for just 1 minute. She asked me a number of times to speak with her daughter, and for just 1 minute, and then sat down. What she never asks, and what we've elicited throughout this trial, is about the condition or welfare of her daughter. Instead, her attention is focused throughout on her husband. So that is not a comment on her right to remain silent. She has waived it, and plainly a pre-arrest silence in this case does not apply. She's not in custody. She's not arrested until days later, and she is voluntarily engaging in offering up information that she believes is important to law enforcement in their investigation in this case. So I would ask the court to deny the objection.
All right, thank you. Anything further, Mr. Leary?
I'm just struggling with this. The issue in Hager and Young is there's specific questions that they provided misleading answers to, and thus they're then cross-examined. They say, well, you had an opportunity to say this to this specific question, and you refused or provided a conflicting answer. This witness didn't interview my client and didn't say, I want a detailed description of what happened. She describes, that her husband was struck, but there was no discussion, there was no interview with this officer who was just beginning on the force. And so I think it's misleading to the jury to somehow say that it was incumbent upon my client to provide a narrative when not asked by Officer Chavez. And there's body-worn video, and they're not choosing to use it. That would, they're not pointing to a specific point. At this section, this is when she provided a misleading or conflicting answer or an incomplete answer. It's just that somehow she was supposed to volunteer information, and I think that's improper.
All right, thank you. There were 3 questions where there were objections. The first question was, and during the course of that, did she, and this were questions to Officer Chavez related to interactions with Mrs. Ali, did she provide you a statement, meaning did she come to give you a statement? Objection sustained. I continue to sustain that objection. The next question was, during the course of your time with her, did she voluntarily speak with you? Response, yes. Mr. Leary objected. I sustained the objection. I no longer sustain that objection, and I overrule that objection. And that question should be re-asked of the witness, and she will be able to answer that question, whether or not Mrs. Ali voluntarily spoke with her. If and we already actually know that she did, because the officer has already testified to some of their interactions and some of the statements that Mrs. Ali made voluntarily to Officer Chavez. And these cases talk about when a defendant does not remain silent and instead talks to police. It doesn't say answers questions asked by the police. It says when they talk to the police, the state may comment on what the person does not say. And that by asking those questions, it is not commenting on a right to remain silent because the person has chosen not to remain silent, and instead has chosen to voluntarily speak with law enforcement. And so in that way, I am going to be overruling the objection and allowing the witness to answer questions. I do not find that that violates Mrs. Ali's constitutional right to remain silent, does not violate, really the argument is the state commenting on a right to remain silent because she did not remain silent. let's address the video if there is an issue as it relates to the video at this point. First, I'll ask, was there an opportunity to review the exhibit that's been referenced this morning? Ms. Stone?
Yes, Your Honor, I provided all three of those exhibits from Officer Bell's body camera to defense counsel. My understanding from Mr. Leary is that he is objecting to one of them. I'm not sure entirely of the base, but it may, the basis for that objection in terms of what evidence rule. But it may be that he wants to play it for the court first, and I suppose I would ask for clarification from Mr. Leary. That conversation happened literally just before the court. The review of the videos happened while the court was off the bench. The conversation about where Mr. Leary's objections might land happened just a bit before the court came in. So I'd ask Mr. Leary for clarification.
So actually, I'm gonna stop you there, Mr. Leary, because I want to bring Officer Chavez back and conclude. We're at 11:20 and the jury's been in recess for quite a while. Now that I know that it's going to be a lengthier issue and that it could require me to review the video that is being objected to, that's going to take longer. So I prefer to conclude this witness, then I can let the jury go for lunch and we can deal with the video issue at that time, and then I will fully hear from you at that time.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Please bring the jury back in. Please hit your.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. After Rod Mitchell's death, did you have an opportunity to take your mom, Carol Mitchell, to any doctor's appointments?
No.
Were you able to help your mom, Carol Mitchell, with any like financial type concerns?
No, I didn't need to.
Okay. Mr. Keel, did you have an opportunity or decide to arrange for anyone else to help Carol Mitchell get to appointments?
I didn't have to. Mom has a good support group, so I didn't have to ever arrange with anyone to get Mom to an appointment.
Mr. Keel, I want to ask you about your interview with Sergeant Glander. Do you remember maybe more than a year ago having a conversation with Sergeant Glander?
That was a while ago. Yeah, I remember talking to Sergeant Glander, Investigator Glander, on the phone.
Okay. Sergeant Glander, I think, asked you a lot of questions. Did he ask you if Carol had mentioned any disagreement with Nicole about Rod's ashes or a flannel shirt or other items?
Okay, so I'm not going to be able to recall the conversation that we had with Sergeant Glander, and I'm sorry, it was a long time ago.
I understand, sir.
I want to say that I can remember Sergeant Glander talking to me about Nicole wanting to retrieve her father's stuff, a flannel shirt and the ashes. I can remember a conversation about Sergeant Glander asking me about Nicole and Carol talking about that as well, but it's faint.
Okay. Do you remember what your answer was when Sergeant Glander asked you if Carol had mentioned any disagreement with Nicole over Rod's ashes, flannel shirt, or other items?
I don't remember exactly I don't remember what my responses were with Mr. Glander at this time anymore. It was just so long ago.
Sure.
I can't reliably reply to you what I said to Mr. Glander. But I did have it was a long interview that he had with me.
Now, you also spoke, as we talked about before, to an investigator from my office in the last few weeks. That's correct?
Yes, he called me when I was at work.
Okay. He asked you how often you would see Carol. Do you recall what your answer was?
I'm looking bad. I would guess, I can't say it exactly how I replied to him, what my reply was. Again, I'm sorry.
It's okay. If I told you that interview with that investigator was on June 27th of this year, a couple of weeks ago, does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall if that investigator asked you if you would spend holidays together?
There was a mention of holidays.
So, did you spend holidays with them? And I mean Rod and Carol Mitchell?
We would meet after the holidays. I think I remember telling the investigator that Carol and Rod spent a lot of holidays with Rod's side of the family. Those were good holidays that they had.
Okay. Mr. Keel, I just want to circle back to one question, and I think that'll be enough. You didn't remember what you had said to the investigator about how often you saw Carol or see Carol. As you sit here today, how often do you think, on average, you see Carol?
I will see Carol maybe one just once out of every 2 months, 3 months. There's a lot of phone calls. There's a lot of phone conversations. But it's physical visits are probably about that much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Keel. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you help me pronounce it right? Is it Keel or Cool?
It's Keel. My children like to say Cool.
Mr. Keel, do you recall Carol Mitchell telling you what her intentions were for the late Mr. Mitchell's flannel shirt?
Carol had a flannel shirt of Rod's, and she intended for that to go to Nicole. She did tell me once that she thought maybe she would make a special comfort pillow out of the flannel.
For herself or for someone else?
For Nicole.
Do you recall discussing Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's diagnosis with Sergeant Glander?
I wish I could recall the interview with Sergeant Glander, and I don't trust my responses.
I understand.
Because it's been too long for me.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Keel. Are there certain things that, from your observations, that make Carol Mitchell's memory worse?
Yes.
And
Yes.
what would those be?
High stress, trauma. Mom can be, she's very functional, and the Alzheimer's is there. It's slowly progressing, but if there's trauma, if there was like the death of Rod was a huge hit, and then you see the short-term memory just it's so difficult for her to recall short-term.
Do you recall how your mother described the home break-in, like in terms of what it did to her?
Yeah, she was terrified. She was shocked. It was very shocking. I was at work on a Monday morning, I believe, or morning, but yeah, it came as first a text, then a phone call, and the shock. And I was shocked.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Keel. Are you stressed out, or do you feel some stress testifying up there?
I do.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Keel, you may step down. Watch your step.
Counsel, is he released?
All right, that was just the testimony of Jonathan Keel, who is the biological son of Carol Mitchell, which is Nicole Mitchell's stepmother. He was
Stop and watch before that. So please stay a little bit back, and you can speak fine. It'll catch you just like I am. And second, when you're testifying today, please, as best you can, say the first and last name of the people that you're testifying about. It's difficult for me as well, but I'm going to do my best, so please do that as well. Will you please state your name for the record?
Lindsay Lund.
Ms. Lund will have you slide just still a little bit further forward there. You're a little soft-spoken. We want you to speak up in here, but there's a perfect distance between yourself and that microphone, so, and we'll find it.
I did my best. Can you spell your last name, please?
L-U-N-D.
Where do you live, Miss Lund?
Moorhead, Minnesota.
What is your relationship to Nicole Mitchell?
Nicole is my niece.
How long have you known Carol Mitchell?
Over 40 years.
Over that time frame, how often did you see Rod and Carol Mitchell?
Probably over the last 20 to 25 years, probably at least 10 times a year. They would come in for a lot of holidays and a lot of family events.
To your knowledge, did Rod and Carol Mitchell spend holidays with Carol's family?
They may have very early in their marriage, but I'd say for the last 20 to 25 years, they never missed a holiday at my house or my parents' house.
At some point, did you learn about Carol Mitchell having medical issues?
Yes. Give me a second to recall a date. So it would have been in about Thanksgiving of 2022. Over that time period when they were in, Carol had mentioned that she had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's and had talked about going in for another medical appointment in 6 months for that.
Did that surprise you?
It did. We hadn't talked about any other medical issues before that.
I'm sorry, did you say it did or it didn't?
It did surprise me, yes.
Why did it surprise you?
I just hadn't heard her talk about that before.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you are Nicole Mitchell's aunt.
Yes.
Would that make you Rod Mitchell's sister?
Yes, Rod was my sister, was my brother.
It's okay. Did you have any conversations with Rod Mitchell about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's diagnosis? Before you heard about the diagnosis Thanksgiving of 2022?
No.
After Rod Mitchell died, did you try to help Carol Mitchell with anything?
Yes. Immediately after Rod Mitchell's death, my sister and I went down and helped Carol immediately with all the funeral planning, all that type of stuff. So we're with her quite a bit that first week. And then during that period, we're always asking, anything you need, Carol, we're here for you, we'll help you. And the one need that she had brought up was that she had never paid bills or done any of the financial end of things in the 40 years she'd been married to Rod. And so I said, well, that's right up my alley. I have a 40-year career in finance and accounting and things like that. So I stepped in at her request and started helping with those type of things.
Did helping Carol Mitchell have anything to do with your brother Rod Mitchell? Feelings of loyalty or responsibility?
Would you repeat that, please?
Yes. When you stepped in and helped Carol Mitchell, as you just testified to, did that have to do with anything related to your relationship with your brother, Rod Mitchell?
Absolutely. I mean, that would be what Rod would want us to do. Absolutely. And I love Carol too, so it's just a natural to step up and help the people that, family members and people you love. It's just a natural thing you do.
Did you ever meet with Carol Mitchell's attorney as a part of this post-Rod Mitchell death and the resolution of his estate?
Yes.
What did you discuss when you met with that lawyer?
During the month of April of 2023, I helped Carol compile all of her financial papers. So we had kind of a balance sheet that we went through and compiled everything. We rounded up everything. And the purpose of going to her attorney, she picked the attorney, it's somebody local in town here. And the purpose was twofold. The first was to figure out if Rod's estate needed to go through probate, and because as far as we knew, there wasn't a will. And the second was to set things up for her own will because she didn't have one either. So there's twofold purpose in going and meeting with him. And I did go to the initial meeting with her attorney, and he started the ball rolling on all those issues.
Now, when you and Carol Mitchell went to that meeting, did you bring any documents with you?
Yes, I compiled all of her financials into one document, kind of a balance sheet type thing. We listed all of her assets, all that type of stuff. We listed all of Rod's possible heirs and things like that. We clarified relationships between Carol and Nicole and between, do I need to use the last name?
The best you can.
Between Nicole Mitchell and Jonathan Keel. So we also included that too to clarify that what the relationship was there.
Did you bring any document related to the home that Carol and Rod Mitchell shared?
Carol had a pile of documents, probably, if I recall, it might have been an inch or inch and a half thick that we compiled, and she took one of those being the deed to the house. So that did go with us. She had, we put everything into like a tote bag and taken it with to the attorneys.
And what was the reason for taking the deed of the house to the attorneys?
That was taken along because one of the first steps, because Carol and Rod were both listed as owners of the house, the attorney could easily then take that deed and have it updated with just Carol's name on it. So that deed was left with the attorney that day.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention back to Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's diagnosis. After you learned of it, did you ever witness any evidence of forgetfulness or confusion by Carol Mitchell?
During the period of time, the month after Rod Mitchell's death, many times I could tell she was having problems remembering things. She had difficulty, like the biggest one that was of concern to me was we had gone to the attorney. She had started all the paperwork, so she was, working on Rod's estate. She was working on her will and things like that. She was to go back and pick up that paperwork on the first drafts of those documents 2 or 3 days later. And as I talked with her later, she didn't remember that she'd even gone to see the attorney. And another 3 or 4 weeks later again, too, we had another text conversation, I think, where she just didn't remember that she'd already got this stuff started.
You just referenced a text conversation. Did you take screenshots of those text messages?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide the screenshots of those text messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Lund, I'm going to show you a series of documents marked as exhibits 279, 280, 281, and 282. They should appear on the screen right in front of you. There's going to be 4 different documents, and so we'll have to go one at a time. So I'm going to be showing you first 279. Now I'm going to show you 280, then 281.
Can we slow it down, Counsel?
Yep, I'm sorry.
We go back one?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And then 282. Ms. Lund, are these a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol that you just referenced?
Yes.
Carol Mitchell, I apologize.
Yes.
Have the screenshots you just saw ever been altered?
No.
Who are the communicators on that text message thread?
The green is me and the gray is Carol.
Carol Mitchell?
Carol Mitchell, I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's very difficult for me too. How do you know the person on the other end of the messages is Carol Mitchell?
I've got her phone number in my phone directory, and I've talked to her many times.
Did these messages cause you alarm?
Yes.
Did you respond to Carol Mitchell shortly after receiving or reading them?
Yes, most of the time I responded after I saw it. I would normally try to respond to her within a short period of time.
Were you still alarmed or concerned when you responded?
Yes, yes.
What effect did these messages have on you?
Concern for Carol, and that she was just having a lot of trouble trying to keep things together, and concerned that she would be a vulnerable adult that could be taken advantage of.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibits 279 through 282 into evidence and request permission to publish them.
Mr. McDonald, no objection, Your Honor. All right. Exhibits 279, 280, 281, and 282 are received. You may publish.
So, as we discussed when it was just on your screen, there's going to be 4 messages, and the reason for that is when you screenshot, it goes vertical, and so you kind of cut things off, and it's a little bit wonky. I wish we could do a full one long scroll, but we can't. So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to read those. Before you do, please reorient who the color of each person talking is, and when you're done, you'll see at the bottom, that part is cut off, and so when you see the next text message, you can just jump on from there. There's going to be some overlap because that's how screenshots work. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay, so before you read, and you might have to turn back to the microphone, you can read them it's still on your screen, I believe. Okay. So you don't have to worry about that part, we kind of have them all over. But please tell us who the colors are, and then you can begin reading.
The green is me, and the gray is Carol. So Carol answered, "Thank you, pretty flowers." And then that was one day. Another day, she's again asking me, "Who took the deed to my house? It was in a metal box, and now there's hardly anything in there. My lawyer will be here day after tomorrow." And me responding back, "Most of the house papers are behind the blue or green pillow in second bedroom. The deed may be there with the papers we clipped together to take to the lawyer. I have a couple more forms filled out, the letter for American Express, and some background info. Would tomorrow work, I think? Would tomorrow, Monday?" What? Oh, okay, that's the same one. Oh, and Carol responding, I forgot the green pillow spot, and there it is. Just trying to make light of the situation, and I would respond, "Just call me your backup memory," and she did that a few different times. And then, tomorrow would be okay, backup memory lady. And then I responded, "I have a meeting at church at noon, so I would be out about 2:30.
And this is the last one.
Me and green again, we can move it to next week if you prefer. Your will was on the table yesterday. And Carol responding, "Do you mean the healthcare directive? I haven't made a will yet. I am going to do that with Charlie."
Now, this is the last text of the exhibits we just offered, but to your knowledge, who is named Charlie?
Charlie was is the local attorney that she was using.
Do you remember his last name by chance?
I believe it's Charles Ramstead.
Thank you. Please unpublish, Your Honor. Thank you. What about passwords, Ms. Lund? Did Carol Mitchell ever have forgetfulness related to a book containing passwords of hers?
Yes, she had a little green, no, I don't know if it was blue or green, I forget, but about a 2x3 spiral bound at the top notebook where she had many, many, many pages of passwords, and if she changed passwords, she'd cross one out and then she'd rewrite it. I think she had 2 different notebooks, and that's how she remembered all her passwords for going online and accessing her financial papers online.
Did you have text messages between yourself and Carol Mitchell about this password book?
Yes, we would. When she misplaced it, once in a while she would ask me if I knew where it was. Once in a while I would be able to tell her the last place I'd seen it. And sometimes I didn't know where it was. And she would then find it later, and she would let me know that she found it.
Did you take screenshots of those text messages?
Yes.
And again, Did you provide the screenshots of those text messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of documents marked Exhibits 277 and 278. They're going to go back up on the screen just like we did last time. We'll go through it the same way. Can you see those? And I will also wait so that Mr. McDonald can see them too. Are these a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol that you just referenced?
Yes.
Have the screenshots ever been altered?
No.
Who, again, are the communicators on this text message thread?
Carol Mitchell is the gray. I am the green.
And I know this may sound redundant, but how do you know the person on the other end of the message is Carol Mitchell?
Carol's in my phone directory, and I've called her many times at that number.
And what effect do these messages have on you?
It again concerned me, with the things that she was having difficulty with.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibits 277 and 278 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald. No objection, Your Honor. Exhibits 277 and 278 are received. You may publish.
So let's do the same thing that we did with the previous series of exhibits. Please note who the colors are. I know it just to make sure the record is clear. And then please read, and when we continue down, we'll go to the next one. There's only 2 exhibits this time.
Okay. Carol is texting me, took care of the license tabs for my car. Rod's truck has new tabs. Stop in at Wells Fargo to meet the new guy that worked with Rod before. I will contact you about any questions about stuff that is baffling me. Do you have, supposed to be my 2 little blue notebooks with all my passwords? My response was no, but last week you found them in your top desk drawer. Carol's text, no luck finding them. Guess I will have to call them. Did we make that change from Rod's card to my card to pay the bill?
You can unpublish, Your Honor, please. Ms. Lund, now I'd like to direct your attention towards an incident involving Carol Mitchell during a trip to Walmart. Do you recall that incident?
Yes.
Can you explain that incident to the jury, please?
I believe it was sometime in April of 2023, and Carol sent me texts on it, and she was going to Walmart, so she made the trip there, and she went into the store, and then she forgot her list in the car, so she went back out to the parking lot to get her list, and she unlocked her car and got in, and then she realized it wasn't her car. And so she got out and looked around, and she found her car 2 or 3 different spaces down. But the thing she was really confused about was how her key worked in the other car to let her in.
Now, I know when you just testified, you mentioned that those were text messages. And again, did you take screenshots of those text messages?
Yes.
And did you provide those screenshots of those text messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of documents marked as Exhibits 273, 274, 275, and 276. They'll come up on that screen. Mr. McDonald will be able to see it too, and we will slowly go one by one. I'll wait for you to pull your eyes up and to hear from Mr. McDonald.
Yep. I'm good. Okay. Okay.
Are these a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol Mitchell that you just referenced?
Yes.
Having gone through the other foundation a few other times, I'm going to skip through and ask this to be offered as Exhibits 273 through 276 and request permission to publish, Your Honor.
No objection. All right. 273, 274, 275, and 276 are received.
Then when I got to Walmart and was just about in the store, I realized I forgot my shopping list, went back to my little green car, hit the door unlock, and hopped in. And it wasn't my car, OMG. I jumped back out and saw my car about 3 more down, exact same color, but mine is a Ford Escape and the other was a Subaru. How could my key open the other one? Freaky. My response, OMG, maybe you should let Butch give you a ride tomorrow.
We can unpublish, Your Honor. Ms. Lunt, who's Butch?
Butch is my brother-in-law. He's married to my sister Cindy.
Why did you offer that to Carol Mitchell?
She was coming in for, I think this was Easter of 2023, and she was coming in to spend Easter with us, and we didn't want her driving out of town by herself. So he made the trip out, picked her up, and brought her, and then I think maybe Nicole took her back at the end of the Easter celebration that we had.
We may ask some questions about that in a moment, but reorienting you just very briefly to the text message related to the Walmart incident, how did you feel after reading those text messages about Carol Mitchell and her trip to Walmart?
Still concerned about her, how big of an effect the Alzheimer's was having on her, having just lost her husband, my brother Rod Mitchell, and thinking some of her difficulties were going to be more apparent going forward as long as Rod was no longer there to compensate for some of the struggles she was having.
I appreciate you providing me with a transition in my questioning. I want to now talk about your statement earlier that Rod and Carol Mitchell had come to either your home or your parents' home in Moorhead for holidays with the Mitchell family over the past 30 years. Has Carol ever driven to your house to come to one of those holidays? Carol Mitchell, I apologize.
Carol Mitchell, if Rod Mitchell and Carol Mitchell were both coming in, normally Carol drove because Rod worked in town, lived in Detroit Lakes, worked in town, and he drove that route 5 days a week. And so if they went somewhere on weekends, normally Carol would do the driving because he'd had his fill of driving during the week.
I don't want to make you estimate, but would it be fair to say that Carol Mitchell drove to your house or your mother's house in Moorhead more than 10 times?
Probably more than 10 times in a year, yes.
Okay, so many times.
Many times over the duration, yes.
After Rod Mitchell's death, did there come a time where Carol Mitchell began to have trouble getting to your house in her car?
Yes, there were 2 incidences where she called me, where she was coming to my house, and she called me. She'd made it as far as Fargo Moorhead, but then got lost in town. And so she called, and I was able then to direct her via the phone to have her come to my house in South Moorhead.
Did you take a screenshot of the record of that phone call from Carol Mitchell to you?
Yes, I did.
I don't know if that picked up on your...
Yes, oh, yes, I did.
Thank you, I just want to make sure. And did you provide the screenshot of that phone call to Nicole Mitchell's attorneys?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you a document marked as Exhibit 323. It's up on your screen and Mr. McDonald's screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Is this a complete and accurate record of your screenshot regarding the November 2023 phone call?
Yes, that would have been the day after Thanksgiving in November of 2023 when she came in.
Has it been modified at all?
No, it has not.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibit 323 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald, no objection. Exhibit 323 is received. You may publish. Just for clarification for the court reporter myself, 323.
Yes, Your Honor, 323. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Now, this is a different, would you orient us to who the colors are on this screenshot and explain, after reading that bottom message, who that was to?
So that text was to a private investigator hired by Nicole Mitchell, and we'd had a phone conversation, and I followed up with a couple texts, or most of the texts, to him. So this was after the original conversations with him. Yeah, in this case, I think he's in blue and I'm in gray.
And above the message that you send to him, that is the screenshot from the day that Carol Mitchell called you when she was lost on her way to your home for Thanksgiving.
Yes, the day after Thanksgiving.
And you mentioned, I'm sorry, Your Honor, you can unpublish that exhibit, please. Before we just showed you that exhibit, I believe your testimony was that this happened 2 different times. One, we can see from that testimony, is November of 2023. Can you place the other one of when it might have happened?
I believe it was in October of 2023.
Why do you believe that?
I was able to find a phone record for it.
Did Carol Mitchell and Rod Mitchell ever get lost on their way to your home before Rod Mitchell passed away?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, you testified to this earlier, but I'd like to ask you to repeat it because I think it makes more sense in context now. Did there ever come a point where you or your family made different arrangements for Carol Mitchell to get to your house to attend a holiday at the Mitchells in Moorhead?
We talked about the one in Easter in 2023 in April, where we went out, or Butch, my brother-in-law, went out and picked her up, and Nicole brought her home. There may have been other family gatherings that we did something similar, where somebody picked her up and somebody else took her home.
This may sound obvious, I don't mean it to be, but why did you decide to do that, or why did your family have that conversation amongst yourselves and come to that conclusion?
Because we thought she was struggling with driving and was a risk to herself in driving outside of DL. Safer to drive inside DL, but when she's out on the road, we had more concerns.
Now I'd like to discuss any additional symptoms of Alzheimer's that you began to notice in Carol Mitchell after Rod Mitchell's death. Was Carol Mitchell exhibiting any additional symptoms besides forgetfulness and getting lost that we've already discussed?
Yes.
What was that?
Paranoia. Paranoia.
Thank you. Can you give the jury some examples in your experience with Carol Mitchell at that time where she was exhibiting paranoia?
So as I said earlier, I helped her pretty extensively during the month of April 2023, put together all her financial papers and went to the attorney with her and all those sort of things. But then she started accusing me and my sister and Nicole Mitchell of stealing papers out of her house. So that theme came up and recurred several times throughout, from the time from April of 2023 through the end of 2023, where out of the blue, I'd get a text that says, something, it'd be a text that's like, well, where are my papers? You took them, bring them back. And each time I would carefully take a few minutes and realize that it was part of her paranoia and part of her Alzheimer's, and then very carefully respond to her. And my response was normally, Carol, I know, you've got some paranoia going on with that, and that's why I've been very careful to not take anything out of your house. I'd had an experience with another family member where they always thought somebody, not me, but somebody else was taking stuff. It was always the same story over and over and over again. So I just thought she was exhibiting that same thing was stuck in her mind, that I took papers. And so I just very carefully try to walk through that with her and tell her we didn't have them. But it kept coming up throughout the months.
Were those conversations memorialized in text messages?
Yes.
Did you take a screenshot of those text messages? Did you provide a screenshot of those messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of documents marked as exhibits 304, 305, 306, and 307. They'll come on the screen as they have all of these times before, and we will look at them one at a time. Please tell me when you are ready to go to the next proposed exhibit. You're asking me or Olivia? Both. I just want to be respectful of both of you guys. Okay.
And her family wrong too. You made that her niece, they must not be as close as she claimed that they are, or she's in denial and want to be able to control their money too. Rob must have left a pretty penny. He must have left a pretty penny.
I'm in the green. This one is in May of 2023. Carol's saying you have not returned any of the files you took from the tin box, noticeably the financial forms, most especially the ones where Rod wrote out his wishes across the top should he pass on. My lawyer wants them ASAP. My response, good morning, Carol. As I said before, I was very diligent about making sure I never took anything out of your house. Everything I helped with was left at your house with notes attached. Are you referring to the bound book that Rod had written in? You showed it to me early on, but again, I never took anything out of your house. I'm sorry you're having difficulty finding it. You put all your house-related papers from the metal box behind the pillows in the second bedroom. Maybe you put it in there too. I'm so sorry. Says, I'm so sorry I failed you in this process. I can't imagine the pain you're going through. I'm sorry.
Take your time, Ms. Lund.
Nicole says she never had any of those forms. So I guess it was you and Cindy that removed them. Whatever, I need them back. Oops, I sent that last one just before yours came in. I will keep searching.
You can unpublish these, Your Honor. Ms. Lund, I can't help but notice that you were emotional at the end of that. Can you explain why?
I knew it was her disease that was talking there and not herself. We'd always had a good relationship, so I knew that and I felt sorry for her and that I couldn't help anymore.
Had you ever taken papers out of Carol Mitchell's home?
Never. Let me correct. May I correct?
Yes, please.
Preparing for Rod Mitchell's funeral, Cindy and I think Jonathan Keel and I loaded up all the things we were taking to the funeral home. So we took boxes of pictures and memorabilia and all those type of things, loaded them in our cars, picture boards and everything, took them to the funeral home, brought them back home again, unloaded them all. And that was the only papers I would have hauled around.
Did Carol Mitchell have any fears or concerns related to her bank accounts?
Yes. We had talked about, earlier I talked about her little book of passwords and things like that, so she had those going on. And, you know, probably one of my goals was, you know, knowing she had Alzheimer's, knowing that sometimes people with Alzheimer's end up having trouble getting their bills paid on time and things like that. So one of my goals for her would have been to get everything set up on automatic payment so she didn't do anything like get behind on a utility bill and get her electricity shut off or something like that. I've had experience with those type of things. So my goal was to more automate and auto pay for as much as I could so she didn't have problems. But Carol's paranoia, I think, had stepped in and she didn't want anything on auto pay. She wanted the bills coming to her at her house. She wanted to pay them and she didn't want the internet in her house anymore.
After Rod Mitchell died, do you recall ever seeing Carol Mitchell use laptop computers in her home?
When I was out there helping her, I would use the laptop a little bit. But that's the only experience, I guess. I haven't seen her close to a laptop.
In the months leading up to the incident in this case, did Carol Mitchell's behavior towards you and the Mitchell family change?
Yes.
How so?
For the last, 25 years, I mean, Carol and Rod had come and spent every holiday with us. We were close, saw them a lot, and Carol had talked about the discord between her and her sister. I think she hadn't had a relationship with her sister for the last 20 or 25 years. She used to go there for holidays and things, but there had been some fracturing in that relationship. And then all of a sudden after Rod died, Carol did a 180. So she turned and all of a sudden started nurturing or things with her family, and we became the family that she was having difficulty with. So it was just like a 180. The last 25 years where she didn't participate with her family was now completely different.
Now, you just mentioned Carol Mitchell's sister. Who are you referring to when you say that?
I know her first name only. I don't remember her last name.
And what is her first name?
Dee.
Okay. Do you know if Dee has any children who are related to this case?
There are two daughters. I remember meeting them at Rod Mitchell's funeral. Pam is the first name of one. I don't recall the other one.
That's okay. So, directing you back towards Carol Mitchell's increased paranoia, we looked at text messages earlier that were from March of 2023. Did you receive any other texts from Carol Mitchell after that time that were of a similar vein?
Of the paranoia?
Yes.
Occasionally through the following months, I'd get another text asking, where are my documents? Bring them back, and things like that. My attorney wants them. He wants them right now. And at one time I called her attorney and I said, hey, I'm concerned. I mean, she's not remembering things. She's telling me you're asking for documents. And I'm going, what documents are you looking for from me? Because I don't have any. And the response was just something like, well, if you have any.
I'm going to object to narrative.
Oh, sorry.
Sustained.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. try to drill down a little bit so we avoid a long answer. Did Carol Mitchell make a significant accusation against you in December of 2023?
Yes.
And was it by text message?
Yes, it was.
Did you take screenshots of that text message?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide the screenshots to Nicole Mitchell's attorneys? Oh, sorry, it moved on you.
Yes, I did.
I'm now going to show you two documents marked Exhibits 310 and 311, 310 and 311. Can you see them on your screen?
Yes.
Good, sorry. Are these a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol that you just referenced?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibits 310 and 311 into evidence and request permission to publish.
No objection. All right, Exhibit 310 and 311 are received, and you may publish.
This will be the last time I ask you to do this. I know that these text messages are difficult, so take your time, but please orient the jury to the colors and read the text as you can.
Okay. Carol is in gray. Mine is in green. So this was early in December 2023. Good morning, Nancy. Oh, this is also, I mean, I hadn't dealt with...
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's no question here.
Sustained.
Okay.
Please read this first and I can ask some questions afterwards.
Good morning, Nancy, or maybe it's not. Just came from my lawyer's office again. I would have thought that you loved your brother enough to honor his wishes. And those forms that you stole from my house, where Rod had specifically stated his wishes, should be honored. Being you had no financial stake in them, I can only assume you gave them to Nicole. And being Nicole has flatly stated that she believes my son has no right to any monies, I take that as proof. Apparently neither you or Nicole loved Rod enough to...
Would it say honor his wishes?
Honor his wishes, yeah.
And unpublish, Your Honor. Now, before you started reading that, we drew an objection because there wasn't a question asked. But I think the question is, had you talked to Carol Mitchell at all before she sent you that text message?
I had not dealt with Carol with anything financial since late April or early May of 2023. And this text message came out of the blue.
How did the text message make you feel?
Terrible.
Without getting too into a narrative, can you explain that a bit more?
I still knew it was the disease talking, but it hurt so bad that she would say that about me not loving my brother. That I never texted her again.
Why did you stop texting her?
Because it hurt me so bad that she would think that I didn't love my brother.
After Carol Mitchell sent you this text in December of 2023, did she reach out by text again?
No.
To your knowledge, was Carol Mitchell pulling away from any other of the Mitchell family?
She was pulling away from all the Mitchell family.
Overall, based on all of the time you spent with Carol and Rod Mitchell, how much of a difference was it in terms of where Carol Mitchell was before Rod's death and where she was now in December of 2023 after sending you that message?
She was completely different than we had known her to be. You know, she'd normally come in, we'd have nice family time, we'd have gatherings. She would, you know, come in whenever Nicole was in town. She normally would come up. She'd love and kiss on the grandchildren. And none of that was happening anymore. She was cold. She was cold.
To your knowledge, did any of the non-Mitchells, meaning Carol Mitchell's other side of the family, keep track of Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's or how it was progressing?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Mm-hmm.
To your knowledge and in your experience with Carol Mitchell, do you know if any of the non-Mitchells, meaning Carol Mitchell's other side of the family, were keeping track of her Alzheimer's and how it was progressing?
I don't know.
Has Carol Mitchell ever communicated with you about that side of the family or not being close to that side of the family?
Yes.
Can you talk about that some?
She would mainly talk about her sister Dee, I don't know her last name, and the big rift that had come between them, and it was twofold, the things that she talked about. And even in the month of April of 2023, when I was helping Carol and we'd take a break from what we're doing and we go to lunch or things like that, she would talk about Dee on occasion. And the 20-year rift, she said, were the result of two different things. First of all, Dee, took all of their parents' estate, so Carol apparently didn't, according to Carol didn't get anything of her parents' estate. Dee took it all. That was the first thing. And Carol said when she went looking for the baby she gave up at birth, that Dee was very opposed to that, and that also caused a rift between her and Dee. So the combination of those two things was why Carol no longer had a relationship with her sister.
So let's talk about the son that Carol Mitchell was reunited with. What do you know about Jonathan Keel? When did you meet him?
I met him after Rod died.
After Rod Mitchell died, did you ever attempt to acquire any of his things?
During the process, when Carol was cleaning things out and trying to get through things and things like that, one of her homework from her attorney was to make a list of things within the house, who gets what in her house. And so I thought I was going to be helping her with that, but I wasn't. And so a couple different times she would text. I think she offered up a couple things of Rod's to our family members. I think a fringe jacket and a Minnesota Vikings jacket were the two things she offered up. And then an oak buffet that she'd had at her house that belonged to my parents and my grandparents before that, I believe. So she had offered those up. And continually, several times throughout the months, I'd asked her if there would be a point in time when we, meaning my remaining family, could come down and go through Rod's things to see if there's anything we wanted. Her answer was always, oh yeah, yep, I'll get things rounded up when I get things sorted out. And it was always, this is things that you don't want anymore, Carol. It's, if you don't want them and you're going to give them away or something like that, we would like to have that opportunity. Yep, when I get things organized, I'll let you know. Well, that time never came. She had, I'd say 3 or 4 reminders.
And Ms. Lund, let me just jump into.
Yep.
If Carol Mitchell was not giving them to you or the people that she said she would, do you know where she was giving them or what she was doing with those items?
She was giving them away to other people or donating them.
I'd like to shift gears a little bit away from Carol Mitchell to Nicole Mitchell. Do you have an opinion as to Nicole Mitchell's character for greediness?
I believe Nicole is a very trustworthy, honest person. She's been a hardworking person all her life. She's created her own life. I mean, she's very professional, very accomplished. And what was the other part of your question?
I only asked for your opinion about her character for greed or desire for money.
I don't think that money is what drives her. I mean, she's had her choice in her career of the things she likes. She does, and she picks the things she likes to do. And I don't think money was a priority even when she decided to have a family. She left some pretty high profile positions and was secure enough financially to move back to Minnesota and raise her family here because that's where she wanted to be. Family was more important than money at that point.
And I want to be very careful with this. I don't want you to give any opinion as to anything related to the allegations in this case. So please do not offer any opinion about that, okay? That being said, do you have an opinion as to Nicole's character for being caring or caring about other people's well-being generally?
Yes, I believe she's a very caring person, and a lot of times you would see that through some of the work that she chose or her volunteer work that she chose. I think a lot of it was very children-oriented, and she did that kind of caring. And she cares for her family.
Based on that knowledge, And again, with the caveat that I don't want you to talk about anything related to this case, what do you think Nicole's motives were regarding her dealings with Carol generally after Rod's death?
I'm going to object to speculation, Your Honor.
Approach.
Would be. But most of the time when I saw them together, there was always a hug and everything that went on. So I think they, worked through their difficulties or differences. And I think it was a pretty normal mother-daughter type relationship.
And what about Nicole Mitchell's children, which would be Carol Mitchell's grandchildren? To your knowledge, did Carol Mitchell see those grandchildren frequently?
Yes.
Did it become less frequent after Nicole Mitchell adopted her second son?
Yes. Prior to adopting the second son, I think when the first son was there, when Nicole would come to the area, I guess, she would many times spend a night or two at Rod and Carol's house, and then she would probably come into town and spend a night at my house too. After the second boy came into play, who was, I believe, just a foster child at that point, I believe that Nicole was told that they weren't welcome to spend the nights at her father's house anymore. And so she came just as frequently, but spent nights at my house.
Despite these ups and downs and this changing relationship after her second son was adopted, do you still believe that Nicole had genuine concern for Carol Mitchell's well-being?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Nicole is a caretaker at heart. That's the type of person she's going to be. She has, and I think that, would you ask the question one more time, please?
Absolutely. You testified to some incidents of rocky relationship between Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell. And I'm asking, despite that, it seems as though your testimony is that you still believe that Nicole Mitchell had Carol Mitchell's well-being in mind. I'm asking why you think that.
I think that because I believe that Nicole loved Carol and still does. And I also feel that she, being a caretaker, that her father, Rod Mitchell, would want her to make sure that Carol is well taken care of. And I think she felt an obligation, not only love, but an obligation to take care of a family member.
Now I'd like to direct your attention to the time period of 2023 and 2024. Overall, was that a difficult year or an easy year for the Mitchell family?
Very difficult.
Can you tell us about why that is or what happened to make it so difficult?
We experienced a lot of loss that year. So it started with my brother Rod Mitchell in March of 2023. We lost a family member. My 39-year-old niece passed away in September of 23. And then in December of 23, my older sister, Julie Bradley, passed away. And within a couple days of that, my ex-husband passed away within a couple days there at the same time.
Can you explain a little more about how your ex-husband passed away?
He was elderly. He had been sick, and he lived by himself in a small condo in Moorhead. And our two children are in town there, and so they were probably his main people that were looking after him. And he must have had a fall, and one of my children had to, when their father wasn't responding to phone calls or texts anymore. They had to go and check on him, and they found that he had fallen, and I don't know if it was 1 or 2 days before they found him, and that was a very traumatic experience to have to go to his house and open a door and walk in and not know, what condition they were going to find him in. Very traumatic for one of my children.
Did Nicole know about this?
Yes, I'm sure we talked about it over Christmas that year.
What effect did this death have on the family related to your concerns about Carol Mitchell?
She's elderly. She's living on her own. She wasn't returning texts or phone calls. And so those type of possibilities come to mind.
Now, when you think of Nicole Mitchell's personality and behavior, would you consider her more of a doer, someone who takes charge, or more of a passive person?
She would be a doer.
And how did that trait of being a doer affect Nicole's interactions with Carol Mitchell after Rod Mitchell's death?
One of the things we were concerned about would be the progression of the disease. If you're fairly, if it's early in the diagnosis and you've got time to do things or get things organized and things like that, that's the time to do them rather than waiting until the disease progresses. And I know one of the areas that Nicole researched and had some tough discussions, I think, with Carol on was, where do you want to be when the disease progresses so that you can't be on your own anymore? Where do you want to be? Do you want to be in Detroit Lakes? Do you want to be down in the cities where Nicole Mitchell and Jonathan Keel were? Does she want to, what kind of environment does she want to be in? And so I know Nicole had some conversations with her, and I think Carol thought she was pushy, but I think those were the times to be having those conversations and figuring out where she wanted to be. She had cats too to be concerned about, and trying to figure out and make some of those choices ahead of time rather than have somebody else make them for her later.
Ms. Lund, I only have one more question for you, and it's a little bit specific, so bear with me. Are you aware of a medical bill that was missed, the payment of which was missed, and it was related to Rod Mitchell's medical care either right before his death or around the time of his death that the estate later had to settle?
Yes.
How are you aware of that?
I was looking at the state of Minnesota public access website for court documents and things like that, and I just happened to be perusing through, looking at his probate file online, and I noticed that there was a fairly good-sized large medical bill that was never submitted, was never paid. It was not submitted on time or something, and so it was unpaid, and I believe the court didn't order that bill to be paid or something like that. It was an unpaid bill that went through probate and didn't meet the timeline for entry into the estate.
I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lund. I want to start by talking just a little bit about Carol Mitchell. You described a couple events with showing some forgetfulness or memory loss. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would you agree that the Walmart event and the meeting with the attorney were in about April 2023?
Yes.
So less than 1 month after Roderick Mitchell's passing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would you agree that Carol Mitchell was likely still grieving at that time?
Yes.
Ms. Lund, would you agree that you told the defense investigator that Carol Mitchell is not very tech savvy?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Lund, there's no doubt you tried to help Carol Mitchell. Fair to say?
Yes.
And Alzheimer's is a very cruel disease.
Yes.
But you also understand that Carol Mitchell is not on trial here.
Yes.
You just spoke to us about this bill. What's your understanding of the probate process if the court doesn't allow a claim?
I don't know exactly how that whole probate process works.
Well, Was that bill personal to Roderick Mitchell?
Yes, it was a medical bill of his.
Okay, and was your understanding that the facility or creditor didn't file that timely?
I can't say for sure. It was a long time ago. I haven't stored all that information.
But in any event, that bill may have been personal to Roderick Mitchell.
Yes.
Okay, so it would have been the estate's responsibility, not necessarily Carol Mitchell being put into collections.
It was Roderick's medical bill.
And you did confirm that you haven't texted Carol Mitchell since December 2023.
As far as I recall, yes.
Okay. So any concern about her not responding to text messages, you're talking about prior to December 2023?
Correct.
You testified that Nicole is, quote, a doer?
Yes.
Okay, so she gets something on her mind, she's going to complete the task.
She will normally do the task instead of wait for somebody else to do it, yes.
Okay. And you also described her as trustworthy and honest, correct?
Yes.
Meaning if someone asks her a question or she says a statement, we can believe it?
Normally, yes.
Ms. Lund, did Nicole Mitchell communicate with you on April 21st or April 22nd of 2024?
You'll have to refresh me on what those dates were, because I'm...
Let me ask you in a more pointed way. Did Nicole Mitchell tell you that she was going to break into Carol Mitchell's home?
No.
Did she ever reach out with any concerns or discussions in the 24 hours prior to her arrest?
No.
Now, you described Nicole Mitchell and Carol Mitchell's relationship on the stand here as, quote, sometimes rocky?
Yes.
But isn't it true you told the defense investigator that Nicole Mitchell and Carol Mitchell's relationship has, quote, never been stellar in the 40 years?
Right, probably not ever stellar.
Okay. But those were your words?
Yes.
And Ms. Lund, isn't it also true that you told the defense attorney, the defense investigator, after you found out Nicole Mitchell was arrested, quote, Nicole, I don't understand what you did. I don't understand it.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. DeCray.
Just very, very briefly, I'm aware of the time, Your Honor. Ms. Lund, was Carol Mitchell the executor of Rod Mitchell's estate?
Yes.
You testified earlier that Carol Mitchell got lost on her way to your house in November of 2023 for the Thanksgiving holiday.
Yes.
Was that 8 months after Rod Mitchell's death?
Yes.
Did you know that Carol Mitchell was also not responding to Nicole Mitchell with respect to text messages and calls?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald.
When you testify that Carol Mitchell was not responding to Nicole Mitchell, what time frame are you speaking to, Ms. Lund?
I think during 2023, there were a lot of times when there were very slow responses, but I think, I don't know when she no longer responded at all. For periods of time, there were very slow responses. I don't know the dates that she didn't respond at all.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. DeCray.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Ms. Lund, you may step down. Again, watch your step. There's that slight decline there. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll adjourn and go into recess for the evening. Before we do so, once again, remind you not to talk about this case with anyone, including yourselves, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or listen to news about it on radio or television or social media or on the internet. And do not talk about any of the people or any subject involved in this case with anyone. Do not share information about the case in writing, by email, by telephone, on the internet, or by any other means of communication. You must not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Facebook, Twitter, X, or other social networking sites about this trial.
Scott.
And Mr. Scott, what do you do?
I'm a correction officer.
Where are you a correction officer at?
Becker County Jail.
Okay. Mr. Scott, were you working in your capacity as a correction officer on April 22nd, 2024?
Yes.
Were you at the Becker County Jail when Nicole Mitchell was brought in custody?
Yes, I was.
Mr. Scott, what was your role as it related to Ms. Mitchell at that time?
Very minimal. I was actually posted at the Rover Post, which wasn't booking. The booking officer was busy, so I walked down there with our female officer to make sure that I had no idea what was coming and make sure it was compliant and everything was going well.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you were there to support the female correction officer? Is that true?
Yes.
And is it true that in that situation, because the person taken into custody was female, that there needed to be a female correction officer?
Yes.
Okay. Was that correction officer Horner or Horner?
Horner, yep.
Horner, okay. Did you see correction officer Horner interact with Nicole Mitchell?
Yes, I did.
And what was your perception of that interaction?
Everything went fine. When Miss Mitchell came in, she complied with all the orders. She seemed to be distracted, so she had to be directed to the wall a couple of times, but it wasn't because she was ignoring us or anything like that. She just seemed distracted, if that makes sense.
Okay. Mr. Scott, you and I spoke briefly in the hall in the presence of Mr. McDonald. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I gave you a copy of your report?
Yep.
Mr. Scott, do you remember how you characterized Ms. Mitchell in your report as far as whether she appeared to be intentionally uncooperative?
She was not intentionally. She was cooperative. I wrote in there she was not intentionally uncooperative. She had to be directed to the wall 3 times, but like I said before, I believe it was because she was distracted. She wasn't ignoring or pulling away.
Did it appear to you in your judgment that she did not seem able to focus on the directives given to her?
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean by being distracted or whatever. She wasn't focused on what the CO was saying. She seemed more thinking she was in her own mind.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Scott. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald?
Mr. Scott, were you present when Ms. Honer pat searched the defendant?
Beyond the scope of direct objection.
Overruled.
Sorry, sir. Were you present when Ms. Honer pat searched the defendant?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to observe her remove an item from the defendant?
Yes.
As you sit here now, do you have a belief or know what that item was?
I know what that item is now. It was a flashlight glove.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom?
Nothing further.
All right. Then you may step down. Thank you. Watch your step. Mr. DeCray, your next witness.
Your Honor, we had a conversation outside the presence of the jury about what we would like to do right now. We'd like to take a brief recess to confer with our client to try to make a decision as to what we're going to do next.
Understood. Understood. And so, ladies and gentlemen, from time to time, it'll be necessary for me to discuss legal matters with the attorneys outside the hearing of the jury. Please be patient with us and do not speculate as to the nature of the matters we are discussing. I'll have you just step out once again, but every time you step out, I read the admonition to you. And so do not talk about this case with anyone, including yourselves. And do not talk to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or listen to news about it on the radio or television, social media or internet. Do not talk about any of the people or any subject involved in the case with anyone. Do not share information about the case in writing, by email, by telephone, on the internet, or by any other means of communication. And you must not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Facebook, Twitter, X, or other social networking sites about this trial. Do not visit any chat rooms to discuss this case. All rise for the jury. Make sure you leave your notepads turned upside down.
All right, we're taking a short recess, and again, we are 10 minutes delayed from what is happening in court based on our agreement for the audio and visual coverage in court, so a 10-minute delay here. So they are in recess now as they discuss what to do next. Very brief testimony here by Corrections Officer April of last year. Here is Nicole Mitchell testifying in her own defense.
Mr. DeCray.
Before I begin, I'm going to give the same statement I gave to the first witness. Please be careful with the microphone and do your best to use first and last names, and I will do the same. Ms. Mitchell, will you please state your full name for the record?
Nicole Lynn Mitchell.
What is your date of birth?
October 10th of 1974.
Making you how old?
50.
Before we talk about this case, I'd like to briefly talk about your life and your background. Where do you live?
Woodbury, Minnesota.
And for those who may not know, is that a suburb of Minneapolis, St. Paul?
just east of St. Paul.
Who are the members of your household?
Myself, and I have 2 sons, both age 8, Sam and Liam.
Are they twins?
No, Sam is my biological son, and Liam first came to me respite foster care when he was a little over 3.5, permanently when he was 4, and then I adopted him 2 years later. They're a month apart.
I'm going to have you move the mic up a little bit and get it back a little bit just so we avoid, perfect.
Okay.
It'll pick you up. Are you a single parent?
I am.
You mentioned Liam started out as a foster child. Have you fostered any other children?
Yes, predominantly respite care. So either regular kids that would come 1 weekend a month, usually children with disabilities, or emergency placements. And then I had one other full-time foster placement, a baby that I had for 2 years that left my family in 2023, but I still get to see him sometimes.
I think we're going to be talking for a while, so I'm going to encourage you one more time. I know, but if you can just stay back a little bit.
Back. Okay.
Yep, it'll pick you up. Look how far back I am. It'll definitely pick you up. What do you do for work?
Currently, I'm a state senator.
How long have you been in the Minnesota Senate?
2.5 years.
Can you tell us briefly about your prior employment?
Yes. So most of my career has been meteorologist, weather. I joined the National Guard when I was 17, and about half of that career as a hurricane hunter. And most recently, since 2019 until this past November, I had been a commander, also still weather, in the National Guard. I retired because I was eligible, but also because of this case. And then civilian meteorologist, usually for TV, radio, things like that.
Do you also have a law degree?
I do.
Can you tell me a little bit about your legal career?
Well, I wouldn't use the word career. It was just something that interested me at the time. I was doing a lot of children's advocacy and thought it would be nice to have. So I never really practiced other than a very brief volunteer stint. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Until this case, had you had any experience with the criminal law?
No, in law school, I always joke that it was, I took the touchy-feelies. So like family law, domestic violence, juvenile justice, things that I cared about. I had like one basic criminal case we had to, or class that we were required to take. So I took that maybe 20 years ago. And the Senate is the same way. We tend to kind of work in our areas that we have more experience in. So I do a lot of work for children's issues and veterans issues.
How long have you known your stepmother, Carol Mitchell?
They started dating when I was 4 and got married when I was 8. So 46 years.
Growing up, did you live with Carol and Rod Mitchell or with your mother?
There was a brief stint where my mom was in the military and Dad technically had me, although I was mostly at my grandma's for school and stuff. But otherwise, it was always with my mom. And then Dad and Carol were more like summers and holidays, things like that.
Did Carol Mitchell ever legally adopt you?
No.
It's an issue in this case that Carol Mitchell has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and some witnesses have already told the jury that their relationships with Carol have been affected by her Alzheimer's. Has that been your experience as well?
Absolutely.
I know it's hard to condense a long family relationship into somewhat of a short summary, but how would you summarize your relationship with Carol Mitchell pre-Alzheimer's?
I mean, she was one of my parents, and you know, my mom, especially when I was younger, was a single mom and working and dating, and like I eventually did, she had joined the Guard to help herself go back to school. So it was, and I mean, I always remember Carol being in my life and as a mother figure, and so it was nice to have another mother figure.
What about childhood memories that you have with Carol Mitchell and Rod Mitchell? Can you talk about some of those?
Yeah, my mom hates camping and they like it, so you know, I'd get to do things that I wouldn't do. It was here in DL, so trips to the beach, Sorbas, a few trips like to the Black Hills, just, I don't know, normal family stuff.
You mentioned that Carol was like a second mother. What was your favorite things about Carol?
she loves animals. She will tell you all day long about her cats. And I think not to that extent. I mean, she won't even kill a spider. But I think I got my respect for animals in part because of that. She's very artistic, which is not how my brain works at all. So I was always kind of impressed by some of the things that she could come up with and do. She was very much her own person. Like, she didn't really care what other people thought, which I kind of respect. Like, if it was what she believed in or she wanted, like, she was kind of, I don't know, fearless in that way.
Did things change between you and your family and Carol Mitchell when your son Liam joined the family in about 2011?
Yeah. Carol was pretty meticulous and was always kind of just so. And so kids in her space was always, you know, and Liam came from a background with trauma, and he'd already, before he came to me full time, he'd already been bounced through another foster home, and he's the sweetest kid, but he could get pretty emotional sometimes, even more than at the time a normal 4-year-old. And we didn't have the diagnosis yet, but he does have some trauma-related diagnosis, anxiety, ADHD, and autism. So when he gets excited, sometimes he'll, you know, flap a little, or it's called stamine, where he wants to rub against things, and it unsettled her. So we'd been staying at the house a fair amount since Sam was born. In general, but in 2019, so a couple years before that, I'd gotten a job where I could work remotely. So then we'd stay more, and she'd even made Sam his own, like, really cute room in the house. And when Liam joined, she pretty much said we were still invited, but he couldn't stay at the house. And I couldn't do that. So we had to quit staying. I started staying at Nancy's when I'd come to visit instead.
And I might have misspoken my question. What year did Liam come into your family? I said 2011.
Oh, I didn't catch it. He full time. He came in 2021. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you. When did you first notice signs of Alzheimer's in Carol Mitchell?
I'm pretty sure it was 2020, because I think it was summer, and obviously by 2021 we'd quit staying at the house. So it'd been one of the visits where we were staying, and Dad was going to the grocery store. He asked all of us if we needed anything from the grocery store, and then left. And a few minutes later, Carol was just looking around really confused. And, you know, I was like, are you missing something? Do you need something? I just checked in to see, like, what it was. And she was like, oh, I was just looking for your dad. Have you seen him anywhere? And I said, yeah, he went to the grocery store. And she's like, I don't think so. And she literally didn't remember the conversation, that he'd asked us all what we wanted. It just wasn't there.
Did you talk to your dad about this incident?
Yeah. When he got home, it was just a quick trip. When he got back, I pulled him aside and mentioned it to him. And he was kind of one of those stoic guys that, didn't burden you with his problems usually, and sometimes you couldn't get him to talk about things. And he just said, oh, I got it, don't worry about it.
Do you know when Carol Mitchell was formally diagnosed with Alzheimer's?
It was sometime, I'm pretty sure, in 2021. Or, I'm sorry, 2020. I believe the testing started in 2021, and then I think the diagnosis came in 2022.
What kind of things did you begin to notice after you learned of Carol Mitchell's formal diagnosis?
Well, I guess I don't remember which, some of it was before the formal diagnosis. So 2021 was a busy year because Liam joined the family in April, and then they were still coming to visit me, or us, at my house because we all did a lot of visits back and forth. And then I'm not sure how they all talked me into it. We also had 3 foster dogs that year, and then I took on a foster baby in August. So I don't think I was paying as much attention as I probably should have been. But the things I noticed were Carol was usually the driver, and Dad was driving a little bit more. She had been staying at the house too when she came along when they came to visit. And by the end of the year, she was convinced one of her cats couldn't be left overnight. And so she quit coming on the visits. Those are the two. Well, just in general, a little shorter, I guess.
Was there a specific incident your dad visited you in Woodbury without Carol Mitchell?
So just in general, so even when she quit visiting because of the cats, he was still coming to visit, typically about once a month. And sometimes it was never like a week or something, but sometimes it would be 3 days or, he did start, he would always check in and call and stuff and visit with her when he was at my house, but it felt like he was a little more like, I got to check in, things like that. And he got more consistent that the visits could only be like 2 days. Like he didn't want to be gone for more than 2 days. And if it started getting, he just seemed more anxious to get home.
Can you recall a specific incident where he was anxious to get home?
The one I remember the most is, so in early 2023, he'd come in actually for it was my swearing in, and so he was coming in for 2 days for that. I think just before that, there'd been a woman that had gotten lost in Detroit Lakes with dementia, like a pretty serious case where they almost didn't find the person in time. We talked about it, and because it had made statewide news, and that visit in particular, the one right after we'd had all that conversation, I'd asked him if he could just like stay the next day because my babysitter wasn't available until I got home from work, and then go home. And there ended up being a bad snowstorm, and so I got home a little late, and I was like, Dad, it's too bad to drive. And he was like, no, I got to get home. And he literally, I don't think it was technically a blizzard, but it was awful. And he left at like 8 o'clock at night to drive back to Detroit Lakes.
Did he make it?
He did not. He had to turn around after 15 or 20 minutes. And then he left immediately the next morning.
What did you take from this incident?
My dad was a pretty laid back guy. And he didn't at least like to show his family he was worrying. And so, if Dad was worried and was showing it, it was usually a sign it was pretty bad.
Do you have any other relatives with Alzheimer's?
Yes. My grandfather had it pretty seriously, and my mom now also is starting to have, it hasn't been diagnosed as Alzheimer's yet, but dementia.
Can you talk a little bit about your grandfather's Alzheimer's that you remember?
Yeah, it was pretty sad. As he deteriorated, he was getting lost a lot. He thought people were stealing electricity from his house. He kind of lost his best friend because he had a watch that he thought his friend had stolen, and even when you would show him the watch, he would immediately forget it and think this, and like if you saw his friend, that was the first thing he'd do, is just be like, you stole my watch. And he forgot my grandmother by the end. And the hardest thing was that he couldn't go to the bathroom by himself even, because there were a couple times he'd gotten into his feces.
You mentioned that your biological mother is either in the early stages or does have Alzheimer's. Are you doing any caregiving for her?
Fortunately, she's got my stepdad there. And my sisters and I check in. I was doing a little bit more last summer, not so much because of the Alzheimer's, but she's also having some medical problems. So she had a knee surgery, and then during rehab, she fell and broke her back. So there were a couple times my stepdad got overwhelmed, and I'd have to call him, or he'd call me, and I'd have to rush over to help him.
How about Carol Mitchell? To your knowledge, does she have any relatives with Alzheimer's?
Yes, one of her parents had Alzheimer's. Her oldest sister, Gigi, who's in her late 80s, and she has it to the point that Carol had told me in June of 2023 that her son lives with her, and she doesn't remember her son. I think she told Carol on the phone, there's just this nice young man that lives in my house. And then her brother Lee had it, I think, pretty seriously, and was in a nursing home and passed during COVID.
Carol Mitchell has a son named Jonathan Keel. What is your relationship like with him?
I didn't know him that well. It was friendly when we would see each other.
How often did you see each other, to the best of your recollection?
Well, they reunited in 2003, but I was living out of state for work, and didn't move back to state until 2016. So we would have met I would say sometime in the first half of 2017, because we all went out to dinner together, and I brought Sam with, and I remember them bringing a little baby gift for Sam.
Did you ever talk to Jonathan Keel about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's?
Yes. After Dad passed, and I was really concerned. One of the things that she had said was, besides grief and that she was depressed.
Objection, hearsay. Overruled.
Was that being in the house with all the reminders of Dad was just really hard. And so I thought maybe getting her out of the house for a weekend would be a really good idea. And I had relatives coming down for Memorial Day on their own trip, but they said they'd be willing to bring her with. And I thought just getting out of the house and maybe going out and doing other things and a change of scenery would be really beneficial. So I called Jonathan to say, maybe if I could get her to come down, we could all go out to dinner. She'd really like that. If there's anything you can do to help me kind of convince her to do that, I would appreciate it.
And did you text with Mr. Keel about this?
So I think we showed it yesterday. We talked about the Alzheimer's paranoia during that conversation, and if I recall the text correctly, it was kind of a follow-up to that, saying that he had tried to talk to her and what he was doing when she was getting paranoid.
Was there an incident related to Jonathan Keel and Carol Mitchell at your dad's funeral?
Yes. We were all pretty in shock. But there was a point where we were both there, and she introduced us to each other. And of course, after we all met, I would say we all went out to dinner together, kind of at least once, lunch or dinner, at least once a year. So by that point, we'd all met together several times. And I was just concerned that, she was that out of it.
Historically, do you feel that Jonathan Keel knows Carol Mitchell as well as you?
I don't think so.
Why do you say that?
It's just different. She gave him up for adoption right before she turned 20, I think. And then they didn't reunite until he was in his 30s and she and Dad were in their 50s. And there was definitely love, and she was thankful for the reunion. but it's different when a kid's growing up with you and knows all the family stories and, you know, all that history of.
I think her mic went out there, Your Honor. I don't know if it got touched or not, but.
Attempt to tap. There we go. I think she turned her face away from the microphone, so.
We're having trouble with that microphone. We're going to work on that. I think you were talking about the things that you learned about Carol Mitchell when you were growing up.
Oh, yes, thank you. You know, so that just like history of having a parent your whole life versus someone even that you love very much that you've met in your 30s. And so, you know, I can name every cat she's ever had. Why she got divorced from her first husband, all the kind of family history, most of her medical stuff, even behind, you know, before the Alzheimer's, just history.
Did Carol Mitchell ever say anything to you that led you to believe that she agreed with your assessment?
It was just little things. Again, it wasn't a difference in love. It was just kind of like I was the kid who was expected to do the stuff, and Jonathan was in a different category where he just wasn't expected to be that person. So, for example, October of 2023, I'd been in town for a business trip, and I kind of took her on with me, we went on basically a little road trip up to, I think the town's called Callaway. And on the way back, we passed the cemetery, and she said, you know, that's the cemetery, that's where it is. There's going to be fees on it after I croak. You know, you need to take care of that because it wouldn't be fair to ask Jonathan. And just kind of things like that she didn't kind of ever ask him to do, like the stuff. I don't know how to explain that.
What about Pam Muxfeld, Carol Mitchell's niece, power of attorney? She testified earlier in the trial. What's your relationship like with her?
So that was her side of the family. And when I was younger, we would occasionally spend some holidays there. Pam was a little bit older than me, so I would say 8 or 10 years. I actually knew her sister Lisa a little bit better, who was slightly younger. So Lisa had gone on some of the camping trips and stuff with us. So I just, other than a couple holidays. And then there was a big falling out in the family, and mostly with Pam's mom, Dee, and Carol. So then they quit going to holidays.
Just try to use last name. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Pam Muxfeld, Dee Muxfeld, Carol Mitchell. Anyway, so then, do I have to say Rod Mitchell?
You can say your dad, I think.
So then Dad and Carol Mitchell quit going to holidays there, which meant I quit going to holidays there, and all the holidays were at the Mitchells after that. So then I hadn't ever seen them again until the funeral.
Did you talk to Pam Muxfeld sometime after your dad's funeral?
Yeah. So Carol was kind of cycling through people. I hadn't been able to be there right after the funeral because I was in a really busy time of work, and I felt really bad. And I was grateful. I communicated a lot with my aunts and Carol, and was grateful they were stepping up to help. But then she started cycling through people that she trusted. And then it seemed like she was maybe going to name Pam for some of the stuff, which was totally fine. But I just knew they hadn't been around her as much. And especially with Carol, the one thing I see that is different from some of the other family members is that I think she kind of masks it well. Like she'll get something in her head, and even if it's 100% incorrect, she will say it with such conviction that unless you know. So it had been hard for the rest of the family to even tell, even my side of the family. And so I kind of wanted to explain that to Pam, like that I was really concerned, and if she was taking on that role, that I thought we needed to be working with Carol to understand what her wishes were going to be. Because I wasn't sure how long she would be able to stay living on her own. She was starting to get lost. Just other things that I thought we needed to work with Carol to know her wishes while she still was having, some really good days, so that we weren't doing anything down the road that weren't actually her wishes. And I just wanted her to kind of know that.
What was Pam's response? Pam Muxfeld's response?
She said that she'd had another relative with Alzheimer's and she knew all about it, and basically she had it. And working with foster kids, I have to work collaboratively a lot of times with families, and I was kind of hoping that's what we could all do. I felt a little like my concerns were dismissed.
Did she say whether they had a plan if Carol would end up not being able to live on her own anymore?
Yes, she said that if she needed, so what I had wanted, and I think I maybe communicated this, is, there were a bunch of relatives in Moorhead if she ended up somewhere that would check in there all the time. Or maybe she wanted to stay in Detroit Lakes because she still had some friends in the area. Or maybe she wanted to go to Fergus Falls. Or maybe she wanted to end up, if she was near me in Woodbury, we would check on her all the time and Jonathan would be near. I didn't know what she wanted, and I wanted to honor what she wanted. And so when I said, we should just figure out what she wants, she said, oh, my mom will just take care of her. I'm sorry, D. Muxfeld, or no, D. Lindholm.
What did you think about that plan?
I didn't want to be rude, so I didn't say what was in my head, but that was a horrible plan.
Why?
The two of them were like oil and water. Even when we would do holidays, we'd get home and it would just be a vent about little slights or things like that had happened. And then the big fights had happened 20 years ago, but there was a fight over reunification with Jonathan. There was a fight over the parents' estate. And then they'd been estranged. As I think maybe there'd been a little bit, like if someone was having a wedding or a graduation or something like that, but it was not a good relationship.
That was me. When did your father, Rod Mitchell, die?
March 19th of 2023.
In terms of your relationship with Carol Mitchell, how significant of an event was this?
It was major.
Carol Mitchell has made the claim that on the day after your father's death, you and your aunts, Nancy Lund and Cindy Markey, came over to her house and stole paperwork, such as handwritten requests of Rod Mitchell related to his inheritance. Did that happen?
No. So there's a week in the legislature called deadlines, and anything that got worked on that year that doesn't get a hearing is dead. Anything you're carrying for a constituent. I was carrying a lot of work that year. I was carrying actually all the veterans budget stuff. Plus, then you have to be on committees to see hear other people's work. That's why I was so upset that I couldn't get away that week to be there and help, because if I would have left, all that work for other people would have fallen apart. And both Dad and Carol Mitchell had been really proud of my work, and they wouldn't have wanted it to drop just because of that. So I really had to juggle my schedule just to get there Friday for the funeral and drive up that morning, and I was still kind of on call to possibly have to Zoom and vote and drive right back. So I'm literally on videotape in committees at the Senate that day. There's no way I was there.
Not counting Rod Mitchell's funeral, when is the next time after the funeral that you saw Carol Mitchell?
A few weeks later, I drove up with my kids for Easter. I think it was April 9th that year.
Was Carol also at the Mitchell Easter holiday?
Yes.
Did you see Carol Mitchell inside her house during that visit?
I think we might have gone in for a second. So my aunt Cindy Markey, we all were, but had been concerned about Carol driving up and had her husband Butch get her. And so when we were all leaving, I was then leaving to go back to the cities. And so for me, it was a much shorter trip than for Butch to do the round trip. And I offered to drop her off. But I think I still had all 3 kids at the time, including the baby. It was 1.5. But so I think one of the kids might have run in to use the bathroom, but we had to get back and they had school the next day. So
In her interactions with the police, Carol Mitchell mentions many times a metal or a tin box where she kept financial or legal documents. Do you know anything about this box?
I do not. I've heard it talked about. Same thing with the notebook that came up. I have never seen any of those things. And to me, a tin box is like a Christmas tin. So I can't even quite picture it in my head.
How did Carol Mitchell act toward you regarding the topic of money? So we thought Dad had a will. I'd even asked him questions and he'd given me answers like he had a will and he did not have a will. And so I was really grateful after he passed that Carol was at least taking that step. And she'd been very clear that she planned to split it between me and Jonathan. She'd even asked for my social security number. And at that point, I kind of backed off wanting to help with anything. Plus, Nancy was helping, and Nancy's so smart with finances. But I knew if I was possibly going to be part of it, it would be a conflict of interest to be involved at all. So I didn't really do anything other than answer questions that she asked me sometimes. There was some money coming in from my aunt's estate that my aunt had passed very suddenly 2 years before of cancer. Yes. And she was diagnosed and passed so quickly, it was only 3 weeks. So she did her will the best she could, but it was kind of rushed. And so her intention had been clear that it was going to her siblings and then they were to pass it down to the nieces and nephews. And because Dad hadn't properly marked things, and then there was a new chunk of money going into the estate, there was some discussion over that specific money, and Carol had asked me some questions like, why am I getting money from Lori Sandry, my aunt? And I had answered them, and I always told her, it was ultimately her decision, and then I mostly tried to stay out of it. Was that the Lori that Carol referenced in the text messages we saw yesterday?
Yeah, yes.
Let me ask you directly. Did you want to take Carol Mitchell's money after your father died?
No. In fact, I'd had a conversation with her a few months later once I was finally out of session. Then I started trying to visit every month to check in on her and make sure things were okay. And in one of those conversations, I said, Dad took care of you really well. Is there anything you haven't done that you'd like to do? Like a trip you'd like to go on? Anything else? But then at the same time, I had done the math and I'd even called what I would consider like the best senior facility in my area at that time, found out about wait lists, found out about the costs for the different type of care. And once you go from like assisted living into memory care, that can easily be in a good facility $100,000 a year. And so I just knew we needed to like protect the money as long as possible because her sister was in her upper 80s. And if that tracked, we could be talking, 10 or 15 years of me needing to make that money last. And I knew that if it came to it and there wasn't enough, I would be the one covering everything. So I just wanted to make sure it was protected.
I want to direct you back to your aunt, the money your Aunt Lori had given. Was it your understanding that that money was meant to go to you?
Sorry. It was Lori's wishes yes, that it would pass along, like basically the Mitchell family line, but it was not, her will didn't properly contemplate checks going out while someone else died and how that would pass. And so it was going into my father's estate.
Who ended up with that money?
Carol kept it.
So you let it go.
I did.
You testified earlier that your father died without a will, and so there was a probate. And was there a beneficiary designated?
I don't know that the proper word is beneficiary.
Just like you, I didn't do any of those parts. I only did criminal law in law school. Tell me what was going on related to sorting out your dad's estate after he died.
So, because he died without a will, most of his estate was his retirement account from where he worked for, I think, his whole life. So that was the huge chunk of it. But there was money he had put in a CD from what was actually the first distribution from my aunt's estate. That was $120,000. And then the new money that had come in from my aunt's estate, which was $50,000. And so almost all the money that actually ended up in probate was the money from my aunt. And in Minnesota, everything goes to the spouse up to a certain amount. I knew because of the amount, everything would go to Carol. If they have a child from a different family at a certain higher amount, then everything beyond that splits. So I knew everything was going to go to Carol because of that. She asked for herself to be named executor, which I had concerns with because she had no grasp of finances. Dad had done everything for 40 years, so she didn't have any foundation of finances. And then, like, she couldn't learn anything new because of the Alzheimer's. So I was concerned about her naming herself executor, but I knew at the end of the day it wasn't going to meet the threshold, so everything was going to go to her.
And so again, just to put a fine point on it, despite your concerns, did you contest that she would be the person who would get the money?
No, not at all.
Or that she would be the executor?
So for the executor, so because I was the only child, I think they were required to put me on all the paperwork, only child of a different marriage. And so because of that, I could have asked to be the executor. And I thought about it because being the executor is mostly making sure all the final bills get paid, things like that, and then distributing it properly. But it seemed like Carol was already getting paranoid just by the fact that my name was on the court documents. And she was starting to think that I was challenging it and trying to get the money just because on the documents that would be sent out about the estate, it had to have my name on it. So I felt like if I put in to be executor, even just to make sure it got done correctly, that she would see that as threatening or something else.
Did we see text about that yesterday?
So there was a text about me being greedy or something like that. And I hadn't seen her, it was a text from June. And I'd seen her a couple weeks before that, but when I did the timeline in my head, it would have been about when some of the paperwork came out for the first hearing on the estate. And every time paperwork would come out for the estate with my name put on it, she would get, a little spun up.
So let's return back to 2023, after your father's death, after the Easter visit. When's the next time that you see Carol Mitchell?
The first weekend in June, I think it was a Sunday, Monday, maybe the 4th and 5th of 2023.
Tell me about that visit.
It was nice. I mean, I was worried, but so what I started doing is trying to visit every month, and we'd stay at Nancy's, and she would come in for the day, and sometimes it was on the way there that we'd stop there, but usually it was on the way back. And then the next day on the way back, we'd stop and visit. And that's what we did. She came out to Nancy's for the day. We had a nice visit. There were a few things I was concerned about, like she dropped a lot of weight, kind of a scary amount of weight to me. And then we did the visit on the way home, and had a nice talk for, I would say we were there for 1 to 2 hours. And then the kids and I went home.
After that visit, did you and Carol Mitchell text about how that visit went?
I believe so. I mean, we were texting. I had to go back through all the stuff for this case, and I had hundreds and hundreds of texts, and almost all of it before Dad was loving and cat memes and jokes and normal stuff. And same after Dad's, but then occasionally there'd be something paranoid.
I want to reorient you to these early June. That's okay. Did you take screenshots of those text messages?
I believe so.
And did you provide those screenshots of those text messages to your attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 220, 221, 222, and 223. And it's going to be up on the screen for both you and Mr. McDonald. I'll give you both a chance to read them one at a time and let Mr. Keller know when he can go to the next one.
Yeah. Yeah, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Do you need a moment before I ask you these other questions? Okay. Is what you just saw a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol Mitchell after your visit in June of 2023?
Yes.
Have the screenshots been altered in any way?
No.
Who are the communicators on the text message thread?
I am green, and Carol Mitchell is gray.
How do you know that the person on the other end of the text messages is Carol Mitchell?
Because I've texted her under that name for forever.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer as exhibits 220, 221, 222, and 223, and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald. No objection, Your Honor. All right. Exhibits 220, 221, 222, and 223 are received, and you may publish.
As you saw yesterday with your aunt, whenever you're ready, we'll read each text message one at a time. I know you just said it, but for the jury's sake, please orient the colors of who is talking, and then Mr. Keller will move along as you read them.
I am green. The first one is in the morning on the way to Carol's house, leaving Nancy's now. She responded, smiley face. After we'd left, 6:04 p.m. Hope you made it home okay. I went for a walk about 45 minutes ago, and it was so humid I almost melted away. Ha. Thank you for the visit and sharing those wonderful boys with me. Very healing. I really appreciate it all. Hearts. I know you're hurting too. And I just want to remind you how much your dad loved you and the boys and has always been so proud of you. Me too. But I know I had nothing to do with it. But still, I am proud of you too and brag about you. Not only your career choices, but what a, this is the rest, but what a loving, wonderful mom you are. Me, of course you are a part of the person I became, and most importantly, you made Dad happy, hearts. Thank you for the kind note. We had a nice visit too. The boys miss seeing Grandpa, but also you as much. We got home about 30 minutes ago. I got us unpacked and set up the new enclosure for our caterpillar friends. And I raise monarchs with the boys in the summers, so it's a picture of the caterpillars. And then I sent her a picture. We'd gone to Miguel's for lunch. Here is the picture from Miguel's.
Unpublish, Your Honor, please. I don't mean to do your job, Your Honor, but perhaps it would be a good time for a morning break right now. It's a bit of a break in our testimony.
All right. Ms. Mitchell, if you'd please step down. Ladies and gentlemen.
Long family relationship into somewhat of a short summary, but how would you summarize your relationship with Carol Mitchell pre-Alzheimer's?
I mean, she was one of my parents, and you know, my mom, especially when I was younger, was a single mom and working and dating, and like I eventually did, she had joined the Guard to help herself go back to school. So it was, and I mean, I always remember Carol being in my life and as a mother figure, and so it was nice to have another mother figure.
What about childhood memories that you have with Carol Mitchell and Rod Mitchell? Can you talk about some of those?
Yeah, my mom hates camping, and they like it, so, you know, I'd get to do things that I wouldn't do. It was here in DL, so trips to the beach, Sorbas, a few trips like to the Black Hills, just, I don't know, normal family stuff.
You mentioned that Carol was like a second mother. What was your favorite things about Carol?
She loves animals. She will tell you all day long about her cats. And I think not to that extent. I mean, she won't even kill a spider. But I think I got my respect for animals in part because of that. She's very artistic, which is not how my brain works at all. So I was always kind of impressed by some of the things that she could come up with and do. She was very much her own person. Like, over for a little bit to, I think, fix a light or something. And then her TV wasn't working. And I think that one might have also fallen on a Sunday, Monday. But basically on Sunday, we did the visit up to Nancy's, and then Carol came and joined us. More visits than not. She was getting lost on the way, so that was a concern. But otherwise, the visit was very nice. And then the next day, the boys and I went up to Detroit Lakes and did a longer visit there.
Can you tell the jury about some of the things you did when you were in Detroit Lakes?
It was a busy visit. I didn't remember everything until I was going through my texts, but so I think the first thing was we raised monarch butterflies, and one was about to come out right as we were leaving on the trip, and so we couldn't just leave it. And Moorhead had just done something that had killed a bunch of monarchs. We don't want to. So I asked Carol if she had milkweed, and we actually released the monarch at her house. And then her friend Jim came over for a little bit to, I think, fix a light or something. And then her TV wasn't working, and so he started trying to fix the cables. And she'd mentioned it was the TV with a VCR thing, and that the VCR or the DVD had gotten stuck. So I thought maybe, like, if that was the last thing she used, I looked at the input and she'd gotten it on the wrong input. So I reset her TV for her. And then she complained that she no longer had cable in the basement, which when they'd moved it from Dad's name to hers, the downstairs was kind of Dad's man cave, for lack of a better term. And so, like, the TV and the couch and everything down, that was kind of his space. So she told them she didn't need the cable. And then afterwards, she forgot she'd asked them not to have it, so then she was upset she didn't have cable down there. So I told her, you know, we could get the cable back in the basement, but in the meantime, I'd given him a Roku stick a few years before, so it was back when you could share Netflix and stuff. And so I said, you know, there's a Roku in the basement. I can show you how to pull up HGTV or something you like on it. And so we went down in the basement, and I took her through the steps, and she admitted she wasn't going to, you know, it was two different clickers, and she admitted she wasn't going to remember it. And there was an old DVD in the basement, and she said she would like that reconnected. So I reconnected the DVD player for her so that she could do fitness videos downstairs, is what she said. So we did that. And then by the time I came back upstairs from getting that together, Jim had gone, which I was a little disappointed by because I didn't have his contact information, and I didn't want to ask him in front of her because I was afraid she'd get paranoid. We were like checking on her or conspire, I don't know. And I'd hoped to get his contact information. It was about time to go to lunch, and then we were going to go to a movie. So she could not find her purse to go to lunch. And I said, don't worry, I'll cover it all. But she was very, almost obsessed about finding the purse, which was usually hanging by the back door. So we were all looking around the house. I asked her if it would maybe be in her bedroom. She said she'd never put it in there. I said, well, you came from Nancy's, and then you came home last night. So, you know, it's got to be one of the two places. It can't be lost. And then she told me she'd gone out to the bar after she'd come home from Nancy's, which was a little concerned because I felt like maybe her drinking had been increasing after the death. And then she said, I think she asked me to call them. And I said, describe the purse. And she was like, oh, I'm there a lot. They'll just know who I am. And so I called the bar and they did not have the purse. And we kept looking. I went to look in the car for her in the garage and wasn't there. She finally did find it in the bedroom. Oh, sorry, the rest of the day.
No. Did you talk to Carol Mitchell about her Alzheimer's during that visit?
Oh, yes. So the rest of the visit was lunch, movie, and then we went to Dairy Queen. When we were at Dairy Queen, I had just been trying to ask her once in a while, like, have you thought about your plans for when we get a little bit further down the road? And that time she didn't want to seem to think about her plans. She kept saying, oh, my Alzheimer's is really mild. I just got diagnosed, even when it was starting to get farther back. And so I thought, well, maybe if I ask her about the cats. I said, okay, what would you like to happen to the cats when you can't take care of them? And she just said, oh, I'll be around long enough that won't be a problem. And I believe that was the extent of I think I said, well, remember, you're always welcome with us. She had a cat porch for the cat. And I said, a friend of mine could even make a cat porch at our house. So if you ever need anything. By that point, I had checked some of the local places and knew that they had a long list, or a long waiting list. So, I just wanted to be thinking about it because getting on waiting lists and things like that.
After this visit, did you speak to anybody about the things that you saw with Carol Mitchell or experienced with Carol Mitchell?
So in general, obviously I was communicating with my two aunts a lot, and other family members. It was hard because I was grieving and my kids were grieving, and the stuff with Carol was a lot, and there was a lot of other stuff going on that year. So I talked to my family for support, occasionally some other friends going through similar things. I had talked to lawyers by that point about, like, I
apologize to interrupt, but if you would just slow down a little bit for the court reporter, and I'm going to direct you specifically to about any conversations you had with a man named Jay Brody.
Yes. It relates a little to talking to the lawyers first, if I can. Okay. So when this is new to me, and it's not, elder law is like so different than anything I knew. And so I had talked to a couple lawyers about, like, if you start getting worried, a person isn't making those decisions on their own, but you're worried about what they're doing financially and maybe needing care, but they don't want it. Like what does this look like? What can you do, not do? I wanted to be really respectful of letting her have her autonomy as long as possible, but that balance of not letting it go too far. And even what should I be looking for and all those things. And so they had brought up guardianship and conservancy, but those felt like really extreme steps. Guardianship means you basically have full control over the person and you decide where they go, and conservancy is kind of the same thing. Someone completely takes over their finances, but like they can't touch their finances at all anymore. And it's a hard process to go through legally. And I didn't think we were there. And I had a friend in a colleague in the military who was going through kind of similar things with an adult daughter. He had a recently adult daughter with cystic fibrosis who was an adult, and so of course could make their own decisions, but would sometimes not take medication and would not take care to the point that she would end up hospitalized. And so we had a lot of conversations about, like, what is that line? How do you respect them and not let them hurt themselves? How do you navigate all of that? And so after that, I think we kind of like bonded over that issue a little bit, going through different but similar things. And so we had conversations.
Your Aunt Nancy Lund testified a little bit about this yesterday, but there seemed to be quite a bit of traumatic events that happened to the Mitchell family in 2023, in addition to your dad's death. Can you talk about those and how those affected you?
It wasn't a good year. Right before the start of the year, I had to have my foot reconstructed because of military injuries. So I was on a non-weight-bearing cast. I couldn't even put my foot down. An aunt of mine had died from basically a fall, but then no one found her. Dad died in March. In the Senate, I loved my job, but it was, even the old timers said it was the craziest session ever. And there were nights we were there until, I think the record was 6 a.m., but it was just nonstop. The foster baby I had they were starting to work toward transitioning him back to his mother, he was the 6th kid. She'd never cared for any of her kids, and one had died in her care. And they were going to give him back to her. And I was scared for him. And I had to give back this child I had raised for 2 years to someone who had never stayed off drugs. She would let me come visit him. And every time I went to the door, he would come running and screaming and say home. All this stuff with trying to take care of Carol. My cousin, who was only 39, died of a lung issue it was a kind of an agonizing, not good thing. Nancy's ex-husband died, and it was I would call him my closest cousin, Tim, because our kids are the same age and they play together, and so we talk a lot. That found him still alive, but he died. And then one of my other aunts died at the end of the year. It was not a good year.
Can you talk a little bit more about how your aunt's ex-husband's death affected you? I think his name was Ron Lund.
Yeah. So, as I said, I think Nancy said, Nancy Lund, I believe, had said this, but so Ron Lund fell in his home, and I believe the kids had been trying to contact him. And then finally, Tim went over to the house with his wife, and they found him alive, but I believe unconscious. And they don't know if he had been there for 1 or 2 days. And they got him to the hospital, but I think he died within a couple of days. Tim was understandably pretty shaken up, finding him in that condition. And the rest of us were shaken up too. And I know for sure Nancy and I had some conversations about being concerned about Carol. She also has some osteoporosis, so she would be someone that would be at risk for a bone break. There's steep stairs in the house. There were sometimes she'd text back right away, and then sometimes she wouldn't text for a couple days. And you knew she was probably okay, but sometimes your mind would go to the worst. It was just scary.
Is this the only time you experienced a loss of a relative in the same way as Ron Lund?
No, as I mentioned, so it technically wasn't in 2023. It was right after Christmas in 2022. But my aunt, I call her my aunt. She was technically my mom's cousin, but they were closer than her sisters were. So a few years before that, her son had moved her closer, but then he wasn't doing the best job actually checking on her, and I know other relatives would try to, but I believe she'd had a switch in medication, and they think maybe a reaction to that had made her fall or pass out, but a neighbor had been trying to get a hold of her, and the neighbor finally, I think they know that was on a Wednesday, and the neighbor finally talked the manager, or I think the last contact with her had been Wednesday morning, and then without a contact for a couple of days, the neighbor got the manager to open the door on Friday. And same thing, she was, I think, unconscious. She lived a couple more weeks, but then there were just too many medical things and she passed.
Did the way that these two family members died affect your feelings about Carol Mitchell?
I'm probably just a worrier in general. And yeah, when you've seen bad things happen, especially like for my mom, I worry about my mom, but my stepdad's there. For Carol, she was on her own, and there were a lot of things going on, and it was really hard not to see things that were kind of the worst case scenario happen to other people and not think like that couldn't happen to this person too.
Do you remember the date that your father's ashes were interred?
March 19th of 2024.
Did you attend the interment?
I did not.
Were you invited to attend?
I was.
By whom?
Carol Mitchell.
Can you tell us a little bit more about why you didn't attend if you were invited?
So about a week and a half before, with the anniversary of Dad's passing coming up, I knew it was going to be hard for all of us. And I wanted to make sure that Carol had support. But it was also going to be that same week at work where it was almost impossible for me to get away. I shouldn't say almost impossible. Like, if I wasn't there, things I'd been working on would not get done. That year, my biggest thing was I'd taken over a child protection task force, and we'd worked on a lot of things for hopefully to help kids. And there just wasn't any way I could be there that day. But the next week was Easter, the next week, the Friday was Good Friday, and then Easter was the Sunday. And the boys were going to be off, and so I believe I'd said something about like I can't get up that day because that year it fell on a Tuesday, but I could come up, the weekends or the next week. We would be in town. The boys would be there too, and then we could all do a visit. And I don't remember if it was that conversation or a different one, but I'd also asked about the ashes, and at some point she had told me the ground was too frozen and that wasn't going to be until April.
So what happened once this conflict was identified? Conflict in schedule, right? You're not able to come up on the date that it's set. What happens?
So in the original conversation, the internment wasn't supposed to happen until April. And then, so the anniversary was on a Tuesday, and I believe it was Friday, she texts and says that it's going to happen on that Tuesday. And it would have been almost impossible for me to get off, but especially with only 2 business days of notice, there was just no way, because it wasn't just my schedule, it was like everyone's schedule that week. And so I know I said well, that wasn't a day I could be available. Is there maybe another day we could do it? And I know that Friday was in my head because the boys would be off school, I would already be in town, like all the things. And I think she said that was the only day they could even do it. And that sounded weird, that would be the only day they could do it. And I thought she was confused. So I actually called the cemetery and the caretaker and said, just asking, are there other days available? I know it's Good Friday. Would that day be available if it worked? He had said that day would actually work really well. So by that time, I was putting most of my stuff in writing to Carol, texts or letters. So it was a text.
And did you take screenshots of those text messages?
I did.
And did you provide those screenshots to your attorneys?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as exhibits 243 through 271. There's a lot of those, Your Honor, so I don't want to read each of those numbers individually. 243 to 271. It'll be up on your screen. And this one, since there's so many, we'll try to have Mr. Keller help out sort of this batch production. So go ahead and let me know when we move them around. Oh, yeah, should have to read them. Oh. We're waiting for it to go up to the. Yeah, we have requested it. It says, yep, request in progress.
No, it's just not showing them on the screen.
Okay, now it should be up. I apologize. Our computer was not plugged in. Be ready to move.
I confirm.
Okay.
Confirm.
You've seen it? Okay.
I confirm. 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 I confirm.
Is that a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol Mitchell on March 10th, 11th, and 15th of 2024?
Yes.
Have those screenshots ever been altered?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer exhibits 243 to 271 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald. Objection. All right, then exhibits 243 through 271 are received, and you may publish.
So, as you could tell, there are a lot of individual exhibits because of the way screenshots work. And so it's going to be a little clunky with the technology because we have to have two screens open to carry them all on the tabs. And so I also apologize that I had you testify a little bit about the content of this before. So please orient the jury about the colors, and then let's read these text messages, and we'll do our best to keep them in order.
So this is between myself and Carol Mitchell, and I am in green and she is in gray. And then start reading.
Yes, please.
The first is Sunday, March 10th.
And just, you know, because there's going to be so many, let's not do the dates and times. We can just read them, please.
Okay. Which would have been 2024. Hello, I hope you're well and enjoying the sunshine. Last fall, when you went with me to that radio station, you pointed out the cemetery where you bought plots for you and Dad. With the anniversary of his death approaching, I was hoping I could get up in the next week or two and you could take me there. But we have legislative deadlines in 2 weeks and it's so busy, I'm even working on weekends. I was hoping maybe I could come with the boys March 29th when we're already on the way north for Easter. Visits Dad's grave, then maybe visit and lunch. We all miss you, and the boys have asked about you. Much love. Oh, I'm sorry. I would think that would work out fine on March 29th. I do not have my calendar in front of me, as I am having breakfast buffet at the Holiday Inn at the moment. I may have to run another couple miles at the gym today. Just came from there to eat the buffet.
And let me just stop. Please make sure you indicate that that's Carol Mitchell.
Sorry,
That's okay.
that was Carol. Me, that sounds delicious. We're going to the gym later too, but so the boys can play in the pool. Not as much workout for me, but lots of fun for them. Carol, the next day, March 11th. I called both Oak Grove Cemetery and Nest Granite Works, and they are telling me that it is most likely the ground is frozen enough that it will be April before everything is ready for the internment. Is that the right word? Well, anyway, the guy said he will call me when I can bring Rod's ashes out to him. Me. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about you, as we have a testifier right now in my Human Services Committee who just drove in from DL. Carol, smiley face. Me, you told me about the cemetery, but I wasn't aware. I was aware Dad wasn't interned yet. Please keep me posted when that happens. Carol, I sure will. And I have a small amount of his ashes in a little gone fishing bobber for you. Me, oh great. Maybe we could still come by that Friday, March 29th, to visit his ashes or get the bobber and have a quick visit / lunch. Sam and Liam are getting into fishing. The bobber idea is lovely hearts. Carol, you can also take all or whatever you want of your father's fishing gear. The boys will grow into it maybe. They must have heard fishing stories from Grandpa. I believe that day is open. I will let you know soon. Me, wonderful. Friday, March 15th. Good morning. The Donhauer Funeral Home called me, and Rod's interment will be next Tuesday at Oak Grove Cemetery at 1 o'clock. I notified Cindy, and she is letting everyone know. We can all meet at the afterwards at the Holiday Inn if anyone wants for lunch or to gather, but not at my house. Me. Unfortunately, I cannot make that day. Next week is bill deadlines, and anything that doesn't get hearings will not pass this year. Some of the bills I have, worked on for 6+ months. Some include things like environmental protections and work for abused children. I would hate not to be there, but I'm also sure Dad wouldn't want me to abandon that important work.
And if you can, please just slow down a little bit. So that's okay.
I could get away from work the following week, and especially if it was March 29th, Sam and Liam could attend too. I'm sure he'd appreciate having his grandchildren there. Carol, I didn't get to make that choice, unfortunately. The funeral home decided it. I am so sorry you are so busy. I understand that is the job, but I can't change it. The only consolation I can think of is when you go to Moorhead for Easter, you can stop at the site and have a long conversation with him. I'm sure he is watching over you and the boys anyway. Hearts. Me, that's strange. I talked to the gentleman at the cemetery, and he said Good Friday was available for the internment. Carol, if that's true, how many other people who already set their schedules would not be able to make it? I am really sorry, Nicole. Me, you just told me about this today. We were already planning on coming the 29th. I find it disappointing. It would be scheduled for a day that excluded Dad's only child and grandchildren, and I know he would be hurt we were excluded too. I guess I'm not sure who all these people are, whose schedules are more important than his child and grandchildren. Carol, I am so sorry. I am sorry, Nicole. You are not the only person with busy schedules. If you are really so concerned about being there for your father, you should be able to redo your own schedule. My heart is still breaking over the loss of the love of my life, and I do not appreciate your continued disdain of me. Me, It's true I'm not the only person with a busy schedule, but I am his only child. I do not have disdain for you. We have tried very hard to keep a relationship with you, but it is a two-way street. I can't imagine anyone cutting off someone's only child from something like this. He loved us too, and we're hurting and want to honor him too. This should have been something the two most important people in his life coordinated, not planned at a time you knew I was unavailable. He'd be very hurt you're treating us like this. Carol, I am treating you like this, and the cemetery called me and said the 19th was available, and being that it was the anniversary of the day he passed, I thought that was good. I think Rod would be disappointed you were still treating me with the same disdain you always have. You've never grown past it. Rod and I talked about it many times through the years. He always apologized for it. And again, I would like to add, I did not choose that day. Doanhauer called and said the ground was thawed enough and they would be putting the urn in on the 19th. And he said we could have a little gathering if we liked. I was not making decisions without you. He was trying to help me in my grief. I'm very sorry of your grief of losing your father, but obviously you don't give a damn about mine. I am used to your disdain of me. Carol, I called the cemetery. They said you chose the day, and any day would have been available. You planned a ceremony without including his child or grandchildren. It's not unreasonable. I would be upset you excluded us. And Dad repeatedly apologized to me for your behavior too. I was 4 when you met me. I wanted a mother figure. You always treated me like an annoyance instead. I kept trying to act like the bigger person, especially when Sam was born, to make sure he had a relationship with both grandparents. You've even ignored him. You couldn't even send him a damn birthday card. So yes, Dad would be horrified. You've excluded us again and again. OMG, it's amazing to see how different we see the past. But I suppose most people do this. Have you ever sent me a birthday card? We only have Rod for connection, and now he's gone. I guess there's nothing left. I love that wonderful man more than anything in the world. I would not let go of it, but I do not have to continue to live with your personal judgment. I will hold on to the love. What I can do is let you know when the gravestone is set up. I'll mail you the bobber. You can set up your own viewing if you like and invite your relatives. My relatives and friends will be with me on the 19th.
We can unpublish, Your Honor. And did these text messages occur 1 month before the incident in question in this case?
Yes.
What was the main thing upsetting you from that text exchange and during that time?
There had been so much stuff over the past year. I didn't want to upset her because she would get agitated and I felt like I just kept shoving down my emotions to not rock the boat. When she was giving away Dad's stuff without telling us so that we could even look at it. Times we would set up a visit and there was one time I drove all the way up and forgot about it. And she didn't show up and we were worried. And then when we finally tracked her down, because she thought it was lost again, she'd forgotten and just had gone somewhere else for the day. And I'd done a whole trip for no reason. Just constant stuff. And I kept trying to she was struggling and I didn't say anything but that was the one thing that it was so hard because we loved him too. And the people that were coming were going to be, I could guess who it was going to be, and it was probably a couple other retirees who could have come any day. And it seemed like she wasn't going to change it because she was more concerned about a couple of her friends than us actually being able to be there. And I feel badly that some of my hurt clearly came out, because I usually just tried, like Nancy said yesterday, when she'd say hurtful things. I mean, there was still a lot of loving stuff, but more of that sort of stuff was leaking out. And that one time I was just so hurt that I kind of stood up for myself, but probably not in the best way.
How much contact did you have with Carol Mitchell after this fight about the interment until April 22nd, the night of the incident that is at issue here?
She texted me a couple times, like a couple days later. I never contacted her again. I was feeling so emotionally beat up by that point. And there was so much other stuff going on that I just couldn't keep doing it. And I needed a break.
During that month where you were not communicating anymore with Carol Mitchell, were you doing anything related to your concerns about her?
I mean, I was hurt and I needed a break, but I was still also really worried. Because even that, like, she was so confused. She said, you know, they were picking the date and it wasn't her date and there were another, like, it was just, and I don't know that she would have done that outside of the Alzheimer's. So I was worried. Separately, there is a little bit of a lull in April with work, and until the end of the month, and then things pick back up again. So I think around Easter break, I was way behind on cleaning stuff out of the house, and I started going through some stuff, and it included a couple old laptops that I was trying to figure out how to recycle or do whatever with, and to include one that Carol had given me.
And before we talk about that laptop, did you do anything else or look anything else up online or make any phone calls related to options that you were looking into for Carol Mitchell?
I mean, I'd done a lot over time. Talked to lawyers. I'd pulled up, in the fall once, I'd pulled up, there's a thing on driver's license so that you can ask to have a family member checked. And they can do things like say, you know, they can't drive past a certain distance. So like they know their town and they can drive there, but not, you know, farther away where they might get lost. I pulled that up and almost did it. And then she got a new car with a GPS and I was hoping that would help. I know at one point I looked up the Detroit Lakes Police Department to see if there was a social worker, because my town has a social worker, but they didn't. Again, I think that was a lot to do with concern with like getting lost, to see if there was a way to, I don't know how to say it, kind of keep an eye out. I don't know the exact timing of everything.
You've testified that you're a state senator. Why not call Becker County and sort of lean on them and, you know, say, I need help with my stepmother, and sort of, you know, say your name and try to get that done?
I don't think that works how people think it works. I mean, I've literally called, one, I don't usually do that for stuff for myself. I just feel weird about using my position for personal things. But even when I'm doing it for constituents, the last time I called my county for something for a constituent, and I know the people in my county, I still got bounced around for an hour to try and find, saying my name and title, to find the answer I needed for something social services related. I know kind of some of the social services places tend to have, and at least my impression is more of the stuff for seniors is a little bit more like if there's food insecurity, housing insecurity, like I don't know that the services would fit. And the final reason is in today's political climate, I honestly don't think Like, I wouldn't want to do it anyway, but the political climate can be pretty bad. And you don't know if you're going to get worse treatment if you say, you know, you're a politician. So I can't imagine that would help anything.
When you were reading those text messages, Carol Mitchell mentioned something about giving you a small bobber with some of your father's ashes. Did she actually follow through with that?
She did.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Fine. All right. We've been watching the testimony of Nicole Mitchell in her own defense in her felony trial in Becker County Court. That's in Detroit Lakes.
All right, Taylor Gang, we done had us a full day. We watched so many different things today. We started out with trying to get into Nicole, but we found out that Cash Out got sentenced today. So if you missed Cash Out sentencing, all you gotta do is back this video up towards the beginning, and you need to watch that, okay? Because the judge gave him the book. He got the max on every charge that he was found guilty of, okay? Which is a couple of life sentences, a couple of 20-year sentences, some 10-year sentences, and yeah, it's about to go down. It went down. He won't be running around with that Nina no more. How about that? His mother got 30 years, 20 on the RICO, 10 on the trafficking charge to be run consecutively. And then Orlando, who was the co-defendant, also got the book thrown at him. He got a couple of life sentences. Really singing the same song as Cash Out for real, okay? So if you want to watch that, just go ahead and rewind the video. Don't fast forward it. Rewind the video. Go all the way back. Check that out. We also got to do a little bit or watched a little bit of the Ali trial today. Now, you know, that's the East Coast trial, and they're going to ride that thing out all day. And so we're going to pick up with them after lunch tomorrow, but we are like balls deep into Nicole right now. So I'm not even going to hold you. We're probably going to start with Nicole tomorrow morning and let Ali build up a little bit, because I believe that Nicole's case is over. So I definitely want us to get through Nicole's testimony, because child, the revelations are coming. All right, we started this trial because we listened to the opening arguments and the very first witness, and it was amusing when we first heard it. When we first heard it, it was quite amusing because, oh, Tally, I got a Fulio update for you too. It was amusing because Nicole was caught red-handed. She was dressed in all black. She had a scully on. She had a light taped to her, and we just had no idea what was really going on. But as the trial progressed, and we were actually able to listen to some other witnesses that I believe that the defense is putting on, it sounded like stepmommy was really out of her daggone mind, and she had lost it. And Nicole being the only child just really wanted some things from her child. So I'm actually very interested in seeing how the trial ends. I don't know how the trial ends, which is why, and I'm not going to look it up. We're going to find out together. So if you look it up on your own, don't come back in the chat telling us, okay? Because we want to be surprised. We want to be shocked, okay? Okay. Yeah, and so that's going to be tomorrow. So Tally, I don't know if you was here the other day. But the other day, Alicia is going to trial on August the 18th. Now, I'm not going to be able to stream the trial, Tally, because I start school today. It's my very first day of school. I will make a video of y'all talking about my very first day of school. But that's my first day of school, so I can't make a video. But Tally, she's going to be, one of her defense attorneys is Arian from TikTok, attorney Arian White. She is one of Alicia's attorneys. And so after the trial, Arian is going to come over here to the Taylor Unversed channel, and she's going to give us the exclusive interview, because I call dibs. I already called dibs. So yes. Arian's going to come over here and give us an exclusive interview about the Julio Fulio trial. So I will be listening to the trial. I'm going to be listening to it, to and from school, just to try and see, how the defense do, how the prosecution do over there on that little case. So if you haven't found out yet, Tally, okay, Alicia has already had her baby, and she is getting ready to go to trial. Now, the brothers have already been found guilty and have been sentenced to life. All right. One of them passed out one of them fell out and had a seizure up in that courtroom. Not a real seizure. I'm just jeffing. But one of them did fall out in that courtroom. Okay. When he got his little life sentence. All right. And yeah. So her and the boyfriend has not actually had their trials yet. But Alicia is going to be tried separately. And her trial is going to be on the 18th. So I know you've been asking me about that for so long. And I said, look, I can't find nothing. I'm finna just call Erie. And I just called my girl. She said, I know the private investigator. I just said, I'm gonna call my girl because I don't got time to be waiting and playing. And so I just went ahead and called her, and she let me know that much. Okay, she's under bar rules, so it wasn't too much she can tell me except for that. So make sure that you tune in to the Julio trial. All right. But again, I do want to thank each and every one of y'all for hanging out with us today. I absolutely love our community. I love that it's small. I love that it is very personal, and I love that we all really know each other. Like, this is my home within my home and away from my home. So thank y'all so much for being a part of it, and I will see y'all tomorrow.